Bam Bam, it's a girl, it's a guy, hopefully win. This goes up, my Capricorn, to Captain Nation, already. Let's get into it. First of all, feel the Capricorn, followed by also zero, then we're going to see conscious. So let's see.
Hi, Capricorn. Okay, hello there, everyone. Welcome to the All Signs Current Love Messages reading, and most of all, to my channel. My name is Jules. Thank you all so much for being here. Please keep in mind that these readings are general. Anything that does not resonate, please do not force it to apply. These readings can resonate with any placement in your chart, and last but not least, the roles can be reversed. So, I want to start out the reading with Capricorn first because it's only right. Happy Capricorn season. Happy birthday to all of my beautiful Capricorns out there. I hope that this season treats you well. And happy new moon in your sign. So I know y'all feeling good. I hope you guys are. I hope everyone is good. Okay, Capricorn, let's see. Messages for Capricorn in love. Clear and direct guided messages for Capricorn placement. Clear and direct guided messages for Capricorn placement. True love, Capricorn. True love is like a tattoo. It will leave an imprint on your heart that will last forever. True love never dies. Set goals. This is not the time to focus on love, babe. Set your goals and crush them. Love will find you when you least expect it, so don't go searching for it. Okay, well, this seems to me, Capricorn, where there has been a separation, and you may be, take what resonates, but for some of you, you may be online dating or looking for the one. It's like, when am I going to find the one? There's a need to not focus on love right now. The other message that I'm getting here is, like I said, a lot of you guys have separated from somebody, and it's like you may be worrying about what the future holds between you and this person. Is this your true love? And the universe is telling you right now that right now is not the time to worry about this. That right now is not the time to, focus on your love life, what's going on in your love life. Now is the time to set goals. The new moon is in your sign. This is the time to manifest. This is the time to set your goals here. And a lot of you guys are doing that. I'm strongly feeling that you guys are doing that, or you will be doing that after this new moon. So the universe is letting you know that true love never dies. If this person is your true love, they will come back around. Whatever is meant for you will never pass you. Bypass you. What's Capricorn's current energy right now pertaining to love? How are Capricorns currently feeling right now in love? Okay, Nine of Pentacles and the Ace of Pentacles. A lot of you Capricorns, this is self-love here. But I'm also feeling like there's a Capricorn out there that's like, Jules, but I have everything that I need. Like I have the home, I have the car, I have money, I'm stable. I want to find love. The two doves in the background of this Ace of Cups, this is an indication of protection, okay? Spiritual protection. So it's like you are being spiritually protected right now, Capricorn. Right now is the time to focus on you, to focus on self-love. The King of Cups. There could be a water sign, or you could have heavy water in your chart, Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces. I feel like you have a lot of love to give. You have a lot of love to give. Ten of Swords, Page of Swords. Okay, so there's that painful ending with somebody that you have deep emotions for, unconditional love for here. Some of you may be, you know, wanting to start fresh with this person, wanting to start over, Ace of Cups. Like Nine of Pentacles, you're focused on you, you're keeping to yourself, but it's like you're also manifesting, hoping for a fresh new start with this person. Some of you may be watching this person. Nine of Swords and the Devil. Yeah, some of you may definitely be worried about this person or watching them, you know, looking at their social media, looking at their stories. The Devil, it's like, you know, there is an attachment here. There is codependency here. But there goes that King of Pentacles. This is a need for you to focus on you. Focus on building your empire, your business, your family, your home. Focus on getting a home, getting that car. How is this person feeling towards Capricorns right now? The Four of Pentacles. And the Death card. Could be a Scorpio with the Justice, Libra, and the Two of Swords. I'm sorry, y'all. That's my glasses. Two of Swords, the Star. Why is the Four of Cups here? The Tower. Four of Pentacles, not the Four of Cups. The Tower. They're resisting an ending here with you, Capricorn. This person is resisting an ending here with you, but at the same time, they're avoiding to speak their truth, or they're avoiding to do the right thing. Okay, with the Two of Swords, the Star, it's like they're, yeah, look at that. The Two of Cups and the Knight of Pentacles. This is somebody who is manifesting you. But at the same time, I don't see this person taking accountability right now. Within time, Knight of Pentacles, this is someone who will be. But right now, yeah, the Sun, you will be receiving clarity. Magician, Gemini, Virgo, this is something that you are manifesting or that you have manifested, okay? But it's like this is someone who's just not ready to face the truth or to speak their truth. Not ready to do the right thing. What's the advice for Capricorns? What is the advice for Capricorns? The Devil and the King of Pentacles. Really ground yourself, okay? That's your advice here, is to ground yourself, especially your temptations.
What's going on, Capricorns? We're going to go ahead and jump into your last week of December 2022 reading here and see what is going on with you for the last week, which is December 26th. So let's see what's going on, Capricorn. How y'all doing? Capricorns are like, I'm chilling. Capricorns are never chilling, especially we got Mercury and Capricorn. Capricorns ain't chilling right now. Their definition of chill is work, all right? That's when they feel chill. Fun, social activities right now? Nah, that's too much work. But work, that's fun. Right, Capricorn? All right, let's see. Well, I feel like if there's any sign that, like, it blows my mind that, you know, like Christmas is in Capricorn season, right? Like, I feel like Capricorns don't even like Christmas. I'm joking. Page of Cups is here. Ace of Pentacles is here. So yeah, the Page of Cups for the overall energy. Current energy is Ace of Pentacles. Challenges, Four of Cups. Near future is the Queen of Wands. I want to say for some of you, like, don't close yourself off to opportunities that could be presenting themselves. I also feel like you have a chance here as well to create something, whether that be you creating an opportunity for yourself or creating the stuff here that you're wanting to build. But I give it the Four of Cups is like you may be thinking that it's not possible for some reason, or that I don't know. Let me pull the rest of the cards. That's coming to me right away. Three of Pentacles is in the position of something that you're unaware of. The King of Cups is how you get to your challenge. I see what's going on here. Five of Wands is in your outcome. Some of you could be like in a competitive build. I feel like your competitive nature could be coming out here. It wouldn't surprise me. I mean, Mercury being in your sign, and then I know it's going retrograde, but anyways, we'll get into it. But anyways, the Four of Cups is here, and the King of Cups is how you get to your challenge. I get that the universe is like wanting you to flow. Like, don't allow yourself to become stagnant emotionally here. And also, don't forget about your own personal needs as well. Like, some of you guys could be focusing a lot on work at this time, that you may be neglecting other things. Page of Cups is the overall energy here for you for the week, for the last week here. Yeah, I feel like there could be newer things that are starting to be highlighted here. I feel like it's like newer inspirations coming to you, or newer ways of creativity, or just newer things that I feel like you just want to devote your energy to, that you care about. And I think I really get it because it's Mercury and Venus that are in your sign, and it's gonna be making a sextile to Neptune, which is your third house. And the third house is kind of does have a competitive energy to it, especially when it comes to your own skills and your tangible nature and how you do things. So I get for some of you, this is like you could be having a heightened sense of the ability to be able to visualize ideas. Also, just this increase of emotional awareness here as well, and intuitive awareness. So definitely follow your intuition here, and to take advantage of it. Because with the Ace of Pentacles, I feel like this is like a perfect moment for you to be able to create what it is that you want. Don't close yourself off to what it is that you're feeling here as well. Like, allow yourself to flow. Queen of Wands is in your near future. So I get with the Queen of Wands, this is you having the ability to be able to creatively express yourself, going after the things that you desire. And I always say with the Queen of Wands, like the black cat is like the mystic energy, right? It's the intuitive intelligence that she has. So there's another aspect to you, which I feel like is like intuitiveness, to follow your intuitiveness. So I feel like your sense of confidence and your sense of your self-esteem here is very, very confident. So Three of Pentacles in the position of something that you're unaware of here. Teamwork makes the dream work, but also this is a card of being focused and taking things, one step at a time. And if anybody can do that, like I always say, it's you, Capricorn. That's like the universe is wanting you to stay focused here. And I don't know, cooperativeness is coming through too. Five of Wands is in your outcome. Again, I feel like this is you challenging yourself, but also I get as well with this competition, whether you're challenging yourself, being competitive like with yourself, or this is like your competitive nature coming out in the situation here. Honestly, if there's any type of drama or anything like that, I would just avoid it. And also Three of Pentacles here, I do see this as well. Like there may be, like if you're working together, or if you're, when it comes to cooperativeness, there may be some clashes, maybe difference of personalities and stuff like that with the Five of Wands. So I feel like it's like wanting you to work through those as best as you can. Let's pull your oracle cards. Fifth house, passion. Your fifth house is Taurus. So I know the sun will be making aspects to the nose, right? The north node in Taurus. So this could be you, and the fifth house can also bring out your competitive nature, your ability to be able to express yourself, your talents, skills, also love. There could be kind of drama and love. I see that for some of y'all, but just your passion in general, I feel like is what's really coming through here for you. And the awareness of what it is that you're passionate about as well, or becoming passionate about, or something in general that's making me iron hot when it comes to passion. Some of you could literally be drawing or like art. You see that? Some type of artistic thing. You have this dandelion healing card. yeah, you know, you could be going through healing at this time, which is why the Four of Cups is here in the challenge. Like, you could be kind of maybe emotionally, like an emotional state where it's like you're not ready to accept anything or you're not ready to open yourself up. But I feel like I honestly get, I feel like the universe is not wanting you to miss out on opportunities here, but you know, to focus on your healing though. Some of you guys could actually be healers. Like, you can be in some sort of healing field, all sorts of healing fields. You deserve good things. Keep your focus on what you want. Again, the Four of Cups. I don't know why this is really being emphasized here. Four Cups is a closed off heart, right? When our heart's closed, when our heart chakras closed, it's like, you know, the stream of abundance actually gets cut off. So, you know, I feel like it's wanting you to realize like you do deserve good things and to keep your focus on what it is that you want. So let's clarify the reading. Color purple and yellow is coming through. I don't know what that means. That is what I need. Page of Cups and the Lovers here. I was just about to say this. Especially with Mercury conjunct Venus, you know, they're very close together, making the sextile to Neptune. You know, this could actually bring like an increase of awareness when it comes to communication and understanding each other's needs and being able to communicate each other's needs, or to be able to understand more, like an energy, more deepening, like more empathic. Those of you, this could be like a new love thing that's going on. You know, I do see that. Also, your own spiritual path as well. Like, I forgot, like, all these planets are in your sign. You know, so I feel like this could be a start of a new journey, especially with the sextile to Neptune, with the third house. You know, that represents, you know, the start of journeys. So I feel like you could be spiritually pursuing some newer thing here. Yeah, Ten of Cups here. The opportunity is available here for you, and the awareness is there. It just has to be manifested. The Magician and the Four of Cups is in your challenge. Again, like, when it comes to what it is that you're trying to manifest, like, don't block yourself from your own blessings, Capricorn. I'm almost getting it. I'm not really sure here. You may have to. I'm hearing this. You may have to go through and figure things out again, or refigure things out, which could be sort of like the energy of like, fuck. But like, it gets though. It's wanting you to stay active in regards to, you know, your manifestations and work and using your willpower. Queen of Wands, clarifying the Queen of Wands. I just feel like it's double clarifying itself. So, creative expression, the ability to be able to enjoy and experience as well. So it's really coming through, and also like just an increased confidence here. You being more articulate as well. I know Mercury's going to go retrograde in your sign, but I don't really get that affecting the reading. Queen of Cups is here with the Three of Pentacles in the position of something that you're unaware of here. Yeah, it's like you know, the devotion here and the understanding and the emotional intelligence, especially if you're working with other people. I feel like it's wanting you to remember that. King of Cups, Seven of Cups, power of the power of the imagination, like active imagination at work here. And the King Cups and the Seven of Cups is like wanting you to open yourself up and to flow into new experiences or allow newer things to flow through you here. Five of Wands and a Dower. Let's see. And the Knight of Pentacles. Like your competitive nature is coming out. I don't know what it is, but I feel like you're starting to get strategic and more practical when it comes to things like your goals and stuff. It's almost like playing chess in a way. But I feel like you're pushing yourself to break through like your own limitations and your own plateaus here. You know, I feel like your competitive nature is starting to come out. So let's pull your extended outcome. Capricorn. I want to call you Virgo. Whoops. Oh. If I called you Virgo during this reading, I apologize. It happens. So let's take a look here. Let's take a look. Two of Swords. The Wheel of Fortune. Okay. Oh, Queen of Swords here. Yeah, I see you making up your mind. Like there's a decision that I feel like ultimately that you're going to make here in regards to changes, which will be catapulting changes, be like a catalyst of change. Some of your moon may be in Libra. I just get really here, Capricorn, that you're deciding and picking the new direction that you want to go in. Because I feel like you've been going through a process of transmutation of things from the past. So it's like the climb up for you is what's going on here with the changes that you're wanting to make or the newer things that you're wanting to do. I don't even think it's new. I just think this is just you getting clear and making up your mind about the direction that you're going in, which again would be the sun that's going to trine the North Node in Taurus, which is your 5th house. So the 5th house is love, creative expression, comprehension, talents. So that's what I got for you, Capricorn. I appreciate y'all for watching. As always, if you like the video, don't forget to hit the thumbs up button before you leave. If you want to book a personal reading with me, the link is down below. And
for some of my Capricorn women, if you're dealing with a Hi, Capricorn. Hey, guys. It's your girl, Card Tarot. We are back with another video. All right. So every other sign, you guys, this video has been really long. So I'm like, I'm not about to do you guys like that. We are going to jump right into it. Capricorn, if you resonate with any of these messages, make sure you guys hit that subscribe button, right? That way you guys are getting notified. Turn on your post notification bell. All that good stuff like that. If you want a personal, check the description box below. Capricorn, we're going to just see whatever comes out. I'm going to start out with the Lenormand deck, which I am excited about because, Capricorn, I have not brought this Lenormand deck out in a minute. It's been over a year. So let's see what's going on. Angels and guides, Capricorn, Sun, Moon, Rising, and Venus signs. What is happening for Capricorn in the next couple of days? What kind of energy? All right. Ooh, we got the dog. Someone might circle back around. I think everything is a sign, you guys. Somebody might circle back around because this kind of did a little flip and then it went up right. For some of you guys, this has to do with your loyalty to a situation. Every time I think about the dog, I think of kindness. I think of loyalty, genuine. I think of genuine. Like I genuinely really support you. I genuinely care about you. If my actions haven't shown that lately, I just want you to know there is something. I don't want to say there's something there. Why do I want to say that? There's something there. Maybe that's going to resonate for a Capricorn out there where someone might feel, you might feel like something isn't there. Someone might not have something for you, but they really do. If any of you guys have been struggling with a following, say you're an entrepreneur, I see that your supporters are coming back around. I'm picking that up. Some of you guys might notice in the next couple of days a return, more support, familiar names popping up across your screen that you may have thought had forgotten about you. For some of you guys, you're going to be spending time with a pet, or you're literally going to be getting a dog. Congratulations, because sometimes Lenormand can actually be literal. It's so crazy because the dog can stand for companionship, but I don't ever really see the dog as companionship. I see it as more of like an emotional support type of connection where someone could be needing emotional support, but I don't think like full-blown relationship. And look at the underlying energy. Wow, we have the heart. We have the heart. And the heart is all about affection, love, your feelings, support. Okay, and you have two doves here. Ooh, I'm kind of nosy, y'all. Hold up. I'm low-key kind of nosy. Hold on. And listen, this is a really good time for you guys to network. I'm going to tell you that right now. Like, if any of you guys are in a like business or you're looking to start a business, I feel like people will gravitate towards you. I'm definitely saying, stop playing. Okay, wait. But there's something that I was going to do before I. Okay. Oh, do I want it? Should I use my prediction deck, you guys, or should I? No. Okay, let's use this. I haven't used this. I don't use this for my membership, my members. Or should I use the love deck right here? No. Okay, give me a second, you guys. Give me a second. Because I feel like for some of you guys, this is going to be like in your work scenario. Even if you meet like a friend at work, you make a connection, you know, that's possible too. You guys might have someone in your life or coming into your life friendship-wise, but I think it's really good for business, and I also think it's good for like just connecting and feeling affection from a particular person. So let me see, Spirit, if this is love for the Capricorn in the next couple of days, tell me about, and for some of you guys, you're going to be called to be that for somebody. It's like a nurturing energy. If this is love, tell me about this for the Capricorn in the next couple of days. Next couple of days for the Capricorn watching this video. Okay, so you see how these like cards are like wanting to do a little dance. So we have the card stop. Next couple of days. Okay, so we have stop. Now when stop comes out, that is like a connection in love that does not flow fluidly. There has been breaks, pauses, times where you could feel like something's at a dead end. Tell me about this connection. And for some of you guys, with the dog in the heart, the message here is even though something could not be moving forward, there's a lot of Capricorns out there, so I gotta make sure I cover all my boundaries. Ooh, I didn't even mean to say it like that. I meant to say all of my, y'all know what I'm talking about, like dot your I's and cross your T's. For some of you guys, there's this energy of you genuinely. Now, if you don't feel this way, best believe that somebody feels this way about you. But even though there has been challenges and you have a million reasons possibly to let a situation go, with a dog in the heart, you genuinely care. You genuinely care about a person's well-being. And this could be on any level. It doesn't have to be love. I did just ask for love though. And it's not that easy to just completely walk away or to stop loving someone because your feelings were very and are very genuine. All right, you guys, we are back. How many of you guys, when you heard that beeping, did you look outside your window or think it was over at your place? Because I get that comment all the time, like, girl, I thought that was outside my house. But nope, it's here. Okay, so, all right, so look at the underlying energy. The underlying energy is harmony. The underlying energy is harmony. And harmony, to me, is like this energy of still having this feeling, right? Because the heart is feeling. Still having this feeling of, I'm not closed off to things going back to a better place, working things out, reharmonizing a situation, even though there is obstacles, right? Now, another thing that I was picking up when I had this video on pause was, say for example, say we're not talking about love here, because this is just energy, and there's a lot of Capricorns out there. This is going to affect you in different areas of your life. This is like, this type of energy is giving, like, say you got a business and your business is not doing the best. And someone on the outside looking in that don't really, they just looking at like results, right? They don't have any type of emotional attachment to what you're doing or anything like that. And so they could be looking at a situation like, why haven't you just given up on that? Like, why don't you could be doing something right now that would have you have more money in your pocket than what you're generating. And yeah, like you could totally just be in a better situation right now. And it's like, no, they don't understand why. This is an example, right? Someone wouldn't understand why you wouldn't just jump ship and just do something that's going to get you better results, quicker results, faster, whatever. But it's like you actually love what you do, or you actually care about these people that you are influencing and you're impacting. And this is something that is a passion of yours, right? And so this is what's going to be what brings you through those tough times to get you to better days. This is the type of energy that I'm picking up on. And so for some of you guys, that's how you could literally feel about a particular person and what they do for you. Now, I do see underneath harmony, we have dark night of the soul. And I feel like somebody in this connection is in their dark side. They are going through the dark night of the soul. They are not in an energy of vibrating the highest and is learning from a lot of their mistakes. Someone's still in the thick of their shit. And this is definitely something that will weigh on a connection. When I think about that dark night of the soul, there's this song. And it's called Better by Khalid. Ooh, don't quote me on that. Let me look. Okay, so it's, I have to read you guys the lyrics, Capricorn. Not read it. Oh wait, that's worse. If I say I'm gonna sing it, some of you guys are gonna click off. Hold on, just wait. Better lyrics by Khalid. I want to read you this one part. Because that's what my mind goes to. All right, it says, No, where are you at? Where are you? Okay, here it is. Love, okay, love, oh damn, I can't sing, I forgot. Just don't worry about the tone. All right. Love to see you shine in the night like the diamond you are. I'm on the other side, it's alright, just hold me in the dark. That's what that reminds me of. Yeah. And then it says, no one's gotta know what we do, hit me up when you're bored. Now I know I can sing better than that, but I'm a little bit nervous. So that's what's going on. But anyway, you guys, there's somebody here who's in the dark, and it's like not on the side of the growth. And some of you guys are in an energy of growth, understanding, developing, changing, transforming you guys' life. Your mindset is getting stronger. You're creating more of a balance in your life, or taking steps in that direction. And I feel like this cat is just kind of looking and watching, and it's like, you know how you see someone peeking through their life, or you can physically see like, oh man, this person's different, or they're changing, they're doing good, or, you know, they're leveling up, or there's just like, they're in a good season, or at least someone could be comparing like, okay, your season is a lot easier and less complicated than the season that I'm in. And since I'm looking at it, I see it, and it's nice, and I see, because the cat is looking at harmony. Like, I can see it, but it's like, it's just not that easy right now, or at least that's someone's perspective. It's not solving problems. It's not solving problems. There's still like this, well, good for you. And it's like, no, you could be having a better time too. Your life can change too. It doesn't just happen for me. Like, it's a mindset. So I think that could resonate for some of you guys out here, but I'm picking that up. So let's ask about your finances and your career. Angels and guides, what do you want the Capricorn to know about their finances and their career? So we have entrepreneurs, prepare for a delay or decrease in productivity. Don't worry, it's only temporary. Okay, so remember when I said if anything was being challenged in your career, like your love for what you do, that genuine feeling that you have, that caring, nurturing, you put a lot of time into this, you care about your productivity, not productivity, that's not what I meant to say. You care about like everything that you put into this, and you've made, for some of you guys, you've made connections, you've made friends through what you do. It's like, this is what's going to drive you through those times, especially if you guys are readers, because you could be dealing with supporters who are actually going through some things in their life. And there could be a lot of needing to take a step back from the tarot community, because it could be too much on them. These are just examples. I'm not saying you guys are readers. Not all of you guys are readers, but again, I see you wanting to manifest, you going to manifest stability anyway, right? Okay, so what do you want the Capricorn to know about their finances and their career currently? Finances and career, anything to do with their money, spirit, what do you want the Capricorn to know? Okay, so we have major car issues. All right, so for some of you guys, this is about making sure that your car is maintenance. If you guys have your engine light on and it's been on for a while, make sure you guys are attending to it. Some of you guys, your car is eating up your money. Okay, but we also have schedule, spring. Okay, so another thing is that I'm picking up, Capricorn, is for some of you guys, it has nothing to do with your vehicle, but this is a card of issues, like big issues, because I have minor car issues and then I have major car issues. And so with major car issues, this is just telling me that when it comes, intuitively speaking, when it comes to you guys' entrepreneurship, some of you guys are on a situation where there's delays, right? There's like a decrease here. But also there needs to be some type of routine or schedule that you are on, that you put yourself on, like you discipline yourself so that you can basically lessen the challenges and the damage, okay? I don't know if that's going to make sense, but it makes sense to me. Like, if you know you haven't been on a schedule, if you know you haven't been consistent, if you know that there are like certain things, like if you think about a schedule, you think about, why do people have a schedule? So they can be organized, so they can plan their day, so that they can be on time, so that they can I don't know, y'all know why people get sick. Don't ask me. Don't ask me. No, but that's why, no, I'm serious. Like, that comes out. Now, for some of you guys, something could be changing around springtime. For some of you guys, you might be going back to school. But just when I read for myself, that comes out a lot, the schedule card. And I've always caught myself every single time on a schedule, making changes to my schedule. Like, Spirit, where am I protected the most? On my schedule. I changed my schedule. I've been uploading 4 videos a day, which means I'm more active on YouTube, and I have seen better results from me doing that. But at first, I was only uploading Mondays and Saturdays. I know I've only been doing this for a week, but I got a long way to go. But it works better for me because I have more control. I'm not literally doing readings every single day, all day. I'm doing readings every day, but just not all day. It just works way better, and it takes a lot of weight off of me. So for those of you guys where that resonates, yeah. Let me ask some more. Angels and guides, anything else that you want the Capricorn to know about their, now for some of you guys, I have 2 cards. I have full-time and part-time. Are you guys working and going to school part-time? Are you trying to do that? For some of you guys, this schedule is saying part-time because it's not about that. For some of you guys, this is saying like, okay, you need to get on a schedule so that you can decrease your time. Like me, I was doing readings. I had no balance, no work-life, personal life balance, you guys. I was literally doing readings from the day that I woke up almost to the day that I went to bed. And I could squeeze in little things in between, but card tarot really ran my life and it was burning me out. And so now that I just base it down to 4 videos a day, it literally does not take me long to do 4 videos a day, possibly like 3 hours of filming and 2 hours to edit. That's 5 hours altogether. That is 5 hours compared to me dragging something out all day. 12 hours that were up. That's me. That's not okay. And so this is about you guys doing what you need to do, but being more structured about it and not it taking up your full day. Yeah. All right, Capricorn, what's going on? Finances, career, anything that you want Capricorn to know about their finances and their career spirit. Finances and career, anything? We have, don't be afraid to invest in yourself. You got to spend money to make money. So for those of you guys who have had ideas of investing into something, investing into some type of opportunity where you can collaborate with someone and it can get you in a better space, investing in better material. What else does this card come out for? Don't be afraid to invest in yourself. Don't be afraid to invest in your ideas. Like some of you guys have really good ideas, but you hold yourself back because you feel like if you spend the money on it, you might not see it through, or it might not work. It might just end up being a waste of money. Let me give you an example. When I originally started I started Patreon. I started a Patreon like a year ago. And in order for you guys to have Patreon, you have to have some type of video that will allow you to upload the link to Patreon. You can upload a video to Patreon, but not like a tarot video because it's too long. So you have to have some type of outsource. And so the route that I went was Vimeo. But Vimeo charges you upfront, like to use their service. And the type of bandwidth or the type of, I don't even know what you call it, like the video, the gigabyte that I needed with how much that I talked during my videos, I couldn't order anything less than the second tier. And the second tier is like you pay for the whole year up front. And I think it was like $600 that I had to pay. It was like $600. I didn't know like if you guys were going to sign up for Vimeo or for Patreon. Was something that I had to invest my energy and my money into first in order for me to get anything back. So yeah, just don't be afraid to invest in yourself. And the underlying energy of that is minor card issue, which see what I'm talking about when I talk about like sometimes my card will show me like basically, okay, this is a card that says we got problems. This is a card that says, okay, there might be a little bit of challenges here and there, but it's nothing too much you need to worry about. This is saying, okay, organization. So do you see how this says major and then underneath, don't be afraid to invest in yourself says minor? So you see how it lessens the blow from uh-oh to you might lose a couple nights of sleep. There might be a little bit of challenges, but it's not anything that is going to be like abort the entire mission. So when it says don't be afraid to invest in yourself, trust your ideas and trust you investing in yourself because it's actually going to help you more than it's going to hurt you. Period. All right, Capricorn, let's get some messages here from your future self. Angels and guides, is there anything that you would want the Capricorns to know, their future self? What do you want the Capricorns to know about their current life? Let me fix this. Let me ask this question a different way. Hold on. Angels and guides, Capricorn's future self. What does Capricorn's future self watching this video want them to know about what's going on with their life currently? What does Capricorn's future self want them to know what's going on this month? Money is not going to be a problem. You will have more than enough. All right, so let me talk to you guys about this card. Let me tell you about this card. Y'all, I'm not about to play these games, you spirit. See, why I used to get this card all the time, right? Y'all, why I think, I don't know why, but when I thought, listen, when I wrote the damn words down on the card, it was supposed to be, you rich, don't worry about a thing. You ain't gotta worry about a little pretty thing, nothing. You know, that's what I was thinking. But then I actually experienced, and it was definitely not that. And that's a whole nother story that I'm taking up with spirit, but we'll talk about that another day. But so I definitely have financial issues in 2022. That this year I've had financial issues. 2021, not so much. 2022, yeah, I'm like, ooh, shit. Ooh, but it was never a situation where it was like, okay, girl, you don't even know like how you're going to live tomorrow. Like you can't pay this, you can't pay that, you can't pay that. Like you're on the street. Like it's never been that. So for any of my Capricorns who have been in a situation or is currently going through something financially where you could be feeling like you're going to have a financial crisis, like I'm about to lose everything. You're not. I'm not going to sit here and talk your head up and say, oh my God, you're about to be rich. Not how I thought. Nope, and you guys, don't think like I came up here thinking I was about to get rich. Like, no, it's not that. It's like, listen, I got some things in place y'all know about outside of this, okay? I need to get multiple streams of income around here. But even with this, like, this is like my main platform. This is like my bread and butter, but I'm actually starting things outside of this that hopefully will overcome this, like financially. Because anytime you open up a stream, you guys, you want every stream that you open up to be as solid as your home base, if not better. Me, like, I ain't opened up no second stream of income like, oh yeah, let me just get a little on top. Hell no. I need you to match card tarot and you need to, or you're gonna better it. That's my mindset. So that's how I feel like some of you guys, yeah, just know. All right, angels and guides, tell me about Capricorn. Anything else that you want? Capricorn's future self. What does Capricorn's future self want today's Capricorn to know? All right. You will start being the change that you want to see in others. Ooh, I like this. Okay. So you guys know how, like, that's so crazy because look, you got dark night of the soul and you have harmony. So remember when I was giving you that example of people who look at you or will be looking at you and they're going to be looking like, well, you're in a good season, right? That their perspective on looking in at you is you're doing better than them. You're in a better situation than them. And so I feel like with you are going to start being that change that you want to see in others. Some of my Capricorns have like this, like you'll look at somebody and you can see right through them. You can see like the things that they try to hide, cover up. Some of you guys are so intuitive or just in tune and you're growing where it's like you've been there before. And so I just feel like the mistakes that you're seeing other people make, the things that you wish better for others, you're becoming that for yourself. You're just growing. You're growing. And I don't even think it's like one of those things where some of you like are purposely doing this where it's like, yeah, no, I'm going to be better than you and I'm going to be better than you. like, no, I don't feel like that. I feel like it's just you know better. And there's just certain things that you're just like, yeah, that's just, I'm not doing that. That's just dumb, or that doesn't resonate with me. And not being judgmental. Like, I don't think you're being judgmental. I think you have a soft spot for certain people that have issues in their life, but it's not about the issues, it's about how you connect. Okay, Capricorn, my camera turned off every 24 minutes. I went ahead and switched out the battery because it only had 2 bars left anyway. Because I would have just been talking and it would have turned off again, and I don't have time to do all those edits. Like, come on now, we're doing 4 videos a day. We got, Okay, so I was trying to say that, like, what was I saying? I don't feel like you guys are being judgmental. I think that you guys have a soft spot for certain people, not because of what they go through necessarily, but it's like you care. When you genuinely care about somebody, I just feel, I don't know what I was saying. I lost my train of thought. You will start being the change that you want to see in others. I just feel like I feel like you're a leader. I feel like you're a leader, and people can look up to you and people can learn from you. And if anyone's going through anything, I feel like if you want to be there for them, you're going to be there for them, but you're not going to allow somebody to, I just feel like, get you caught up in their balls of confusion. Like, I just feel like there's an energy of you not going to allow yourself to run yourself ragged and run yourself thin. Especially if you're a Capricorn who's used to doing that before, you're not going to do that. And I think that is going to even add to the change. Because it's like, how good am I? Like, how good would I be if I fall in the hole with you? I won't be good at all for you or anybody who depends on me. Hell, I might have children. All right. Wow, look, and I didn't even, you guys, I should have just turned this around. I did not even look. Look, underlying energy of that. You will be wiser, smarter, and more confident with your decision making. That's where that growth is coming in, you guys. All right, angels and guides, what does Capricorn's future self want today's Capricorn to know about their current situation in life? What does Capricorn's future self want today's Capricorn to know? What is this? This is one to flip over. Okay, so we have, you're going to be an amazing father. Okay, so for those of my Capricorn masculine energies out there, you're going to be an amazing father. We have the under.
Became master of the world at his time. Before the establishment of the Greek mysteries. This seems unlikely, however, because much of the story that has come down to us from so many different sources is to be found in a short section of Homer's work called The Cave of the Nymphs. This is the story of the mysterious cavern presided over by immortal mortals. This cave was at an entrance into birth, and all creatures were born with the sun in Cancer. They then entered into the mysteries of the cave, descended to its lowest parts, ascended a ladder that brought them to the gate of exit in the sign of Capricorn. So in the ancient rites, there's no question that Homer was aware of some of the esoteric speculations of Far Asia and of the earlier Western cultures. This today we are worshiping, recognizing, and reviving one of the most ancient beliefs of mankind, the annual birthday of the sun. This has been regarded with sacredness from time immemorial. There is no people anywhere that has not passed through some phase of solar symbolism in their philosophies, their sciences, and their theology. It has dominated all the arts. It has become involved in all harmonic theories of music. And the annual birthday of the sun is the most celebrated and sacred of all festivals throughout the world. We find records of it everywhere because it represents to the average believer the annual restoration of life and becomes a symbol of the grand resurrection in which all things in all conditions and all types of existence come finally to the great redemption, to the restoration, to the lifting up of all life from darkness to light. It is obvious that this belief originated in the Northern Hemisphere because all of the calculations, symbolisms, and devices involved in the rites are obviously related to a sun motion from the lower to the northern hemisphere of light. So here somewhere, maybe in India, maybe in China, this concept regained its most primitive acceptance. At very premier times, when there was nothing but savagery in the world, when men feared darkness and lived only in light, where night was a terror and day a resurrection and a relief. All of these facts and principles and ideas have come down to us in our modern philosophies, our modern religions, and even to a touch of our modern sciences. Because so much of knowledge has been based upon an astronomical mystery, the mystery of the calendar, the mystery of time and of days, the cycles of years, the feasts and various rituals attendant upon various seasons of the year, the harvest, the planting. All of these things were controlled by a fixed system of religion. All the good things of earth come from one good thing, which is life itself. Now, the sun in its beginnings came to be understood or recognized as synonymous with life. That which the sun represented was alive. The sun was alive. And because it was alive, it could give life. It could propagate life. It could restore life. It could revive the lives and of things that were fading or failing. The sun was basically life. And this life was the common property of us all, the great benefit, the immense gift, the unchallenged mightiness upon which we all depend. From the tiniest atom to the greatest star, light is a symbol of the presence of life. Therefore, this light is a promise. It tells us something that we must all come to understand, that this light is not something that came from nothing. It is not something which was suddenly lit in some generation or age. It was eternal. Therefore, life is eternal. Immortality is a certainty. Growth is inevitable. For all good things, all revelations are based upon the immediate and inevitable and eternal presence of life. Life is therefore a very sacred thing. And as we watch its descent through all the orders of creation, we find that it comes finally to become shared with the human being. There is life in us, and this life in us has built its tabernacle of the flesh. It is this inner light that moves all parts of the outer light, because without this light, this tremendous power, all futility would go on forever hopelessly. Therefore, we have great important thought of the importance of life. Therefore, every scripture in the world has told us to protect life. It has told us and warned us not to destroy life, rather not to destroy the houses which it builds, to cooperate with it. For within this life, we also have all the laws of life. And the laws of life are the commandments. They are the ways, they are the principles, they are the methods by means of which life accomplishes its perfect works. Therefore, to damage or destroy the channels of life, or the channels of life, such is a serious crime against eternity. Therefore, we must also remember that in the religions of mankind, there was a basic nature worship. Now, nature worship is not exactly what we sometimes think it is in terms of nature cults and things of this nature. Nature worship is the adoration of the realities of things. It is to look out upon the great breadth and depths of existence with gratitude, with humble wonder, and with a deep and abiding resolution to learn the lessons of light and life, that we may in due time become useful and valuable servants in this house of eternal effulgency. All religions, then, have had their light gods, and these light gods are all love gods. They are deities that protect, preserve, and elevate, lift up, and redeem every form of life in nature. Among the most interesting, perhaps, of these light gods and life gods was Horus, the beloved son of Osiris, the god of the Egyptians. The story of the rites of the Egyptian mysteries, the story is so similar to our own that it does not pay us to overlook it, because it also contains certain secrets, as these are set forth in the ancient rites and rituals of the rites of Memphis. In the days of long ago, Osiris, the Father God, the principal eternal light, the guardian and protector of peoples and nations and races, decided that the time had come to establish a covenant upon the earth. And he sent to the earth his only begotten son, Horus, the firstborn of the light god. And this Horus became the defender of the faith and established the mysteries. And the symbol of this deity was the sun ball, the symbol of infinite life. And one of the symbols of this deity was the Scarabosacus, the beetle, which was the symbol of the sun itself, being rolled across the sky by the eternal power. And Horus became the symbol of the sun deity, and he sat in a ship, and this ship sailed across the sky in the daytime, and at night it went down and sailed through the underworld, so that the spirits in darkness might also have their light. The Egyptians did not know the heliocentric system as we do, but it is interesting that they had become aware of the fact that the sun's light was somewhere when it wasn't here, and regularly came up at the same time according to the seasons. So that instead of saying that it was on the other side of the earth, the Egyptians thought of it as in the underworld, or a subterranean part of the world, so that it passed through the darkness and brought peace to the souls that were troubled in the mysterious amentet of the afterlife. And Horus became the avenger of his father. And when Horus became the Redeemer, he was the Lord of the Sheshesti, the Lord of the sons of light. And in the great battle between darkness and light, Horus led the hosts of heaven and overcame the dark adversary of winter and brought about in due time the bright light of spring. Everywhere these legends mix and mingle and fall together in patterns that give us a great deal of material for careful thought. Now, this light that we know somewhere shining forever has also been distributed through living things as the source of individual life, individual light. And therefore both life and light come within us. And the great life core within us is the human heart. It is in the heart that forever the drum of the gods is beating. It is also in the heart that the drum of Shiva in India beats out the pulse beat that keeps us alive. Everywhere we look, we find symbols. And everywhere we find symbols, we find the story of the victorious sun, the mysterious universal light that lighteth everything that cometh into the world. And this light and this power is the life of men. It is the life of all creation. It is distributed through the blades of grass. It goes through every form of life. Therefore, in all analysis, all life is one life. And that one life is the eternal life light itself, the power of the divine in all creation. So as we come to the winter solstice, we come to the time in which the ancients be prepared for the day to come, where they look through the stones of Stonehenge, or watch the shadows of the great pyramids. All these were to tell them the sacred moment, the divine instant in which life returned to the world. Now, of course, it is obvious that life did not entirely depart, for if it had, all things would have ended in the black or Kali Yuga of night. It didn't cease, it was diminished. It was diminished, and in this diminishing, left great problems unsolved. It also became a great moral force, for something was going on all the time that some of our forebears recognized that we have more or less forgotten, and namely that the darkness or the night is our challenge. The powers of heaven give us light and light. They give us the day with all its glory. But it is in our own hearts and souls that we must transform the night into eternal day. When we do this, we're in the light of reality forever. All these thoughts passed through primitive minds, but these minds were very solemn and sacred in their thinking. They tried very hard to realize their utter dependence upon a divine power at the source of existence. They did not believe that they could stand alone. They did not believe that they could turn their backs upon the laws of heaven and build a world of their own. They did not believe in an atheistic culture or anything in which we did not trace our way back to the one truth, the one reality, the one inevitable. On our days, we kind of set aside Christmas as a symbol of giving. And each in his own way, and from his own heart, does some giving. The gift of heaven is interpreted in our human lives by the gifts of kindness, by thoughtfulness, by compassion, and by a sharing for a moment some of the realities that have come to our own observation. We find, therefore, the symbol of generosity, and the generosity is the sharing, finally, of life, the sharing of light, the sharing of truth. The greatest gift that we can give to any living thing is a share of the reality that abides within ourselves. So in the old days and so forth and so on, the giving of Christmas, which became identified with St. Nicholas of Myra, was a universal mystery. Christmas was sacred, giving was sacred, sharing was sacred, long before Christianity began. But they did take this, as Irenaeus tells us, and they took the oldest symbolism and Christianized it. They explained that in reality, the ancient peoples were, in a sense, Christian people. They had the same teaching, the same essential reality, but they did not call it by the same name. They invented diverse symbols to represent the same truth that was to come to the world at the beginning of the Christian era. And so we have today the descent of the the Christmas spirit by means of a psychological astronomical theology, the symbol of the zodiac, the planets, and the great clock of eternity. If then we view it in this particular way, we will have some new thinking to do that will be valuable and useful to us. To the ancients, the great mysteries were birth and death. Birth was a coming forth into the obvious. Birth was an embodiment of an eternal life that existed both embodied and unembodied. Birth was a coming into manifestation of invisible principles and powers. Birth was a great and wonderful miracle which the wisest could study and the simplest could comprehend. It was something that was a constant manifestation of unknown realities. Even today, we have no full understanding of the mystery of a life coming into embodiment. We know its physical processes. We can analyze and time the various steps of the procedure. But how it starts in the very beginning? What is the mysterious flash of divine power that in some way comes forth out of the unknown? It is not in the bodies of the parents. It is not in the body of the child, but it is in the body of God. And all creatures, the parents and the child, are in the body of God. It is one mystery specialized in one of the great events of existence, the mystery of birth. And in this birth, the light of heaven begins to shine through. Many mothers have seen it in the eyes of their babies. We see it also as we go along. We see that the child is born closer to God than we are. We realize that its thoughts and its ideals and dreams are very wonderful, if fanciful, and in a strange way more practical than ours, and that in our process of trying to help this child to become part of society, we in a way diminish the eternity of it and limit it into the concepts of our own life way. So the child begins, and this is the mystery of the sign of Cancer, the entrance to the cave of the mysterious nymphs. And then it goes on around the zodiac halfway from Cancer to Capricorn. And in Capricorn, we have the symbol of death or transition. Now, we take it first as a transitional symbol. We see the various energies and resources of life gradually impaired. We find that the time comes when the body can no longer sustain the dreams, the ideals of the spirit. Also, that in various ways, through ignorance, we have damaged that body so that it becomes more and more impaired. And that which was to be a temple to the Most High becomes a prison to our own mistakes. These things we have to face. But the time comes when there is a mysterious resurrection, which we call death. But death is really the going forth in light, according to the Egyptian ritual. To come forth by day is to come forth out of the darkness of our own limitations into the light of eternal truth. And beyond the grave, according to the Greeks, the Egyptians, the Persians, and the Chinese, there was not darkness, but light. All the darkness that there is here. And we immediately depart from it and come forth into the fullness. We come forth into the radiance of the celestial sun. So the Egyptians believed that what we call the Book of the Dead is really a misnomer. And the great Egyptologists of the modern world, like Budge, are aware that it is a misnomer. For the name of this sacred ritual, as performed in the rites of the Egyptians of the Osirian recension, is the book of the coming forth by day. And I know I talked to Dr. Budge Sr. in Chicago years ago when we were discussing the story of the Book of the Dead. And I said to him, Dr. Bustard, is there any evidence that this book was originally a drama, that it was performed by living actors within the precincts of the temples, It is not simply a discussion of the afterlife. It is a great drama of the life cycle. Bud Smiley said, it is certainly true, and I have seen copies, manuscripts of the Book of the Dead with the prompt as marks for the actors. It was a living drama, not merely a strange mythological account of something beyond our general understanding. And in this mystery of coming forth by day, we have the individual who goes forth in the light of truth. That the light within means that we retire not into darkness, but into light. And while the darkness may gather heavy upon the flesh, the more we press on into the mystery, the less darkness there is. And we find that the darkness belongs to this world and not to the eternity. Then we may ask, why are we placed here with this peculiar restriction? Why are so many people living and dying without believing in light? How is it that we struggle from day to day on mass of unsophisticated purposes? How is it that we continue to follow little patterns that lead nowhere and are perfectly content to waste our years rather than to grow? Why do these things happen? And the Egyptians and the Persians and the Hindus have given us a good answer. They have pointed out that we are here just as the small schoolboy says, why do I have to go to school every day when I'd rather go fishing? This is it. We would rather have fun. We would rather do nothing important. We would rather lazily go along, doing as we please, and hoping that everything will come out well. But it doesn't. And it doesn't come out well because it is contrary to the plan of our own existence. The great mystery school, the great center of initiation for man is the human world itself with all that it contains. This earth is our secret house where we must learn how to attain our own conscious immortality. We are here to learn, to grow, and to pass through the rites of life. And these rites are basically three. The rite of youth and childhood is the first. The rite of maturity is the second. The rite of age is the third. We move from one level of the mystery to another, and in each level there are lessons to learn. Those who learn the lessons graduate. Those who do not learn the lessons continue to drift along in their uncertainties. So in the great cycle of rituals, as broken up into the year, into the day, into the hour, into the minute, all these divisions are significant and have been made into parts of theology by our remote ancestors who lived and struggled and learned and died long before our time. But always the mystery was the same. Always the rite was the same. The purpose of life was to grow. The purpose of life was to release the light from within, so that instead of depending upon the reformations of physical society, we redeemed ourselves. As Paul says, the Christ in you, the hope of glory. It is our own inner divinity that must shine forth and lead us on the way of righteousness. We look everywhere for leaders, but the leader we never seem to look for is always here in our own heart. And it is this leader that speaks to us sometimes faintly through conscience, and often is silent for many years. Very often in tragedy and great loss, we turn to this inner leadership, and then we discover that there is balm in Gilead. That from this inner life comes the peace, the security, the understanding, which redeems and regenerates the uncertainties of mortality. So here we are with the presence of the sovereign sun, that Akhenaton represented as rays of light, each ending in a human hand. The sun that was no respecter of person, the sun that was not an autocrat, but was as mindful of the sparrow's fall as it was of the collapse of empire. This ever-present, utter intimacy of life, this life which is a seed, so to say, planted in everything, and growing in everything, unless the thing in which it grows turns against it. And all this life has no cash value. It is far more important. We cannot buy it, we cannot sell it. But we can bestow something of it from our own hearts if we so desire. We can comfort, we can help to enlighten, we can serve generously the needs of life, but we cannot buy or sell the light of heaven. It does not come out of our intellectualism, it does not come out of our materialism. It is not to be found in the laboratories of science, but the base materials of it are everywhere. And there is nothing that man ever learns, ever studies, or ever believes that in one way or another is not an instrument of eternal light. So on Christmas we come when the sun moves northward, when the darkness of winter begins to break, and we look forward to the promise of another day. We are reasonably certain, even in our most pessimistic moments, that the sun will rise, that the winter will break, that the tiny green things will break through the earth again, that nature will be fruitful, and the human being will be mindful. All these changes are part of a great procedure, a great process. And this process is mentioned in the story of the mysteries of the pyramid, in the house of the hidden places. The pyramid is the symbol of this earth, for its chambers and its inner parts are also symbols of the mysteries of our physical existence. Every mood we have is a room. Every conviction that we nourish puts walls around us or opens them. Every wall is either a divider or a protector. Everything we do has in some way a sacred significance, either directly or by lesson. We learn by doing it well, we learn by doing it poorly. In both cases, learning is inevitable. So as we stand now on the dawn of a very difficult age, a time in which most of our hopes are clouded by the uncertainties that are occurring, when it's sometimes very difficult to keep faith with providence, to keep our hearts and minds dedicated to those values which are so necessary. These days, to understand the mystery of the annual birth of the sun, it seems to be especially important. In a few days now, the sun will move northward. When it does so, it will give us the promise of another year. We will make our mistakes, but the grass will grow. We can make all the mistakes we want, but the birds will sing. And we will also make terrible times, but little lives will come into birth through us. Everywhere the great plan goes on, and the human being either forwards it or detracts from its fulfillment. But no matter what we do, good, bad, or indifferent, the great plan goes on. It is larger, deeper, and more mysterious than any obstacle that we can build against it. It goes on fulfilling itself. In old times, the priesthoods of the ancients were groups of dedicated persons united to help the good word go on, to help to make life rich, to bring new persons to the understanding of the great integrities of existence. And out of all these integrities, we've had the commandments of every culture, the laws of ethics, rules, rites, ceremonies. And in the ancient times, people were a little bit intimidated because they were told that if they broke these rules, they would suffer. Now, the suffering usually consisted in being rejected by their fellow citizens, but this was not the real meaning of it or the significance of it. Those who break the rules suffer because they have broken the rules. They suffer because it is inevitable that when we are not consistent with the laws of that light in which we exist, when we cut it off, when we turn our backs to it, when we deny it, or try to corrupt it and pervert it into some selfish purpose of our own, then we bring down the strange power that changes the light, as Vaney says, into a consuming fire. Therefore, light is the basis of our growth, and fire is the basis of our purification, as the alchemist pointed out. Every day we are here, we are being tested, not by some arbitrary power, but by our own needs. Within ourselves there are hungers, there are pains, there are mistakes that we constantly suffer from. We wish we didn't make them, but we do. We wish we could get over making them. We can, but we may not. Actually, the whole of our existence is a great initiation ritual. And the grand master of the mysteries is the sun, the great hierophant who controls all the rites and all the symbols. Not the visible sun as we see it in the sky, but as what the Emperor Julianus called the mystery of the sovereign sun and the mother of the gods. The sovereign sun is the ruler whose laws cannot be disobeyed. This is a luminosity. We do not see its principles. But the whole mystery of light is, as Newton found out, completely mathematical, completely lawful. In light is all things. And this light that comes from above, reflected through all forms of creation, turned and crossed over the orbit of the moon, and finally coming down to our earth. This light is a complete work in itself. It is a manuscript with more pages than have ever been written. It is a teacher that teaches more than any sage has ever known. It is a parent more intimate, more kindly, more loving than any physical parent can possibly be. And out of the great eternity of condition, out of the infinite number of things that must be rectified, in this light there is nothing failing, nothing overlooked. The light can reach to the furthest star and into the soul of the tiniest grain of sand. All of it is part of the tremendous dynamic effulgency of this light content. It is something that is so tremendous that we can only see the fringes of its robes. Its own substance is beyond us. So on Christmas Day, we worship, venerate, or adore, in one form or another, by one faith or another, by one system or another, the same mystery, the infinite blessing of God's gift of life, of light, of hope, of faith. And these things are indigenous. They are within us. They are not something that have to be taken out of the pages of a holy book. They are in our own hearts. And they are available to us at all times. But we celebrate this availability by the great birth of light at Christmas and the resurrection of light at Easter. These are the ancient ceremonies, the ancient symbols. And now, with all the problems that we face, it is necessary for us to begin to examine a few of these things. We are surrounded by an infinite amount of abuse. Every resource we have is being threatened. The peace and happiness of mankind is in doubt. We are very much aware of our infirmities, but not aware of the remedy. The remedy lies in the very fact of light itself. Lies in the fact that our adoration for the eternal should be so much greater than our fear of the temporal, that we cannot be moved from the foundation of gratitude, understanding, love, and obedience. The laws of life is like a pattern. We must obey. We must, in one way or another, keep the rules of the game. When we do, we are in a magnificent life of peace and security. When we break the rules, disaster descends upon us. We are beginning now, after a number of years of disaster, to consider this matter. We are beginning to feel that there's some relationship between the sky and the infinite and the stars and the sun and the moon, and our little puny existence down here on a little bulb rolling through space. We begin to realize that we are citizens of a vast universe whose rules we must obey. And we are here not simply to conquer this universe. We are here not to take its resources and exploit them. We are not here to get rich of what nature has provided. Because if we were, and it was lawful, we would not have to leave all of it behind when we go. We can only take with us that which we have achieved in union with life itself. And so on this season, the experience of life should be very close to us. And it is properly represented by generosity, by the individual sharing instead of hoarding, the individual giving instead of taking, the individual who realizes that it is better to love than to be loved. This all is part of a great story, a great reality. And the whole hope, the whole principle of it, the whole privilege of it is returned to us through the mystery of the winter solstice. Here, a necessary extra something is bestowed. In the winter, the world is like the body of things. It is like our physical bodies. In the darkness of winter, the bodies become objects of fear, the objects of abuse, the objects of terror, and crime stalks the darkness. In the light, however, the body becomes a symbol of radiance and luminosity. If we are limited to the body, we dwell in night. If we sustain our realities and survive the mysteries of our problems, then we ascend from body into unity with life itself. There is only one life. Therefore, there can be only one creature. And all the infinite diversities that we know, from the greatest to the smallest, are parts of one eternal family. A family that is forever here. A family in which we can have good relations or bad relations according to our own conduct. This is a family which we have not yet discovered to be a brotherhood or a sisterhood. We are not sure that those far away understand us, and probably they don't. But it is also true that the law says they must, and we must. There is no end to problem, no solution to the mystery of existence, except the restoration of the unity of life and the realization of the oneness of all created things. This means that all our natural resources must be used lovingly and unselfishly. That we are not permitted by nature to amass anything that is destructive to another person. That we are not allowed to be selfish with impunity. Everywhere we turn, the law works, and the law is love. And without that law, the great realities can never be revealed to us. We will invent many things and abuse them because we have no love. We will do much in research into the depths of nature, but it will be for profit and not for principle, and all will fail. Every device that we invent as a commodity, a convenience, or a new revelation of skills will remain a danger, a hazard, and a constant problem until it is used as the eternal demands that it be used. We cannot use it any other way and survive. And we have to do the same thing with our own lives. If we maintain our grudges and antagonisms, if we find a certain satisfaction in hurting the feelings of others, if we blame others for all our troubles and all our misfortunes, and pass on to other public officials answers that we must find for ourselves, these things continue to be a problem. We cannot be saved by government, but we can gradually restore the government of the eternal over the temporal. We can restore the government of light. And Tirmor Shah, the great Muslim conqueror, whom we know as Tamerlane, when he became master of the world at his time, he called in his sage and his astronomer and said, I want you to design for me a government based entirely upon the government of the heavens. I want to have a cabinet. I want to have a solar system of leaders. I want constellations of technicians and of skilled people. I want everything there is in the solar system set forth as a department of human society. It was a great challenge, but there was something in it that probably even Tamerlane did not understand. But the mysterious dark sage who he communicated with set him up a pattern that did survive for some time. A pattern based upon the fact that all parts of a solar system or all parts of a government must be united in a common purpose, and that all of the different branches must be equally enlightened, equally dedicated, and equally desirous of sharing all that is necessary for the common good. This was a great idea and a great challenge, but it comes back to us today. We are gradually, in spite of ourselves, deciding to return the world to its creator. We cannot handle the situation. We were never intended to. We were intended to use the experiences of this world to learn how to handle ourselves, how to become real people, how to do all the things that were necessary to the provision of realities. And in failing to do this, we have come in time to a grave difficulty. And so on Christmas at this time, we hope that each one of you will be given a special consideration to the problem of growth. That by the time we get around to next Christmas, there will be more stars in the terrestrial firmament, that more people will be bound together by the great truths of life. Otherwise, we will find a very strange chemistry occurring. We will find that the instruments for the manifestation of life will gradually deteriorate. The channels will no longer be clear. There will be various stoppages. There will be cholesterol in the psychological arteries of humanity. We will get to the point where we cannot get the blood to the heart, where then we begin to watch the saddest thing of all. Not a sudden departure from here, but a gradual loss of those virtues and values which are most necessary to our personal well-being and to our collective existence. We will rather realize that our purpose is to have the sun shine not on us, but through us, to all that is necessary, to all that is vital, to all that is valuable to the common good. So to grow up each year with the sun is very important, so that each year we become a little wiser, a little happier, and a little stronger, and more inclined to offer thanks and our various offerings to the sovereign sun. And then when we come finally to the summer solstice, and it begins to fade again, then we suddenly have another descriptive thought. As the sun slowly fades into the winter, it leaves us standing on our own feet. As it grows less day by day, we must supplement this loss through our own insights. If it is possible to recognize that in winter, people who are poverty-stricken need help in the form of clothing and food because the seasons are too inclement. In the same way, the soul, functioning in its own needs, requires a little more of our giving when the great sovereignty of the sun fades a little from us. It is as though we were growing into maturity. And little by little, the parents who guarded us fade away. And as they become less and less capable of guiding and guarding, then we must take over ourselves, take care of our own destinies, and guard and guide those who have loved us. Everything is a sharing, and every year is an opportunity to grow enough to share a little more, to do something better about all these things, rather than to simply drift along from day to day in our old ways. It seems, therefore, that somewhere along the way, we're going to have to get a new theology, in a sense, based upon the interpretation of the vast theology of existence itself. We have created all kinds of religions. Some are good, some are not quite so good. All are mostly sincere, there's no question about it. But there's something that they sort of set them apart. Theology was a branch of learning, to be listed with medicine or art or literature or law. Theology was a separate thing, to build a separate doctrine or a separate integrity to guide people through the years of life. There was nothing essentially wrong with it. The difficulty with it was it gradually crystallized. It gradually came into a state in which the acceptance of the theology was what helped. And this is not true. It is the living of it. It is the exploring of it. It is the divine examination of all these different values. And the real purpose of theology is to form a ladder up which man can step rung by rung until he can come face to face with reality itself. So in the course of time, this theological structure has lost its vitality. It has lost the realization that it was a science of salvation, not merely a series of beliefs. And that when two or more religions lock in some kind of horrible animosity, each one claiming to be more kindly than the other, and committing every conceivable crime in the name of the God of love. If this type of thing happens, gradually, little people, ordinary folks, are going to begin to see through the situation. They're going to realize more and more that these great formal structures are crystallized into patterns. Some of these patterns are good. There's no reason why we shouldn't follow the faith of our fathers if we so incline. But we should take that faith as a means of discovering the faith of our one Father, the eternal life in which we come. We must keep faith with truth and life, not merely with an assortment of opinions and beliefs. We must take no shortcuts. We must not try to join something that will save us from our miseries without improving our natures. Everything must be done lawfully and properly. Man is rewarded for his works and not for his promises. He is rewarded for his deeds and not for his pretensions. Each person in his own way is a traveler toward the light. And that light cannot be taken from him. It cannot be obscured by any physical phenomena. It could not even be destroyed or obscured if the planet Earth itself dissolved, because this light is eternal. And that which becomes one with it gains eternity with it. That which comes to see it shares it. And little by little, the individual who saw only his own backyard gradually begins to see his neighbor's life, then his country's life, then the world life. Everything comes as the person gains through the experiences of the testing of belief, understanding. The people who have seen other faiths have a better understanding than those. The more we experience or see or behold or appreciate the dedication, the convictions, the ideals of other people, other nations and other races, the more we suddenly come to realize that faith, our one faith, were separated only by geography and language. The real always and the facts on this of life, the parenthood of the divine and the brotherhood of humanity. These are the great truths. These are the things that we should think about a little bit as we come to the Christmas season. About to be a new opportunity to grow. The gates of the temple will open again, and the processions of the initiates will enter in to experience more testing, more trials, more proofs of integrity. And as their proofs improve, as they show themselves to be more and more worthy, the secrets of the eternal will flow through them. The more we become enlightened and awake inwardly, the more we will understand of the universe. The more the great truths of life will shine through to strengthen us and create in us a positive dedication. There are some interesting patterns and things that have come down to us from the ancients, including these various rituals, most of which tell us definitely that all ritualism is merely a symbol of life process. Rituals are things that life passes through in the process of becoming, and later in the process of bestowing. These two great processes work together. The child born into the world, even in infancy, is passing through initiation. The initiation of learning to walk, the initiation of learning to cry, the initiation of the love of parents, showing from itself a strange trustfulness which has not been destroyed by sophistication or abuse. The child's perfect acceptance of life reminds us of primitive society that in the beginning did not have the type of mind that censored, divided, was suspicious. And because it was not suspicion, the whole thing developed within that child itself. Then came the second initiation into the mysteries, and that was growth. Here we find the child faced by the gradual dawning of its own vital resources. Here we find the child going to school, facing education, facing the various dangers and hazards of gradual acceptance into physical society. Here the child passes through so-called childhood diseases, and most people have them philosophically and religiously also. Strange diseases of uncertainty, disappointment, disillusionment, discouragement, and mechanism of conflicts. These things the child has to learn while it is going to grammar school and taking long lessons in material it'll never use because it has no vital significance. But the child has to learn this. But then it goes into the next cycle, and having not learned anything too important, it has not been given even the enlightenment that we associate with the Montessori method of training children. Instead of having that child going into its teens with a little firm understanding of basic values, emotional adolescence, which is the most dangerous period of its life, with practically no mature help. Here it has to learn. Here it has to pass through all kinds of experiences, some of them very trying, which can gradually become tragic, as we find with young people of today, who have to enter this period without any help, with very little understanding and very little preparation. The only thing they can gradually do is learn from experience. They have to go through things until finally, through experience, through constant repetition of error, they come to the realization of what is right and what is good. So they finally pass through this period of life, open, struggling, trying to make those adjustments which are necessary to the establishment of home and family. And then we come to the next period. And this is the period which the ancients associated with the sovereign sun itself, career. Here the person has to build his way of life, prepare the problems of survival, employment, profession. Also, all of the maturities of mind and emotions which are necessary to the maintenance of a proper civilization or a proper integrity of life. Here we find the child now grown up in what might be termed the golden age, ruled by the sun itself. For here is strength, here is courage, here is the long period of career that extends between the end of education and retirement. This is the period in which the world must be faced. And in this facing, it is very important that the growing person will begin to understand the mistakes that society itself has established. That we are all in a society that is not in harmony with universal truth, universal order, or divine love. We are in a strange kind of twilight which we have created for ourselves through the constant emphasis upon selfishness. Here we have the fortune hunter, the accumulator, the wealth and fame seeker, all of which we may say constitute a general failure as far as the initiation rites are concerned. No one can have enough money to buy entrance to the temple. He must do it, he must make this entrance not by what he has, but by what he is. And if in so doing he has made the choice to depend upon accumulation for survival, he has made a mistake that will have to be paid for sometimes by many years of misfortune. All the way along, however, the planetary cycle is moving him through the degrees of a mystery initiation, a ritual of maturing. After he gets to this period of having attained worldliness in all its many aspects, and along the way undoubtedly accumulating a large number of disappointments, a great deal of sorrow, and terribly disillusioning events, he passes then into the next great cycle. And he passes into the cycle, we might say, of the elder statesman. He now becomes the counselor of others. He now becomes the authority on one thing or another. But most of all, he is presumed to become an authority on the management of his own life. At this stage, the children have grown up. The responsibilities that he had are gradually becoming less, and there is a constantly unfolding realization that there is something more important than this little life that he has been satisfied to waste or use in one way or another. So here comes a little bit of judgment, a little bit of thought, a little search for wisdom, a turning back to religion after a life of materialism. And there is society doing the same thing as it is today, turning back to religion after great outbursts of scientific materialism. Little by little, the mind matures as much as it can. It benefits to whatever measure it can benefit from the experiences of life. But along the way, it has failed largely to accumulate the various details of procedure which would have made it easier. There has been no definite study, no definite consideration until the emergency arose. I remember an emergency of this kind that came to my attention many years ago. A young man in his early 40s with a beautiful family, all the physical needs of life, a workable profession that was honorable and sufficient, dying. I was with him when he passed. He was a complete materialist. So he said, well, before he went, we had a little talk. And when we finished the talk, he died. But he said, why have I no faith? I need faith, but I haven't got it. I don't know what to do. I don't know why I exist. I don't know where I'm going. I'm leaving everything that's dear and near to me. I want to see my children grow up. I want to see my wife happy. But now it's all taken away. There's nothing, and I don't know why. Now, for a man to graduate from a great university, have a successful business and a happy home, and be unable to answer any of those questions is an indictment of our society. It is something that is almost incomprehensible, that a person can be called educated and become profoundly ignorant about all the personal values of life. How can a person who knows, as we all know, that we must leave this world, make no preparation for the journey? So before he passed, I said maybe the last words of Socrates would be of some consolation to you. Socrates, after he drank the hemlock, turned for his last words with his disciples. And he said, don't weep for me. Don't mourn me. Don't be sorry for me. Be rather sorry for those who stay behind. But this, I tell you, of all my life, I've looked for answers. I want to know more. I want to understand better. I want to see more clearly. And in a few minutes, I'm going to leave here. There's only one or two things that can happen. And there will be no Socrates, and no vestige of him. If that is the case, I have no further worry, for I will not exist to worry at all. I'm not going to cease, but I am going to come to the presence of many mysteries that I cannot solve in this life. If I do not perish, then I will know I am immortal. If I have a survival and a part of a universe of unknown and invisible principles after death, probably I will understand some of them. Therefore, I will either cease, or I will go forth to know the answers to the questions I have sought all my life in this world. When I told the young man that, he kind of held my hand for a minute. He says, I think I understand. And he went. So this is the type of problem that we should think about perhaps at this season of the year. We should think about the creation of a way of life, which is the dedication of the Christian spirit. We are told clearly that the gift of life is the gift of God. We are told clearly that love took place, flesh, and dwelt among us for the redemption of all that live. These things are parts of faith that sometimes are closer to children than they are to the adult. But in any event, we are celebrating today the annual birthday of the Divine Son, whether it is spelled with an S-U-N or an S-O-N. It becomes the symbol of infinite life, infinite light, and infinite love. Therefore, this is a very important day. It's not much use for us to go out and make resolutions, because we'll break them in a few days. But we can begin to understand, not placing a penalty upon ourselves, but allowing the self within us to grow a little, to begin to open up, simply because our thoughts are more generous and more kindly, and that we are beginning to realize that happiness is not something we can gain by direct effort. Happiness is a byproduct. It comes as the result of doing things right, living and thinking and loving and hoping in harmony with the divine purpose of things. We live in a universe that is completely lawful. And that law is not only a code of conduct, it is the security of an infinite love. Law is a discipline given to the universe that it may fulfill its proper destiny. And this is the same with us. The disciplines of living are the ways that we gain eternal life. So at this time, we should perhaps be a little more thoughtful, a little more considerate of these great values. that we should realize that the return of the sovereign sun is a new invitation to growth. Just as the little seeds will come out of the earth again, and the birds will sing again, so all life will take on the glories of the spring and summer. And these glories in our hearts are not fulfilled simply on the physical plane of natural harvests and so forth.
Hello, welcome to BluntSaggi Tarot. My name is Robin. Today we're going to do an all signs reading. We're going to find out what messages you need to receive, what you need to know, what your spirit guides want to pass along today. So there's some general messages of what you need to hear. So click on your sun, moon, Venus, or rising sign, whichever one. Click on all four. Do a close vote. Each one will be timestamped in the description box and the comment section below. As well, in the description box, there will be instructions on how to enter my December sweepstakes. So I am doing a contest to say thank you for supporting my channel. Capricorn, let's talk about you. Let's see what messages you need to hear. Let's see what your spirit guides want to say, what you need to know. Talk to us. Happy birthday for the Cuppers. A lot of you will be watching this today and tomorrow, so the 21st, 22nd. So we're entering into Cappy season. So happy birthday. I do a Capricorn contest for birthdays, so you're starting today. So comment your birthday below, and I give away free happy birthday readings throughout your birthday season. So if you want a happy birthday reading, Cap, it is a very particular one. It's just the birthday people, the birthday group, which is you. Enter below. I will be replying to the comments. If you think you won, make sure it's me. You'll be told to send an email to BluntSaggiTarot@hotmail.com to claim your free reading. It's a free happy birthday reading. There's no money involved. Okay. So happy birthday to the customers. Happy birthday to those in the happy season. Let's get into this. What you need to know is soulmate. So you're dealing with something. Let's see what this is. Who is a soulmate? What do you want to say about that for Capricorn? What are we talking about? The Devil in reverse and the Emperor in reverse. Oh, Six of Wands. There is. Okay, let's see what kind of soulmate you're dealing with here. You're feeling very left out right now. What you need to know is this person is manipulating you. They, Emperor in reverse and the Devil. Hold on, what's behind that? The Knight of Pentacles in reverse. Yeah. Capricorn, you have a very unpleasant energy around you at this moment that's making you feel left out, making you feel hurt, but you will come out victorious. What is it? What is this Emperor in reverse and the Devil in reverse, spirit guys? What does Capricorn need to know about this person? Four of Cups. Oh. You're not feeling this way, Cap. Someone's upset that you're not giving them the attention that they want. Judgment, you got a little bit of a, they want your attention, you're not giving it to them. So this person's hurting, this person's in sorrow, this person is wanting your attention. Yeah, they want some of you, they want a lot of you, they want a piece of you. And you're not giving them attention. That could be a fire sign, could be another, I feel like it could be an Aries, it could be another earth sign, Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn, but there's someone here. How is Capricorn going to know who this person is? And are they coming to talk to them? Like, they're missing you. What you need to know. They consider you their soulmate. They're missing you. I don't think this is a manipulative energy. This is an energy of someone wanting your attention and they miss you. Clarify. They come. Yeah, but you don't know this. Oh, they think you're their soulmate. They really do miss you. There's the message. Okay, so they are coming to talk to you. So you expect an incoming message here, Cat. Ace of Swords. The person considers you their soulmate. Happy birthday, it's a birthday gift, but well, we'll see how you feel about it. You tell me. But they've kept it a secret. They've kept their feelings a secret. They've kept to themselves. They might have been unreliable for you, but they want your attention, and they're about to come for and seek your attention. There's a Hierophant. So you got someone coming in who's in love with you, and they want a relationship, and they want all of your attention. So let's get you a few oracle messages and see what they want to say to you about that. But expect to hear from this person. That's what you need to know. And look, I'm just like, look at him looking over. He knows, like, this is his soulmate. He's looking over there thinking, I'm coming to get my cash. Surrender to your intuition. So tune into your inner voice. Be aware of any gut feelings, flashes, knowings, or aha moments that come through to guide you. And your energy oracle message. What do you want to say? What you want to say? So, woman holding a heart in reverse, 6th chakra, Archangel Metatron in reverse, Yin Yang in reverse. I just gotta take off my coat here and like sweat and pull on cap, sorry. Like Canada, so it's cold when you come out here, but then a couple hours later, it's not really cold anymore. Well, still cold, but not my coat anymore. Okay, woman holding a coin. So first of all, we got all these fours, so 4, 4, 4. Woman holding a. Okay, so first of all, this is representative of an imbalance. So that's why we have this intuition. You're not fully trusting your intuition here. Your intuition might be blocked. What is the imbalance? World in reverse. Person. There's a soul contract with this. Wow. And there's something you're holding on to. Yours is a lot longer than everybody else's. Hold on a sec. Because there's just this imbalance. So so first of all, when those come in reverse, it's a message to do some chakra work. There could be a block in your chakras. There's something I want to add to that because I'm not. Pentacles in reverse. Don't rush in. So when this person comes back, make sure that you've learned your lesson, but happies don't typically rush. So this person, I feel like, is really going to want to rush with you and move things really quickly and trust your intuition and trust your guidance when it comes to how you handle the situation. That's what they want to say. This person's coming back to tell you that they want to be with you. They're in love with you. They want to jump right into something with you. And I'm not sure that's what you want, or your spirit guides are at least telling you to trust your intuition and set your boundaries when they need to be set, but do what's best for you when it comes to this person returning. Grab your caring connection here. What do you want to say about that to Kat? You could be dealing with that. It literally says Kat. So challenges. All true soul connections involve challenges that can become overcome together. And this person definitely thinks this could be overcome. And let's get the hidden truth. I know that I crossed the line. They think that they can come back, and they are. So Kat, that's what I have. Again, if you want to enter that birthday contest, you know what to do. Leo, let's see what important message you need to hear today. Let's see what your spirit guides want to say, what you need to know, what you need to hear. Spirit guides, what do you want to say to the Leo collective today? What do they need to hear? Come to the edge. Happy. Ooh, taking a leap of faith. Well, look at those sixes. You might be seeing sixes here. 36 and 26. So taking a leap of faith, taking a risk here, calculated risk, but ultimately doing what's best for you. This happy, she's really happy because she's being authentic to herself. She's doing what's best for her. She's making the choices that are going to bring her happiness. So there's some choice, there's some leap of faith they want you to take here. What is this about? What do you want to say to Leo? That is going to lead to your happiness. It might be just a change of scenery. What do you want to say? Holy moly. Aries got like one card. So that's funny. All right, what do you want to say? We have the Knight of Wands, we have the King of Wands in reverse. We have the Five of Pentacles, we have the Hermit in reverse. We have the there's another six. You might be seeing sixes. Sixes are usually about giving. They're also about romance. A lot of times romance and soul purpose here in the tarot. So the Knight of Wands, the King of Wands in reverse, Five of Pentacles, the Hermit in reverse, Six of Pentacles. So I feel like you've been, I don't want to say that. There's a Seven of and Three of Swords. There's definitely been an obstacle that you've hit with something that you're working on. If it's your money, you're feeling pretty, you feel like you're struggling financially. You're spending more than you're making. If it's love, you're feeling left out, feeling lonely. But I feel like it's, you're wondering if it's a waste of time. You're wondering if you should give up on this. You're wondering if you should continue to go. You're wondering what direction you should be going in. The Knight of Wands is moving away from the King of Wands, which tells me you're sick of drama, you're sick of the obstacles, you're kind of sick of that. You just want something a little bit different here. We have two cards of coming out of loneliness, coming out of scarcity. So I feel as though, Leo, you may have been giving to people who may not have been giving back to you, might have been investing more, or you were inconsistent with what you were working on. You take the one that goes. And if you were inconsistent on working on that, they want you to show more consistency and be more positive because they don't want you to give up. These blocks are to make you learn. They're to teach you, to show your determination. The Knight of Wands is a very determined knight, right? There's a lot of fire here. So you're in your energy, you're in your power. I feel like your mind frame is a little negative, and they just want you to take a leap of faith and have faith in the universe that you are in the right direction. Nothing is a waste of time, Leo. Everything is just lessons. That magician's in reverse, which means there's an aspect of yourself. So whatever it is that you're working on, for a lot of you, I do feel like it's more career than love, but there really isn't a lot of cups here, or it could be friendship, but whatever that aspect is that you're working on, magician is in reverse, is not using his talents to his full benefit. So he's not wanting to see his talents, or maybe he feels like it's being self-aware to know what our strengths and our weaknesses are, right? When he's in reverse, not fully self-aware and admitting what those strengths are, which is going to create some scarcity mindset. So it's all about changing your mind frame, taking that leap of faith and knowing that the universe is guiding you, and that's what's going to treat you happy, but it's also going after what you want and being consistent, Leo. That is what's going to bring you your happiness, and knowing who and who not to give into, or to give into. Interesting. Someone might be guilting you into something, but it's also about knowing where to put your energy. And nothing is a waste of energy, it's only less. I want to do that. I do feel like there's a little bit of something definitely is not happening fast enough. There's obstacles that you're running into. So they do want you to stay the course and show more consistent effort, and really truly be true to yourself. So let's get a few oracles and see what they want to say, but it's all about changing your mind frame. What does Leo need to surrender to? What does Leo need to surrender to, Spirit guys? Your attachment to results. The formula for success is to do all that you can to make it happen, and then let go. Holding on too tightly can sabotage it. So trust the universe. Take that leap of faith. Let the universe guide you. You know, you put your work out there, you put your energy out there, and you trust that when you're coming from your heart, you're coming from your authentic self, you have true intentions, the universe is going to work with you. But you got to be positive, because if you have those doubts, anyone who's manifesting those, keep manifesting those doubts. So what is the energy oracle message here for Leo? Man holding a coin. Oh, okay. Do not compare yourself to other people. We are on our own journey. We are on our own path. Sometimes we have no idea what's happening behind closed doors when it comes to other people. So do not compare yourself to other people. You're on your own journey. You're where you are. You're exactly where you're meant to be, and so are they. And this is a message of stay true to you, because remember, you might consider, like someone might be showing themselves all fancy, all great on Instagram or Facebook, but in real life, like behind closed doors, their life is not fancy. Their life is great. They're just a showboater. They're just a faker or whatever, right? You never really know what's happening behind closed doors. And when we look at others in that sense, we're missing things within ourselves, and there's another stick. So this is a big message. Don't compare yourself to other people, Leo. You are where you are. You're good enough, and you're going to get where you need. Taurus, let's talk about you. Let's see what you need to know, what messages your spirit guides want to pass along, what you need to hear, what you need to know right now. Let's talk about you. Spirit guides, what do you want to say about Taurus? What do they need to hear? Ooh, regeneration. It's a great card. It seems you've been through a few tower moments, maybe even a couple tornadoes, you've been through Kansas, but you're coming out on top. This is the Phoenix rising from the ashes. So what else does Taurus need to know? What do you want to say about that? What do they need to hear? What do they need to know right now, Spirit guys? What do you want to say? There you are. Two of Swords in reverse, the Hierophant, and the Eight of Swords in reverse. Something is becoming unblocked. I feel like it's you. You're really rising into your power. You might be receiving a promotion, or just rising into a position of influence. But you are stepping into your power here. And it's time to release any fears, any negativity, any doubts, any insecurities, because you're the Hierophant. This is a person of influence. These people are asking him for advice. You understand? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Many of you Tauruses are getting I can't even talk. You're getting a promotion or a new job offer. That's going to be a lot more work, a lot more responsibility. They don't want you to block this, though. They don't want you to stress. This was meant for you. And I do believe it's an increase in pay grade, too. World in reverse, justice in reverse. Wow. You might have been through a tough time, like maybe with this company or maybe with work, maybe you've been unemployed, but the opportunity is coming in and you're about to step into a leadership role, a boss role, a position of influence. So storm is over, Taurus, and you're about to rise to the top here. That's coming in for you. So very short, very sweet. They don't even want you to block it. They don't want you to double question it. They don't want you to think about it. They don't want you to analyze it, because it's what you deserve. It's a good opportunity. will put you in a position you should be in. Let's get you a few oracle messages and see, but whatever that opportunity is coming here. So what do you need to surrender to? Resentment. Holding on to resentments only poisons you. Try to forgive others for their shortcomings and keep moving forward towards positive situations in your life. The energy oracle message here, Taurus, what do you want to say? Oh, is that all the way over there? One second, grab that. The thinking man, but he's in reverse. So let's get you your message here. Oh, one moment. When one comes out of the deck, the message is in the book. So let's get that. Boy, I turned right to the page, baby. I love when that happens. The thinking man in this position could represent the male in authority who is not acting in your best interest. But I feel like that's from the past, if it has been, and you're about to surpass that. But it's usually about you more than others in your life. The card is indicating that as a learning and growth are part of your past, that you're not fully heeding your call. You might be destined to be a therapist, a teacher, writer, publicist, psychic, or a healer, and your soul is longing to serve in this capacity. Something is blocking your way. It is time to break through and move in this direction now, because remember that what you learn during your own growth, you'll be able to share with others, often adding your personal compassion and personal wisdom. This is beautiful. You have been. That blockage is lifting, though, in that new position, and you're stepping into your power is coming through. It matches perfectly. You're about to come into some position of influence, position of authority, and you're going to help people through the negatives that you've been through, the experiences you've had, Taurus. You're literally the phoenix rising from the ash. So what is your sword? What do they want to say? Time to decide. Make a decision based on your heart's true desires, Taurus. All right, that's what I have. Let's get your Scorpio. Let's talk about you and see what your spirit guides want to say right now. Let's see what you need to know, what you need to hear, what message you need to receive today. Spirit guides, what do you want to say to Scorpio? Well, it's time to make a change here. Change in the wind. Pretty obvious, not that insightful, Scorpio. Hold on, I got a card situation in the corner here. Okay. So, change in the wind. It's time to go in a different direction or change the way you're doing something, looking at it a different way, changing your strategy. Let's see what this is about. What is this change for Scorpio? Spirit guides, what do you want to say? Six of Wands in reverse. Whoa. Whoa, you got a lot of cards. We'll see. Let's see. There's a lot to say. So the Six of Wands in reverse, Hanged Man in reverse, the Knight of Swords, the Six of Cups in reverse, the Five of Cups in reverse, Four of Swords, the Knight of Pentacles, on the bottom, Two of Cups in reverse. It's definitely time to see a situation for what it is and stop giving attention to it. They want you to move forward, but it's like, I feel like you want to run away. Okay, here's the thing, Scorpio. I feel like you want to run away from something that didn't work out, negative memory, could be a person. I feel like you just kind of want to run away, forget about that. But before you can do that, and before the past can be the past, you have to stick to what it is and have learned the lesson. You can't dwell on the negative. You got to focus on the positive in order to move forward in a positive manner and in the right manner, and in order to get what you want, basically. Otherwise, that's why we get trapped in circles, right? It's when we go away too quickly, so dealing with that. So it's about seeing this person or situation for what it is. I don't want you to continue to dwell on it. I have this feeling like you're dwelling on it. You want to take a pause, take a moment, understand, first of all, that it's a journey. Life's a journey, life's a marathon. It's not a race. We're not racing anywhere. We got time. Well, we have to live our life like we have time. But sometimes we never, I don't know. Let's just live. We have to, life is a race. Life is a marathon. It's not a race, right? Let's just leave it at that. But with the Knight of Pentacles, it's about paying attention to the details here. So there's definitely, what's that detail? What is that? How do they want to look at this differently? What do you want to say about that Hanged Man in reverse? How, Two of Swords, Five of Pentacles, and the Four of Cups. When things don't work out, when things get blocked, when we get turned into a different direction, it's a gift from the universe. You know, rejection is God's protection, but it's also why did this happen to us? Why did this happen for us? Where am I supposed to go? Because right there is not where I'm supposed to be. But you have to deal with the resentment and the forgiveness there. I feel like someone really hurt you here, Scorpio, and you just kind of run away. You gotta, sorry to say it like this, but they want you to deal with that. Not dwell on it, heal from it. So change your mindset. It didn't happen to you, it happened for you. Understand the lesson from that experience and then move forward. But if we move forward without that, that's when we end up in our cycles, and that's what they really want you to change. There's something you need to heal. It's going to be different for each of you. With that Two of Cups in reverse, it could be an aspect of yourself, but I feel like it's an aspect of yourself. There's something that you haven't, something that wasn't there to happen. Can't control what other people do and what the universe does always control how you react. So take the time to really heal yourself before rushing forward into a new situation. Like if it's with a lover, you'll take the time to heal from that partner before you jump into a new relationship. You know, some people relationship hop. They don't want you to do that. They want you to take a pause in the middle and really heal and learn from that before you jump into something new. So they really want you to take a pause. I feel like instead of rushing into something, you take a pause and learn the lesson, Scorpio. That's what they want to say. So what do you need to surrender to here? Where'd that go? Where'd that go? Hold on. All the way over there. Let me hunt that down. What does that say? Support and receiving love. To allow the love and support of others in, rather than trying to handle everything yourself. This can take the pressure off and simultaneously nurture you. The energy oracle message here, Scorpio. What do you want to say? Envy, envy, deceit. Wow, you did, okay. You did run into a very deceitful, envious, mean person here, Scorpio. This person is not of the light. So I don't know what else to say. This is you might have met a narcissist. If you're an empath, empaths tend to draw in narcissists. But you met someone who was very deceitful, very envious, very jealous, very petty, very ridiculous. Somebody who only cared about themselves. They're so far away from definitely an ugly feminine energy. There she is again. So it's about healing from this person and not taking anything that they did personally. When people are like this and they act like this, it has nothing to do with you. It is their inner demon. It's about just seeing that and moving forward without resentment. But it's hard not to resent a person like that. I feel that. But if you continue to hold that resentment, you're going to continue to meet people like that until you stop and get out of that cycle. Sorry that you met someone like that, Scorpio, but that's what I have. See what you need to let go of here. That's what they want to say. So don't rush into anything new. They really just, that's what the message is. They want you to take time to breathe, plan where you're going to go and heal from that person or situation. Find a place of quiet solitude and listen to the goddess of the moon. Is she calling for more love? And if you don't release the arrow, your aim is for nothing. So aim straight, shoot the arrow. That's what I got, Scorpio. I truly wish you the best of luck. Let's get you your final message before we close this off. What do you want to say, Scorpio? The universe wove you from a constellation, just so every atom, every fiber in you comes from a different star. So reconnect with the creative influences you've been drawn to throughout your life and how they have affected the person you become. What I got for you, I truly wish you the best of luck. Until next time. Pisces, let's talk about you. Let's see what you need to know, what messages you need to hear, what your spirit guides want to say, what do you need to hear right now. So spirit guides, what do you want to say to Pisces? What do they need to know? What do you want to say to them today? Community, deep knowing. So your intuition's on point about something or somebody. Let's see what this is. See what that is, but you definitely, you know something that you already knew is coming to light. What do you want to say? I feel like it's something you didn't want to admit. The Hermit, okay? There's your intuition. The Hermit, the Fool in reverse, the Moon, the Ten of Cups. Okay. Somebody, Pisces, how do I say this? Somebody that you trusted or somebody that you thought was your friend or that you could trust isn't really trustworthy, and you're finding that out, and it's disappointing, but a part of you always knew. Just always knew that was the kind of person that they were. So this is about just realizing that's who they are and trusting your intuition. I feel like you might have ignored some red flags, some deep knowing within yourself, some sign about this person. Then when you went to depend on them, they weren't there for you. High Priestess, but you knew this about this person. So this is This is really about listening to intuition about somebody, right? You don't have to not be friends with them, but keep them at an acquaintance, at an arm length, not somebody that you tell your problems to, not somebody you confide in. They're just an acquaintance. And I feel like you're learning the difference between friends and acquaintances here. And trust your intuition, because I feel like you knew this. You knew this person was going to disappoint you. You knew that they weren't reliable, that they weren't going to be there for you. You knew. So really trust your intuition, and don't ignore those red flags. That's the message that they want to give to you today, Pisces. And I'm sorry that this person did that, but that's what you want. That's what they want you to learn from that. So that's what's going on. That's what's happening. Most of the time, those people is not personal. It's just who they are. Some people, like, when you have a problem, 80% of the people are happy you have a problem. You know what I mean? It's nothing to do with you. Just those people are happy in their lives, and sometimes it's hard to learn those things, though. So let's get you a few oracle messages, see what they want to say. You need to know it wasn't personal, but I feel like the biggest message here is to trust your intuition and those red flags, because you already knew this about that person. Maybe you just didn't want to believe it, you didn't want to see it, but it's not judging people harshly. Some people think it is, or it's not being mean, it's being realistic about who that person is. You know, that's really what it is, about being realistic, and accepting that about them. So let's get to what you need to surrender to here. What does Pisces need to surrender to? Receiving support and love, and learning who you can and cannot trust, right? To allow love and support of others in, rather than trying to handle it yourself. It's going to take the pressure off and simultaneously nurture you. So it's not bad to ask for help. You always need to ask for help, but it's trust your intuition as to who will actually be there for you. Because, like I said, 80% of the people in your life, they're just acquaintances. We mistake them for friends. The energy oracle message here for Pisces. What do you want to say? Action in reverse. Get your message. And when it comes out of the deck, it's in the book. One second. Action is the accelerant that ignites your desires. When this card is in reverse, you might be finding something's missing in your determination or your follow-through. Perhaps you've been engaging in wishful thinking more so than effort. Or perhaps you need to make adjustments in what you're paying attention to. Create a structured plan and make sure you take your action. This will move you closer to your goal. So be flexible and persistent, and ever conscious of your ability to act on your own behalf. So again, it's about also depending on yourself. Sometimes we have to learn, it can always depend on others. We have to learn when to do things on our own. Those are not easy lessons to learn either, Pisces, not at all. What does Pisces need to let go of? Sip in air without rushing towards the future, because the present is worth enjoying. So let's get one final message here before we close this off. Pisces, what do you want to say? So trust your intuition, and remember that you can and cannot trust. So trust your intuition. I saw on point. Don't doubt it. You're a Pisces. Body work. Your life purpose involves body work such as massage therapy, energy healing, physical therapy, and exercise training. Whoa. Speaker. Your life purpose involves your skill exploration. That's what I got for you, Pisces. I'm sorry you ran into an unreliable friend. Let's get your final message here to close this off. What do you want to say, Spirit guys? What do you want to say? Love yourself enough to set those boundaries. Your time and energy are precious. You get to choose how you use it. You teach people how to treat you by deciding what you will and will not accept. Repeat these affirmations when you feel stressed. The boundaries I create allow me to shine for myself and others. Remember, you don't have to cut them out. You just got to put them at arm's length and know who you can and cannot trust. That's what I have, Pisces. Truly wish you the best of luck. Until next time.
Dr. Suzuki, in his study of Christian and Buddhist mysticism, poses a question which I think has arisen in the minds of most Western people confronted in this generation by a situation they have never previously faced. Dr. Suzuki points out that what we generally term as Oriental philosophy is regarded by most Western people as a negative kind of fatalism. We are so inclined here in the West to think of the aggressive individual as expressing the highest attainments of the race, that we look upon the quiet man as weak, as negative, as an escapist. We no longer reward the person who has achieved internal integrity or tranquility. Viewing tranquility with alarm under a system which apparently reserves its greatest rewards for continuous activity, we have come to a situation which perhaps calls for a reevaluation of what might be termed a normal point of view. Obviously, the human being cannot engage in continuous activity. That he can be active, we all realize, but he cannot be active 24 hours a day. Nature has therefore indicated that a certain time or period of tranquility is absolutely necessary to survival. It presses this upon us in the form of sleep. And sleep, to a very great degree, is man's salvation. By means of it, he is able to repair some of the excessive damage caused by activity. We must therefore recognize that it is perfectly conceivable that the machinery of man is subject to two ultimates. One, that it will wear out, and the other, that it will rot out. When man's machinery...
Hi Capricorn, welcome to your love reading. This is going to be for Capricorn, Sun, Moon, Venus, and Rising. This is a general love reading, so it may or may not resonate. If it doesn't resonate with you, feel free to check your other placements. Let's look at you and the person you're currently thinking about, and then we'll look at your overall love spread. So, what's going on with Capricorn and their person? What are the energies between these two? What are the energies between these two? Oh, Lord. Someone may have an apology for you, but you may need to watch out with this Magician in reverse. This could be them wondering if you are being real or if you're being manipulative or wearing a mask, or they could be manipulative and wearing a mask. I wish this Page of Cups had come out with something else, but it's better to be warned. So there is some kind of apology or communication, but you may need to watch out. I guess we'll get more information on it. You got the Devil. You could be dealing with a fellow Capricorn. Capricorn. This person could, for some of you, this person could be the Devil. Because I see you trying to run from something. You may be running towards this person and their apology, and they may not be real, you know. May not be. It doesn't have to be true. It could be that you both had some issues that needed working on, or still have stuff that needs to be worked on, and you may just be running back to the situation. But I do see that some of you could be trying, I feel like you're trying to run away from toxicity. Just be careful not to run towards it, not like unknowingly. Mutual energy. I see you withdrawing and trying to take back your power. Sorry, it got noisy. You may be withdrawing and trying to take back your power. I do feel like you are trying to avoid toxic situations. But this person may also be trying to do the same. You could have your separate things that need working on. You both may be, you're putting words together that are not connected. You both may be experiencing pain in the relationship in different ways. You may view them as toxic and they may view you as toxic because you experience pain in different ways. Does that make sense? I know it's hard, it's kind of hard to understand someone else's
pain when you feel like they're causing you pain and they feel like you're causing them pain. It's like complicated, but near future energy, I see you getting over the situation. For some of you, there might be crazy to say this, but some of you, there might be a reconciliation with this person. And it may be, hopefully it is a case where they have recognized where they went wrong and what they need to fix. You've recognized yours, and you both are healing, hopefully. Because I see you getting over what needed to be gotten over. But then there's this energy. This could be you rebuilding yourself, but because the world is here in reverse, it looks like you're kind of redoing the relationship. So hopefully if you're redoing it, it's because you're both willing to work together. Other than that, I do see a lot of you rebuilding yourself. Could be dealing with a Cancer, a Virgo, or a fellow Capricorn, Pisces energy as well. So let's see. I was gonna say let us see. I don't know what's going on with my speech in this read, but let's see. What do we have for Capricorn when it comes to love? What does Capricorn need to know and what is coming up for Capricorn in love? You may have an overwhelming emotional situation going on. Yeah, this is all about healing. And this is why you both might reconcile, because this person's also trying to get over the emotional strain, the bad things that happen in this connection, but they're seeing you as the sun. So they may not be blaming you. They're seeing you in a really positive light, but they're trying to get over some emotional conflict. I'm hearing that for some of you, this person is realizing their past traumas, which could be why they're not blaming you. They're blaming, the root cause of their behavior. So that's good, right? We've got Aquarius energy, Leo, and Pisces and Scorpio. You are feeling emotionally overwhelmed. And some of you, your self-esteem may have been affected here. But I see you working on it. Something about this world in reverse, though. We're going to clarify it. But let's see what else we have. You see, okay, we got apology. Remember the apology came out with the relationship in reverse. It's so sad, but we'll see what that was about. I just noticed that you do have the King of Cups in reverse as mutual energy, so you both may have played some emotional games. Maybe looking at each other like you played games with me, that type of thing. What are the messages for Capricorn when it comes to love? I always feel like somebody's watching me. Be careful of fake pages. So they may be watching you, be watching each other. Yeah, forever my lady, eternal love, marriage, proposal, pregnancy, Empress, reciprocity. Also, we have for Capricorn. Health matters. Some of you may be focusing on your health, mental health, physical health, emotional health. Whatever the case may be, we have takeaway, loves you for you, material things don't matter. How over logic, codependency, overly attached in your own world. I see a transference relationship, but there is some serious emotional issue here. It's like it could be this energy of eternal love, and it may be, but there's definitely no denying the work that would need to be done. So, what are the love messages for Capricorn? We have regret. Someone may be working on forgiving themselves. So this person may feel regret. We have reconciliation. Mystery. snake. You see what I mean? I don't know. Like, there keeps being this undertone of you may not be able to trust. I don't know if you two are still in warrior mode or like war zone mode where you're still looking at each other like, can I trust you? Are you the snake? Are you the one who can't trust? You know, like, there keeps being this undertone of not being able to trust someone wearing a mask type of thing. See what else comes up. Because whether, I don't know. Verify the 5 of Cups in reverse, please. Why are they feeling the 5 of Cups in reverse? Yeah, they are doing some healing. They're trying to get over what they feel is affecting their love life overall. They may have had this repeated pattern of relationships, and they're realizing that it's not you, that it's something within them. That's why they're going within. With the Hermit, it could be a Virgo or a Gemini. Why are they viewing Capricorn as the sun? They're getting clarity. Even if you've been, I'm getting that even if you've cussed this person out or been mean to them, they're still seeing you as the sun, because we have this Queen of Wands in reverse, but they may realize that you're just hurt and you're just expressing your hurt. So if you are wondering if you cussing them, if they're seeing you as a bad person because you cuss them out, no, they're still seeing you as a shining sun, and they kind of recognize that you have a reason to be angry and upset, because they're not blaming you. Like I said, they're blaming their past. They're blaming the root cause of this. Purify the Star in reverse, please. Yeah, your past pains, your heartbreaks, betrayals that have happened to you have kind of kept you stuck and are affecting your self-esteem, your energy. So that's where you need to kind of pull back and recognize how you're being affected by your past as well, how it may be hindering you, making you feel some type of way about yourself that is not true. Clarify the 8 of Wands, please. This person, they are processing their emotions. They're trying to get to an emotional stable place. You're both in this King of Cups energy reverse, and this person's taking steps to get to the Queen of Cups upright, understanding their emotions and yours. Right now, they may feel like they're not there yet. I'm getting that they don't know how to get there, but they're actively trying to figure that out. And I'm hearing that that has nothing to do with you at the moment, because that, if you involve yourself in that, then you're just going to be more confused and kind of taking on their burden of trying to find out their issues. It's kind of like you're having to separate yourself. Clarify the Knight of Cups in reverse. Yeah. You're needing to do work because you're overwhelmed and you need to focus on you and tame yourself. So let's say you can cuss this person out often, or you do have urges to express your feelings. You're having to tame your inner beast and be strong and work on your emotional triggers and stuff like that. Because even though this person is aware that you have a right to be upset, you don't want to keep pushing it, you know. Verify the World in reverse, please. The Hangman. So a lot of you may be seeing that this person is making some kind of effort or seeing things differently. A lot of you may, during your moments of focusing on yourself, you may feel like you know how to make this relationship work, or that you want to give it another chance, but I'm
being like an embryo, like a baby, where if it's born too soon, it's not the most healthy situation. It needs to go full term, it needs to go the whole 9 months to be at the best health. And that's what I'm seeing. So it's like you'll get the idea that, yep, I'm healed now. I know how to make this work, but it may not be time. It's kind of like waiting for divine, like waiting for that to happen naturally. You know, you can't like speak to a pregnant belly and say, could you come out sooner? You know, you're gonna have to just wait until that happens, and it's inevitable that the water will break and the baby will come out. Like there's no wondering if it's gonna happen, because it is going to, and there's just no need to rush. And I feel emotional. Someone's crying. Oh my God, no. Okay. So yeah, that analogy is really what it is. It's like just seeing the good things that you want in life, whether it's this relationship or better health, healing, or just happiness overall, going to happen. You just have to not force it. There's no forcing a pregnancy to speed up the process, or, you know, you just wouldn't want to do that. So kind of have that same attitude as you're pregnant with something right now. You're pregnant with your happiness, and it's gonna come when it's time. Notice when a woman, I'm seeing the woman's water break too. I don't mean to go on and on, but if you notice when that woman's water breaks, she's shocked, even though it's been 9 months or however long, she's still shocked because it's like, oh my gosh. But it's kind of like that. You just never know. Even if they say like healing would take 6 months or 9 months or 2 years, even when that time passes, you're still kind of shocked to find that you've gotten what you wanted, or that the time has come. So what's going on with this 10 of Cups in reverse? We'll probably 10 of Cups in reverse. Yeah, you want it because, hold on. The Empress, you ended up in control, and that is the beautiful thing that's going to happen for you. The emotional burdens, this 10 of Cups in reverse, it's telling me about the emotional unfulfillment that you're letting go of with this 10 of Wands. Giving yourself that fighting chance with the Ace of Swords. Working on what's making you feel this energy of the Star in reverse, like not seeing your potential, what is hindering you. I'm hearing just take the time. This whole thing is about not forcing a situation. And you're not even really a forceful type of sign anyways. So it's not as hard for you, but we all want things to happen today. We have brunette, female, dark hair, intense focus. That could be you or a person you're dealing with. What do we have for Capricorn? Court in man. Uniform professional. Someone may be trying to get with you at work. Court in man, whether it's male or female. Or this person could be someone that you work with. I don't know why I'm getting this clear message of someone trying to get with you at work. Girl is looking at her. You might be focused and someone's focused on you. This could be for some of you a new love. Maybe you're interested in this person or maybe not, but you're being desired. We have twin flame, spiritual alignment, effortless, karmic. What are the love messages for Capricorn? Lesson learned. Power couple.
safe to fall and pillow talk. Some of you may be working with this person of yours, or you may end up in a relationship with someone you work with. This power couple energy is giving me that vibe, like you guys are in business together or something, or you're going to be in business together. Some of you may be falling in love with someone new who you end up working with or you do work with. Others of you may be reconciling with someone, especially if you do work with that person. What is the advice for Capricorn? Have patience, you see? Going back to the whole pregnancy thing. I'm hearing when, you know, when a parent, well, not a parent, a pregnant woman, a mom always says, I just want to have the baby already, or, you know, at that 7-month or 8-month mark when they just get fed up and it's like, okay, done with the pregnancy now, let's you know, when it's due. I'm seeing that. We have reconcile again. So some of you may be waiting for this reconciliation. Some of your reconciliation is going to happen, but you're conceived. You're just needing to wait on it. And there's all these things that I talked about you controlling yourself and healing certain things. That may be what you need to do during the pregnancy. Why am I getting so much pregnant? Someone's pregnant. But anyway, so you soon to get pregnant, I don't know. But for some reason, I'm getting the analogy of prenatal vitamins. So as you're waiting for this thing to come, whatever the blessing is for you, the healing is like your prenatal vitamins. The work that you do on yourself and in your life is the prenatal vitamins that you need to fuel and make sure this is the most healthy outcome. We have karmic intervention. The world wants to see you and rest. Remember to rest when you need it. Remember to focus on you and what you're presenting to the world. And if you've been focused on a reconciliation, my advice is to shift your focus to your work life, because the reconciliation it's in pregnancy. I mean, I didn't even realize that this card does say pregnancy. Some of you could be literal pregnancy, but for the most part, I feel like it's the rebirth of a relationship or even a new relationship, but it's more so if you've been focusing and waiting for a reconciliation, you feel like you know how to make it work this time, you know, you have all the tools and that, blah, 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 but it's kind of like, don't break the egg before it hatches. You know what I mean? Like, you really need to wait for this reconciliation or whatever it is to happen when it happens. When it's supposed to happen, it's going to happen on its own. The water is going to break on its own. The egg is going to crack on its own. Focus on work. Focus on you. Focus on your life and your healing. And it will be the best outcome. So Capricorn, I hope this is helpful. We have Aquarius energy. We have Aries, Leo, Gemini, Virgo, Leo again, Aquarius again, Leo again, Taurus, Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio. So feel free to check your other placements if you want to know what else is going on here.
The Power of Your Subconscious Mind by Dr. Joseph Murphy, read by Ken Van Lith. Originally printed in 1963 by Prentice Hall. This recording is a production of the Master Key Society. Copyright 2021, Master Key Society. This recording is intended for academic research and study and may contain antiquated language, expressions, and ideas. The views and opinions contained in this book do not necessarily reflect those of Master Key Society and its affiliates. This book can work miracles in your life. I've seen miracles happen to men and women in all walks of life, all over the world. Miracles will happen to you too, when you begin using the magic power of your subconscious mind. This book is designed to teach you that your habitual thinking and imagery mold, fashion, and create your destiny. For as a man thinketh in his subconscious mind, so is he. Do you know the answers? Why is one man sad and another man happy? Why is one man joyous and prosperous, and another man poor and miserable? Why is one man fearful and anxious, and another full of faith and confidence? Why does one man have a beautiful, luxurious home, while another man lives out a meager existence in a slum? Why is one man a great success and another an abject failure? Why is one speaker outstanding and immensely popular, and another mediocre and unpopular? Why is one man a genius in his work or profession, while the other man toils and moils all his life without doing or accomplishing anything worthwhile? Why is one man healed of a so-called incurable disease and another isn't? Why is it so many good, kind, religious people suffer the tortures of the damned in their mind and body? Why is it many immoral and irreligious people succeed and prosper and enjoy radiant health? Why is one woman happily married and her sister very unhappy and frustrated? Is there an answer to these questions in the workings of your conscious and subconscious minds? There most certainly is. Reason for writing this book. It is for the express purpose of answering and clarifying the above questions and many others of a similar nature that motivated me to write this book. I have endeavored to explain the great fundamental truths of your mind in the simplest language possible. I believe that it's perfectly possible to explain the basic, foundational, and fundamental laws of life and of your mind in ordinary, everyday language. You'll find that the language of this book is that used in your daily papers, current periodicals, in your business offices, in your home, and in the daily workshop. I urge you to study this book and apply the techniques outlined therein, and as you do, I feel absolutely convinced that you will lay hold of a miracle working power that will lift you up from confusion, misery, melancholy, and failure, and guide you to your true place, solve your difficulties, sever you from emotional and physical bondage, and place you on the royal road to freedom, happiness, and peace of mind. This miracle working power of your subconscious mind can heal you of your sickness, make you vital and strong again. In learning how to use your inner powers, you will open the prison door of your fear and enter into a life described by Paul as the glorious liberty of the sons of God. Releasing the miracle working power. A personal healing will ever be the most convincing evidence of our subconscious powers. Over 42 years ago, I resolved a malignancy. In medical terminology, it was called a sarcoma. By using the healing power of my subconscious mind, which created me and still maintains and governs all my vital functions. The technique I applied is elaborated on in this book, and I feel sure that it will help others to trust the same infinite healing presence lodged in the subconscious depths of all men. Through the kindly offices of my doctor friend, I suddenly realized that it was natural to assume that the creative intelligence which made all of my organs, fashioned my body, and started my heart could heal its own handiwork. The ancient proverb says, quote, "The doctor dresses the wound and God heals it," unquote. Wonders happen when you pray effectively. Scientific prayer is the harmonious interaction of the conscious and subconscious levels of mind, scientifically directed for a specific purpose. This book will teach you the scientific way to tap the realm of infinite power within you, enabling you to get what you really want in life. You desire a happier, fuller, and richer life. Begin to use this miracle working power and smooth your way in daily affairs, solve business problems, and bring harmony in family relationships. Be sure that you read this book several times. The many chapters will show you how this wonderful power works and how you can draw out the hidden inspiration and wisdom that is within you. Learn the simple techniques of impressing the subconscious mind. Follow the new scientific way in tapping the infinite storehouse. Read this book carefully, earnestly, and lovingly. Prove to yourself the amazing way it can help you. It could be, and I believe it will be, the turning point of your life. Everybody prays. Do you know how to pray effectively? How long is it since you prayed as part of your everyday activities? In an emergency, in time of danger or trouble, in illness, and when death lurks, prayers pour forth, your own and friends. Just read your daily newspaper. It is reported that prayers are being offered up all over the nation for a child stricken with a so-called incurable ailment, for peace among nations, or a group of miners trapped in a flooded mine. Later, it's reported that when rescued, the miners said that they prayed while waiting for rescue. An airplane pilot says that he prayed as he made a successful emergency landing. Certainly, prayer is an ever-present help in time of trouble. But you do not have to wait for trouble to make prayer an integral and constructive part of your life. The dramatic answers to prayer make headlines and are the subject of testimonies to the effectiveness of prayer. What of the many humble prayers of children, the simple thanksgiving of grace at the table daily, the faithful devotions wherein the individual seeks only communion with God? My work with people has made it necessary for me to study the various approaches to prayer. I've experienced the power of prayer in my own life, and I have talked and worked with many people who also enjoyed the help of prayer. The problem usually is how to tell others how to pray. People who are in trouble have difficulty in thinking and acting reasonably. They need an easy formula to follow, an obviously workable pattern that is simple and specific. Often, they must be led to approach the emergency. Unique feature of this book. The unique feature of this book is its down-to-earth practicality. Here, you're presented with simple, usable techniques and formulas, which you can easily apply in your workaday world. I've taught these simple processes to men and women all over the world, and recently, over 1,000 men and women of all religious affiliations attended a special class in Los Angeles, where I presented the highlights of what is offered in the pages of this book. Many came from distances of 200 miles for each class lesson. The special features of this book will appeal to you because they show you why oftentimes you get the opposite of what you prayed for and reveal to you the reasons why. People have asked me in all parts of the world and thousands of times, why is it that I have prayed and got no answer? In this book, you'll find the reasons for this common complaint. The many ways of impressing the subconscious mind and getting the right answers make this an extraordinarily valuable book and an ever-present help in time of trouble. What do you believe? It is not the thing believed in that brings an answer to man's prayer. The answer to prayer results when the individual's subconscious mind responds to the mental picture or thought in his mind. This law of belief is operating in all religions of the world and is the reason why they are psychologically true. The Buddhist, the Christian, the Muslim, and the Hebrew all may get answers to their prayers, not because of the particular creed, religion, affiliation, ritual, ceremony, formula, liturgy, incantation, sacrifices, or offerings, but solely because of belief or mental acceptance and receptivity about that for which they pray. The law of life is the law of belief, and belief could be summed up briefly as a thought in your mind. As a man thinks, feels, and believes, so is the condition of his mind, body, and circumstances. A technique, a methodology based on an understanding of what you're doing and why you are doing it, will help you to bring about a subconscious embodiment of all good things of life. Essentially, answered prayer is the realization of your heart's desire. Desire is prayer. Everyone desires health, happiness, security, peace of mind, true expression, but many fail to achieve clearly defined results. A university professor admitted to me recently, I know that if I changed my mental pattern and redirected my emotional life, my ulcers would not recur, but I do not have any technique, process, or modus operandi. My mind wanders back and forth on my many problems, and I feel frustrated, defeated, and unhappy. This professor had a desire for perfect health. He needed a knowledge of the way his mind worked, which would enable him to fulfill his desire. By practicing the healing methods outlined in this book, he became whole and perfect. There is one mind common to all individual men. Emerson. The miracle working powers of your subconscious mind existed before you and I were born, before any church or world existed. The great eternal truths and principles of life antedate all religions. It is with these thoughts in mind that I urge you in the following chapters to lay hold of this wonderful, magical, transforming power, which will bind up mental and physical wounds, proclaim liberty to the fear-ridden mind, and liberate you completely from the limitations of poverty, failure, misery, lack, and frustration. All you have to do is unite mentally and emotionally with the good you wish to embody, and the creative powers of your subconscious will respond accordingly. Begin now, today. Let wonders happen in your life. Keep on keeping on until the day breaks and the shadows flee away. Chapter 1. The Treasure House Within You. Infinite riches are all around you, if you will open up your mental eyes and behold the treasure house of infinity within you. There's a gold mine within you from which you can extract everything you need to live life gloriously, joyously, and abundantly. Many are sound asleep because they do not know about this gold mine of infinite intelligence and boundless love within themselves. Whatever you want, you can draw forth. A magnetized piece of steel will lift about 12 times its own weight. And if you demagnetize this same piece of steel, it will not even lift a feather. Similarly, there are two types of men. There is the magnetized man who is full of confidence and faith. He knows that he is born to win and to succeed. Then there is the type of man who is demagnetized. He is full of fears and doubts. Opportunities come and he says, I might fail, I might lose my money, people will laugh at me. This type of man will not get very far in life, because if he is afraid to go forward, he will simply stay where he is. Become a magnetized man and discover the master secret of the ages. The master secret of the ages. What, in your opinion, is the master secret of the ages? The secret of atomic energy, thermonuclear energy, the neutron bomb, interplanetary travel? No, not any of these. Then what is this master secret? Where can one find it? And how can it be contacted and brought into action? The answer is extraordinarily simple. The secret is the marvelous miracle-working power found in your own subconscious mind, the last place that most people would seek it. The marvelous power of your subconscious. You can bring into your life more power, more wealth, more health, more happiness, and more joy by learning to contact and release the hidden power of your subconscious mind. You need not acquire this power. You already possess it. But you want to learn how to use it. You want to understand it so that you can apply it in all departments of your life. As you follow the simple techniques and processes set forth in this book, you can gain the necessary knowledge and understanding. You can be inspired by a new light, and you can generate a new force enabling you to realize your hopes and make all your dreams come true. Decide now to make your life grander, greater, richer, and nobler than ever before. Within your subconscious depths lies infinite wisdom, infinite power, and infinite supply of all that is necessary, which is waiting for development and expression. Begin now to recognize these potentialities of your deeper mind, and they will take form in the world without. The infinite intelligence within your subconscious mind can reveal to you everything you need to know at every moment of time and point of space, provided you are open-minded and receptive. You can receive new thoughts and ideas, enabling you to bring forth new inventions, make new discoveries, or write books and plays. Moreover, the infinite intelligence in your subconscious mind can impart to you wonderful kinds of knowledge of an original nature. It can reveal to you and open the way for perfect expression and true place in your life. Through the wisdom of your subconscious mind, you can attract the ideal companion, as well as the right business associate or partner. You need, and the financial freedom to be, to do, and to go as your heart desires. It is your right discover this inner world of thought, feeling, and power, of light, love, and beauty. Though invisible, its forces are mighty. Within your subconscious mind, you will find the solution for every problem and the cause for every effect. Because you can draw out the hidden powers, you come into actual possession of the power and wisdom necessary to move forward in abundance, security, joy, and dominion. I have seen the power of the subconscious lift people up out of crippled states, making them whole, vital, and strong once more, and free to go out into the world to experience happiness, health, and joyous expression. There is a miraculous healing power in your subconscious that can heal the troubled mind and the broken heart. It can open the prison door of the mind and liberate you. It can free you from all kinds of material and physical bondage. Necessity of a working basis. Substantial progress in any field of endeavor is impossible in the absence of a working basis, which is universal in its application. You can become skilled in the operation of your subconscious mind. You can practice its powers with a certainty of results in exact proportion to your knowledge of its principles and to your application of them for definite specific purposes and goals you wish to achieve. Being a former chemist, I would like to point out that if you combine hydrogen and oxygen in the proportions of 2 atoms of the former to 1 of the latter, water will be the result. You are very familiar with the fact that 1 atom of oxygen and 1 atom of carbon will produce carbon monoxide, a poisonous gas. But if you add another atom of oxygen, you will get carbon dioxide, a harmless gas, and so on throughout the vast realm of chemical compounds. You must not think that the principles of chemistry, physics, and mathematics differ from the principles of your subconscious mind. Let us consider a generally accepted principle. Water seeks its own level. This is a universal principle, which is applicable to water everywhere. Consider another principle. Matter expands when heated. This is true anywhere, at any time, and under all circumstances. You can heat a piece of steel, and it will expand regardless whether the steel is found in China, England, or India. It is a universal truth that matter expands when heated. It is also a universal truth that whatever you impress on your subconscious mind is expressed on the screen of space as condition, experience, and event. Your prayer is answered because your subconscious mind is principle, and by principle, I mean the way a thing works. For example, the principle of electricity is that it works from a higher to a lower potential. You do not change the principle of electricity when you use it, but by cooperating with nature, you bring forth marvelous inventions and discoveries, which bless humanity in countless ways. Your subconscious mind is principle and works according to the law of belief. You must know what belief is, why it works, and how it works. Your Bible says in a simple, clear, and beautiful way, "Whoever shall say unto this mountain, Be thou removed, and be thou cast into the sea, and shall not doubt in his heart, but shall believe that those things which he saith shall come to pass, he shall have whatsoever he saith." Mark 11:23. The law of your mind is the law of belief. This means to believe in the way your mind works, to believe in belief itself. The belief of your mind is the thought of your mind. That is simple. Just that and nothing else. All your experiences, events, conditions, and acts are the reactions of your subconscious mind to your thoughts. Remember, it is not the thing believed in, but the belief in your own mind, which brings about the result. Cease believing in the false beliefs, opinions, superstitions, and fears of mankind. Begin to believe in the eternal verities and truths of life, which never change. Then you will move onward, upward, and Godward. Whoever reads this book and applies the principles of the subconscious mind herein set forth will be able to pray scientifically and effectively for himself and for others. Your prayer is answered according to the universal law of action and reaction. Thought is incipient action. The reaction is the response from your subconscious mind, which corresponds with the nature of your thought. Busy your mind with the concepts of harmony, health, peace, and goodwill, and wonders will happen in your life. The duality of mind. You have only one mind, but your mind possesses two distinctive characteristics. The line of demarcation between the two is well known to all thinking men and women today. The two functions of your mind are essentially unlike. Each is endowed with separate and distinct attributes and powers. The nomenclature generally used to distinguish the two functions of your mind is as follows. The objective and subjective mind, the conscious and subconscious mind, the waking and sleeping mind, the surface self and the deep self, the voluntary mind and the involuntary mind, the male and the female, and many other terms. You will find the terms conscious and subconscious used to represent the dual nature of your mind throughout this book. The conscious and subconscious minds. An excellent way to get acquainted with the two functions of your mind is to look upon your own mind as a garden. You are a gardener, and you're planting seeds, thoughts, in your subconscious mind all day long, based on your habitual thinking. As you sow in your subconscious mind, so shall you reap in your body and environment. Begin now to sow thoughts of peace, happiness, right action, goodwill, and prosperity. Think quietly and with interest on these qualities, and accept them fully in your subconscious reasoning mind. Continue to plant these wonderful seeds, thoughts, in the garden of your mind, and you will reap a glorious harvest. Your subconscious mind may be likened to the soil, which will grow all kinds of seeds, good or bad. Do men gather grapes of thorns or figs of thistles? Every thought is, therefore, a cause, and every condition is an effect. For this reason, it is essential that you take charge of your thoughts so as to bring forth only desirable conditions. When your mind thinks correctly, when you understand the truth, when the thoughts deposited in your subconscious mind are constructive, harmonious, and peaceful, the magic working power of your subconscious will respond and bring about harmonious conditions, agreeable surroundings, and the best of everything. When you begin to control your thought processes, you can apply the powers of your subconscious to any problem or difficulty. In other words, you will actually be consciously cooperating with the infinite power and omnipotent law which governs all things. Look around you wherever you live, and you will notice that the vast majority of mankind lives in the world without. The more enlightened men are intensely interested in the world within. Remember, it is the world within, namely your thoughts, feelings, and imagery, that makes your world without. It is, therefore, the only creative power, and everything that you find in your world of expression has been created by you in the inner world of your mind, consciously or unconsciously. A knowledge of the interaction of your conscious and subconscious minds will enable you to transform your whole life. In order to change external conditions, you must change the cause. Most men try to change conditions and circumstances by working with conditions and circumstances to remove discord, confusion, lack, and limitation. You must remove the cause, and the cause is the way you are using your conscious mind. In other words, the way you are thinking and picturing in your mind. You are living in a fathomless sea of infinite riches. Your subconscious is very sensitive to your thoughts. Your thoughts form the mold or matrix through which the infinite intelligence, wisdom, vital forces, and energies of your subconscious flow. The practical application of the laws of your mind, as illustrated in each chapter of this book, will cause you to experience abundance for poverty, wisdom for superstition and ignorance, peace for pain, joy for sadness, light for darkness, harmony for discord, faith and confidence for fear, success for failure, and freedom from the law of averages. Certainly, there can be no more wonderful blessing than these from a mental, emotional, and material standpoint. Most of the great scientists, artists, poets, singers, writers, and inventors have a deep understanding of the workings of the conscious and subconscious mind. One time, Caruso, the great operatic tenor, was struck with stage fright. He said his throat was paralyzed due to spasms caused by intense fear, which constricted the muscles of his throat. Perspiration poured copiously down his face. He was ashamed because in a few minutes he had to go out on stage. Yet he was shaking with fear and trepidation. He said, "They will laugh at me. I can't sing." Then he shouted in the presence of those behind the stage, "The little me wants to strangle the big me within." He said to the little me, "Get out of here. The big me wants to sing through me." By the big me, he meant the limitless power and wisdom of his subconscious mind. And he began to shout, "Get out, get out. The big me is going to sing." His subconscious mind responded, releasing the vital forces within him. When the call came, he walked out on the stage and sang gloriously and majestically, enthralling the audience. It is obvious to you now that Caruso must have understood the two levels of mind, the conscious or rational, and the subconscious or irrational level. Your subconscious mind is reactive and responds to the nature of your thoughts. When your conscious mind, the little me, is full of fear, worry, and anxiety, the negative emotions engendered in your subconscious mind, the big me, are released and flood the conscious mind with a sense of panic, foreboding, and despair. When this happens, you can, like Caruso, speak affirmatively and with a deep sense of authority to the irrational emotions generated in your deeper mind as follows: be still, be quiet, I am in control, you must obey me, you are subject to my command, you cannot intrude where you do not belong. It is fascinating and intensely interesting to observe how you can speak authoritatively and with conviction to the irrational movement of your deeper self, bringing silence, harmony, and peace to your mind. The subconscious is subject to the conscious mind, and that is why it is called subconscious or subjective. Outstanding differences and modes of operation. You will perceive the main differences by the following illustrations. The conscious mind is like the navigator or captain at the bridge of a ship. He directs the ship and signals orders to men in the engine room, who in turn control all the boilers, instruments, gauges, etc. The men in the engine room do not know where they're going, they follow orders. They would go on the rocks if the man on the bridge issued faulty or wrong instructions based on his findings with the compass, sextant, or other instruments. The men in the engine room obey him because he is in charge and issues orders, which are automatically obeyed. Members of the crew do not talk back to the captain, they simply carry out orders. The captain is the master of his ship, and his decrees are carried out. Likewise, your conscious mind is the captain and master of your ship, which represents your body, environment, and all your affairs. Your subconscious mind takes the orders you give it based upon what your conscious mind believes and accepts as true. When you repeatedly say to people, "I can't afford it," then your subconscious mind takes that at your word and sees to it that you will not be in a position to purchase what you want. As long as you persist in saying, "Can't afford that car, that trip to Europe, that home, that fur coat or ermine wrap," you can rest assured that your subconscious mind will follow your orders, and you will go through life experiencing the lack of all these things. Last Christmas Eve, a beautiful young university student looked at an attractive and rather expensive traveling bag in a store window. She was going home to Buffalo, New York for the holidays. She was about to say, "I can't afford that bag," when she recalled something she had heard at one of my lectures, which was, "Never finish a negative statement, reverse it immediately, and wonders will happen in your life." She said, "That bag is mine. It is for sale. I accept it mentally, and my subconscious sees to it that I receive it." At 8 o'clock Christmas Eve, her fiancé presented her with a bag exactly the same as the one she had looked at and mentally identified herself with at 10 o'clock the same morning. She had filled her mind with the thought of expectancy and released the whole thing to her deeper mind, which has the know-how of accomplishment. This young girl, a student at the University of Southern California, said to me, "I didn't have the money to buy that bag, but now I know where to find money and all the things I need, and that is in the treasure house of eternity within me." Another simple illustration is this. When you say, "I do not like mushrooms," and the occasion subsequently comes to you that you are served mushrooms in sauces or salads, you will get indigestion because your subconscious mind says to you, "The boss, your conscious mind, does not like mushrooms." This is an amusing example of the outstanding differences in modes of operation of your conscious and subconscious minds. A woman may say, "Wake up at 3 o'clock if I drink coffee at night." Whenever she drinks coffee, Her subconscious mind nudges her as if to say, the boss wants you to stay awake tonight. Your subconscious mind works 24 hours a day and makes provisions for your benefit, pouring all the fruit of your habitual thinking into your lap. How her subconscious responded. A woman wrote me a few months ago as follows. I am 75 years old, a widow with a grown family. I was living alone and on a pension. I heard your lectures on the powers of the subconscious mind, wherein you said that ideas could be conveyed to the subconscious mind by repetition, faith, and expectancy. I began to repeat frequently with feeling, I am wanted. I am happily married to a kind, loving, and spiritual-minded man. I am secure. I kept on doing this many times a day for about 2 weeks. And one day at the corner drugstore, I was introduced to a retired pharmacist I found to be kind, understanding, and very religious. He was a perfect answer to my prayer. Within a week, he proposed to me, and now we are on our honeymoon in Europe. I know that the intelligence within my subconscious mind brought both of us together in divine order. This woman discovered that the treasure house was within her. Her prayer was felt as true in her heart, and her affirmation sank down by osmosis into her subconscious mind, which is the creative medium. The moment she succeeded in bringing about a subjective embodiment, her subconscious mind brought about the answer through the law of attraction. Her deeper mind, full of wisdom and intelligence, brought both of them together in divine order. Be sure that you think on whatsoever things are true, whatsoever things are honest, whatsoever things are just, whatsoever things are pure, whatsoever things are lovely, whatsoever things of good report. If there be any virtue, and if there be any praise, think on these things. Philippians 4:8. Brief summary of ideas worth remembering. 1. The treasure house is within you. Look within for the answer to your heart's desire. 2. The great secret possessed by the great men of all ages was their ability to contact and release the powers of their subconscious mind. You can do the same. 3. Your subconscious has the answer to all problems. If you suggest to your subconscious prior to sleep, I want to get up at 6 a.m., it will awaken you at that exact time. 4. Your subconscious mind is the builder of your body and can heal you. Lull yourself to sleep every night with the idea of perfect health, and your subconscious, being your faithful servant, will obey you. 5. Every thought is a cause and every condition is an effect. 6. If you want to write a book, write a wonderful play, give a talk to your audience, then convey the idea lovingly and feelingly to your subconscious mind, and it will respond accordingly. 7. You are like a captain navigating a ship. He must give the right orders, and likewise, you must give the right orders, thoughts and images, to your subconscious mind, which controls and governs all your experiences. 8. Never use the terms, I can't afford it, or I can't do this. Your subconscious mind takes you at your word and sees to it that you do not have the money or the ability to do what you want to do. Affirm, I can do all things through the power of my subconscious mind. 9. The law of life is the law of belief. A belief is a thought in your mind. Do not believe in things to harm or hurt you. Believe in the power of your subconscious to heal, inspire, strengthen, and prosper you. According to your belief, it is done unto you. 10. Change your thoughts, and you change your destiny. Chapter 2. How your mind works. You have a mind, and you should learn how to use it. There are 2 levels of your mind, the conscious or rational level, and the subconscious or irrational level. You think with your conscious mind, and whatever you habitually think sinks down into your subconscious mind, which creates according to the nature of your thoughts. Your subconscious mind is the seat of your emotions and is the creative mind. If you think good, good will follow. If you think evil, evil will follow. This is the way your mind works. The main point to remember is once the subconscious mind accepts an idea, it begins to execute it. It is an interesting and subtle truth that the law of the subconscious mind works for good and bad ideas alike. This law, when applied in a negative way, is the cause of failure, frustration, and unhappiness. However, when your habitual thinking is harmonious and constructive, you experience perfect health, success, and prosperity. Peace of mind and a healthy body are inevitable when you begin to think and feel in the right way. Whatever you claim mentally and feel as true, your subconscious mind will accept and bring forth into your experience. The only thing necessary for you to do is to get your subconscious mind to accept your idea, and the law of your own subconscious mind will bring forth the health, peace, or the position you desire. You give the command or decree, and your subconscious will faithfully reproduce the idea impressed upon it. The law of your mind is this: you will get a reaction or response from your subconscious mind according to the nature of the thought or idea you hold in your conscious mind. Psychologists and psychiatrists point out that when thoughts are conveyed to your subconscious mind, impressions are made in the brain cells. As soon as your subconscious accepts any idea, it proceeds to put it into effect immediately. It works by association of ideas and uses every bit of knowledge that you have gathered in your lifetime to bring about its purpose. It draws on the infinite power, energy, and wisdom within you. It lines up all the laws of nature to get its way. Sometimes it seems to bring about an immediate solution to your difficulties, but at other times it may take days, weeks, or longer. Its ways are past finding out. Conscious and subconscious terms differentiated. You must remember that these are not two minds. They are merely two spheres of activity within one mind. Your conscious mind is the reasoning mind. It is that phase of mind which chooses. For example, you choose your books, your home, and your partner in life. You make all your decisions with your conscious mind. On the other hand, without any conscious choice on your part, your heart is kept functioning automatically, and the process of digestion, circulation, and breathing are carried on by your subconscious mind through processes independent of your conscious control. Your subconscious mind accepts what is impressed upon it, or what you consciously believe. It does not reason things out like your conscious mind, and it does not argue with you controversially. Your subconscious mind is like the soil, which accepts any kind of seed, good or bad. Your thoughts are active and might be likened unto seeds. Negative, destructive thoughts continue to work negatively in your subconscious mind, and in due time will come forth into outer experience, which corresponds with them. Remember, your subconscious mind does not engage in proving whether your thoughts are good or bad, true or false, but it responds according to the nature of your thoughts or suggestions. For example, if you consciously assume something as true, even though it may be false, your subconscious mind will accept it as true and proceed to bring about results, which must necessarily follow, because you consciously assumed it to be true. Experiments by psychologists. Innumerable experiments by psychologists and others on persons in the hypnotic state have shown that the subconscious mind is incapable of making selections and comparisons, which are necessary for a reasoning process. They have shown repeatedly that your subconscious mind will accept any suggestions, however false. Having once accepted any suggestion, responds according to the nature of the suggestion given. To illustrate the amenability of your subconscious mind to suggestion, if a practiced hypnotist suggests to one of his subjects that he is Napoleon Bonaparte, or even a cat or a dog, he will act out the part with inimitable accuracy. His personality becomes changed for the time being. He believes himself to be whatever the operator tells him he is. A skilled hypnotist may suggest to one of his students in the hypnotic state that his back itches, to another that his nose is bleeding, to another that he is a marble statue, to another that he is freezing and the temperature is below zero. Each one will follow out the line of his particular suggestion, totally oblivious to all his surroundings, which do not pertain to his idea. These simple illustrations portray clearly the difference between your conscious reasoning mind and your subconscious mind, which is impersonal, non-selective, and accepts as true whatever your conscious mind believes to be true. Hence, the importance of selecting thoughts, ideas, and premises which bless, heal, inspire, and fill your soul with joy. The terms objective and subjective mind clarify. Your conscious mind is sometimes referred to as your objective mind because it deals with outward objects. The objective mind takes cognizance of the objective world. Its media of observation are your 5 physical senses. Your objective mind is your guide and director in your contact with your environment. You gain knowledge through your 5 senses. Your objective mind learns through observation, experience, and education. As previously pointed out, the greatest function of the objective mind is that of reasoning. Suppose you are one of the thousands of tourists who come to Los Angeles annually. You would come to the conclusion that it is a beautiful city based upon your observation of the parks, pretty gardens, majestic buildings, and lovely homes. This is the working of your objective mind. Your subconscious mind is oftentimes referred to as your subjective mind. Your subjective mind takes cognizance of its environment by means independent of the 5 senses. Your subjective mind perceives by intuition. It is the seat of your emotion and the storehouse of memory. Your subjective mind performs its highest functions when your objective senses are in abeyance. In a word, it is that intelligence which makes itself manifest when the objective mind is suspended or in a sleepy, drowsy state. Your subjective mind sees without the use of the natural organs of vision. It has the capacity of clairvoyance and clairaudience. Your subjective mind can leave your body, travel to distant lands, and bring back information oftentimes of the most exact and truthful character. Through your subjective mind, you can read the thoughts of others, read the contents of sealed envelopes and closed safes. Your subjective mind has the ability to apprehend the thoughts of others without the use of the ordinary objective means of communication. It is of the greatest importance that we understand the interaction of the objective and subjective mind in order to learn the true art of prayer. The subconscious cannot reason like your conscious mind. Your subconscious mind cannot argue controversially. Hence, if you give it wrong suggestions, it will accept them as true and will proceed to bring them to pass as conditions, experiences, and events. All things that have happened to you are based on thoughts impressed on your subconscious mind through belief. If you have conveyed erroneous concepts to your subconscious mind, the sure method of overcoming them is by the repetition of constructive, harmonious thoughts frequently repeated, which your subconscious mind accepts, thus forming new and healthy habits of thought and life, for your subconscious mind is the seat of habit. The habitual thinking of your conscious mind establishes deep grooves in your subconscious mind. This is very favorable for you if your habitual thoughts are harmonious, peaceful, and constructive. If you have indulged in fear, worry, and other destructive forms of thinking, the remedy is to recognize the omnipotence of your subconscious mind and decree freedom, happiness, and perfect health. Your subconscious mind, being creative and one with your divine source, will proceed to create the freedom and happiness which you have earnestly decreed. The tremendous power of suggestion. You must realize by now that your conscious mind is the watchman at the gate, and its chief function is to protect your subconscious mind from false impressions. You are now aware of one of the basic laws of mind. Your subconscious mind is amenable to suggestion. As you know, your subconscious mind does not make comparisons or contrasts. Neither does it reason and think things out for itself. This latter function belongs to your conscious mind. It simply reacts to the impressions given to it by your conscious mind. It does not show a preference for one course of action over another. The following is a classic example of the tremendous power of suggestion. Suppose you approach a timid-looking passenger on board ship and say to him something like this: "You look very ill. How pale you are. I feel certain you are going to be seasick. Let me help you to your cabin." The passenger turns pale. Your suggestion of seasickness associates itself with his own fears and forebodings. He accepts your aid down to the berth, and there your negative suggestion, which was accepted by him, is realized. Different reactions to the same suggestion. It is true that different people will react in different ways to the same suggestion because of their subconscious conditioning or belief. For example, If you go to a sailor on the ship and say to him sympathetically, "My dear fellow, you're looking very ill. Aren't you feeling sick? You look to me as if you were going to be seasick." According to his temperament, he either laughs at your joke or expresses a mild irritation. Your suggestion fell on deaf ears in this instance because your suggestion of seasickness was associated in his mind with his own immunity from it. Therefore, it called up not fear or worry, but self-confidence. The dictionary says that a suggestion is the act or instance of putting something into one's mind. The mental process by which the thought or idea suggested is entertained, accepted, or put into effect. You must remember that a suggestion cannot impose something on the subconscious mind against the will of the conscious mind. In other words, your conscious mind has the power to reject the suggestion given. In the case of the sailor, he had no fear of seasickness. He had convinced himself of his immunity, and the negative suggestion had absolutely no power to evoke fear. The suggestion of seasickness to the other passenger called forth his indwelling fear of seasickness. Each of us has his own inner fears, beliefs, opinions, and these inner assumptions rule and govern our lives. A suggestion has no power in and of itself, except it is accepted mentally by you. This causes your subconscious powers to flow in a limited and restricted way according to the nature of the suggestion. How he lost his arm. Every 2 or 3 years, I give a series of lectures at the London Truth Forum in Caxton Hall. This is a forum I founded a number of years ago. Dr. Evelyn Fleet, the director, told me about an article which appeared in the English newspapers dealing with the power of suggestion. This is the suggestion a man gave to his subconscious mind over a period of about 2 years. Quote, "I would give my right arm to see my daughter cured," unquote. It appeared that his daughter had a crippling form of arthritis, together with a so-called incurable form of skin disease. Medical treatment had failed to alleviate the condition, and the father had an intense longing for his daughter's healing and expressed his desire in the words just quoted. Dr. Evelyn Fleet said that the newspaper article pointed out that one day the family was out riding when their car collided with another. The father's right arm was torn off at the shoulder, and immediately the daughter's arthritis and skin condition vanished. You must make certain to give your subconscious only suggestions which heal, bless, elevate, and inspire you in all your ways. Remember that your subconscious mind cannot take a joke. It takes you at your word. How autosuggestion banishes fear. Illustrations of autosuggestion. Autosuggestion means suggesting something definite and specific to oneself. Herbert Parkin, in his excellent manual of autosuggestion, records the following incident. It has its amusing side so that one remembers it. Quote, "A New York visitor in Chicago looks at his watch, which is set an hour ahead of Chicago time, and tells a Chicago friend that it's 12 o'clock. The Chicago friend, not considering the difference in time between Chicago and New York, tells the New Yorker that he is hungry and that he must go to lunch," unquote. Autosuggestion may be used to banish various fears and other negative conditions. A young singer was invited to give an audition. She had been looking forward to the interview, but on 3 previous occasions, she had failed miserably due to the fear of failure. This young lady had a very good voice, but she had been saying to herself, "When the time comes for me to sing, maybe they won't like me. I will try, but I'm full of fear and anxiety." Her subconscious mind accepted these negative autosuggestions as a request and proceeded to manifest them and bring them into her experience. The cause was an involuntary autosuggestion. For example, silent fear thoughts emotionalized and subjectified. She overcame it by the following technique. 3 times a day, she isolated herself in her room. She sat down comfortably in an armchair, relaxed her body, and closed her eyes. She stilled her mind and body as best she could. Physical inertia favors mental passivity and renders the mind more receptive to suggestion. She counteracted the fear suggestion by saying to herself, "I sing beautifully. I am poised, serene, confident, and calm." She repeated this statement slowly, quietly, and with feeling from 5 to 10 times at each sitting. She had 3 such sittings every day, and one immediately prior to sleep. At the end of a week, she was completely poised and confident. When the invitation to audition came, she gave a remarkable, wonderful audition. How she restored her memory. A woman aged 75 was in the habit of saying to herself, "I'm losing my memory." She reversed the procedure and practiced induced autosuggestion several times a day as follows. "My memory from today on is improving in every department. I shall always remember whatever I need to know at every moment of time and point of space. The impressions received will be clearer and more definite. I shall retain them automatically and with ease. Whatever I wish to recall will immediately present itself in the correct form in my mind. I am improving rapidly every day, and very soon my memory will be better than it has ever been before." At the end of 3 weeks, her memory was back to normal, and she was delighted. How he overcame a nasty temper. Many men who complained of irritability and bad temper proved to be very susceptible to autosuggestion and obtained marvelous results by using the following statements 3 or 4 times a day, morning, noon, and at night prior to sleep for about a month. Quote, "Henceforth, I shall grow more good-humored. Joy, happiness, and cheerfulness are now becoming my normal states of mind. Every day, I am becoming more and more lovable and understanding. I am now becoming the center of good cheer and goodwill to all those about me, infecting them with good humor. This happy, joyous, and cheerful mood is now becoming my normal, natural state of mind. I am grateful." Unquote. The constructive and destructive power of suggestion. Some illustrations and comments on heterosuggestion. Heterosuggestion means suggestions from another person. In all ages, the power of suggestion has played a part in the life and thought of man in every period of time and in each country of the earth. In many parts of the world, it is the controlling power in religion. Suggestion may be used to discipline and control ourselves, but it can also be used to take control and command over others who do not know the laws of mind. In its constructive form, it is wonderful and magnificent. In its negative aspects, it is one of the most destructive of all the response patterns of the mind, resulting in patterns of misery, failure, suffering, sickness, and disaster. Have you accepted any of these? From infancy on, the majority of us have been given many negative suggestions. Not knowing how to thwart them, we unconsciously accept them. Here are some of the negative suggestions. You can't. You'll never amount to anything. You mustn't. You'll fail. You haven't got a chance. You're all wrong. It's no use. It's not what you know, but who you know. The world is going to the dogs. What's the use? Nobody cares. It's no use trying so hard. You're too old now. Things are getting worse and worse. Life is an endless grind. Love is for the birds. You just can't win. Pretty soon you'll be bankrupt. Watch out, you'll get the virus. You can't trust a soul, etc. Unless as an adult you use constructive autosuggestion, which is a reconditioning therapy, the impressions made on you in the past can cause behavior patterns that cause failure in your personal and social life. Autosuggestion is a means releasing you from the mass of negative verbal conditioning that might otherwise distort your life pattern, making the development of good habits difficult. You can counteract negative suggestions. Pick up the paper any day, and you can read dozens of items that could sow the seeds of futility, fear, worry, anxiety, and impending doom. If accepted by you, these thoughts of fear could cause you to lose the will for life. Knowing that you can reject all of these negative suggestions by giving your subconscious mind constructive autosuggestions, you counteract all of these destructive ideas. Check regularly on the negative suggestions that people make to you. You do not have to be influenced by destructive heterosuggestion. All of us have suffered from it in our childhood and in our teens. If you look back, you can easily recall how parents, friends, relatives, teachers, and associates contributed in a campaign of negative suggestions. Study the things said to you, and you will discover much of it was in the form of propaganda. The purpose of much of what was said was to control you or instill fear into you. This heterosuggestion process goes on in every home, office, factory, and club. You will find that many of these suggestions are for the purpose of making you think, feel, and act as others want you to, and in ways that are to their advantage. How suggestion killed a man. Here is an illustration of heterosuggestion. A relative of mine went to a crystal gazer in India who told him that he had a bad heart and predicted that he would die in the next new moon. He began to tell all members of his family about this prediction, and he arranged his will. This powerful suggestion entered into his subconscious mind because he accepted it completely. My relative also told me that his crystal gazer was believed to have some strange occult powers, and he could do harm or good to a person. He died as predicted, not knowing that he was the cause of his own death. I suppose many of us have heard similar, stupid, ridiculous, superstitious stories. Let us look at what happened in the light of our knowledge of the way the subconscious mind works. Whatever the conscious, reasoning mind of man believes, the subconscious mind will accept and act upon. My relative was happy, healthy, vigorous, and robust when he went to see the fortune teller. She gave him a very negative suggestion, which he accepted. He became terrified and constantly dwelt upon the fact that he was going to die at the next new moon. He proceeded to tell everyone about it, and he prepared for the end. The activity took place in his own mind, and his own thought was the cause. He brought about his own so-called death, or rather destruction of the physical body, by his fear and expectation of the end. The woman who predicted his death had no more power than the stones and sticks in the field. Her suggestion had no power to create or bring about the end she suggested. If he had known the laws of his mind, he would have completely rejected the negative suggestion and refused to give her words any attention, knowing in his heart that he was governed and controlled by his own thought and feeling. Like tin arrows aimed at a battleship, her prophecy could have been completely neutralized and dissipated without hurting him. The suggestions of others in themselves have absolutely no power whatever over you, except the power that you give them through your own thoughts. You have to give your mental consent. You have to entertain the thought. Then it becomes your thought, and you do the thinking. Remember, you have the capacity to choose. Choose life. Choose love. Choose health. Choose abundance. Power of an assumed major premise. Your mind works like a syllogism. This means that whatever major premise your conscious mind assumes to be true determines the conclusion your subconscious mind comes to in regard to any particular question or problem in your mind. If your premise is true, the conclusion must be true, as in the following example. Every virtue is laudable. Kindness is a virtue. Therefore, kindness is laudable. Another example is as follows. All formed things change and pass away. The pyramids of Egypt are formed things. Therefore, someday, the pyramids will pass away. The first statement is referred to as a major premise, and the right conclusion must necessarily follow the right premise. A college professor who attended some of my Science of Mind lectures in May 1962 at Town Hall, New York, said to me, "Everything in my life is topsy-turvy, and I have lost health, wealth, and friends. Everything I touch turns out wrong." I explained to him that he should establish a major premise in his thinking, that the infinite intelligence of his subconscious mind was guiding, directing, and prospering him spiritually, mentally, and materially. Then, his subconscious mind would automatically direct him wisely in his investments, decisions, and also heal his body and restore his mind to peace and tranquility. The professor formulated an overall picture of the way he wanted his life to be. And this was his major premise. Quote, "Infinite intelligence leads and guides me in all my ways. Perfect health is mine, and the law of harmony operates in my mind and body. Beauty, love, peace, and abundance are mine. The principle of right action and divine order govern my entire life. I know my major premise is based on the eternal truths of life, and I know, feel, and believe that my subconscious mind responds according to the nature of my conscious mind thinking." Unquote. He wrote me as follows. I repeated the above statement slowly, quietly, and lovingly several times a day, knowing that they were sinking deep down into my subconscious mind and that results must follow. I am deeply grateful for the interview you gave me. And I would like to add that all departments of my life are changing for the better. It works. The subconscious does not argue controversially. Your subconscious mind is all wise and knows the answers to all questions. It does not argue with you or talk back to you. It does not say, you must not impress me with that. For example, when you say, I can't do this, I am too old now, I can't meet this obligation, I was born on the wrong side of the tracks, I don't know the right politician. You are impregnating your subconscious with these negative thoughts, and it responds accordingly. You are actually blocking your own good, thereby bringing lack, limitation, and frustration into your life. When you set up obstacles, impediments, and delays in your conscious mind, you are denying the wisdom and intelligence resident in your subconscious mind. You are actually saying, in effect, that your subconscious mind cannot solve your problem. This leads to mental and emotional congestion, followed by sickness and neurotic tendencies. To realize your desire and overcome your frustration, affirm boldly several times a day, the infinite intelligence which gave me this desire leads, guides, and reveals to me the perfect plan for the unfolding of my desire. I know the deeper wisdom of my subconscious is now responding, and what I feel and claim within is expressed in the without. There is a balance, equilibrium, and equanimity. If you say, there's no way out, I'm lost, there's no way out of this dilemma, I am stymied and blocked, you will get no answer or response from your subconscious mind. If you want the subconscious mind to work for you, give it the right request and attain its cooperation. It is always working for you. It is controlling your heartbeat this minute and also your breathing. It heals a cut on your finger, and its tendency is lifeward, forever seeking to take care of you and preserve you. Your subconscious has a mind of its own, but it accepts your patterns of thought and imagery. When you are seeking an answer to a problem, your subconscious will respond, but it expects you to come to a decision and to a true judgment in your conscious mind. You must acknowledge the answer is in your subconscious mind. However, if you say, I don't think there is any way out, I am all mixed up and confused, why don't I get an answer? You are neutralizing your prayer. Like the soldier marking time, you do not get anywhere. Still, the wheels of your mind relax, let go, and quietly affirm, my subconscious knows the answer. It is responding to me now. I give thanks because I know the infinite intelligence of my subconscious knows all things and is revealing the perfect answer to me now. My real conviction is now setting free the majesty and glory of my subconscious mind. I rejoice that it is so. Review of highlights. 1. Think good, and good follows. Think evil, and evil follows. You are what you think all day long. 2. Your subconscious mind does not argue with you. It accepts what your conscious mind decrees. If you say, I can't afford it, it may be true, but do not say it. Select a better thought decree. I'll buy it. I accept it in my mind. 3. You have the power to choose. Choose health and happiness. You can choose to be friendly, or you can choose to be unfriendly. Choose to be cooperative, joyous, friendly, lovable, and the whole world will respond. This is the best way to develop a wonderful personality. 4. Your conscious mind is the watchman at the gate. Its chief function is to protect your subconscious mind from false impressions. Choose to believe that something good can happen and is happening now. Your greatest power is your capacity to choose. Choose happiness and abundance. 5. The suggestions and statements of others have no power to hurt you. The only power is the movement of your own thought. You can choose to reject the thoughts or statements of others and affirm the good. You have the power to choose how you will react. 6. Watch what you say. You have to account for every idle word. Never say, I will fail. I will lose my job. I can't pay the rent. Your subconscious cannot take a joke. It brings all these things to pass. 7. Your mind is not evil. No force of nature is evil. It depends how you use the powers of nature. Use your mind to bless, heal, and inspire all people everywhere. 8. Never say, I can't. Overcome that fear by substituting the following. I can do all things through the power of my own subconscious mind. 9. Begin to think from the standpoint of the eternal truths and principles of life, and not from the standpoint of fear, ignorance, and superstition. Do not let others do your thinking for you. Choose your own thoughts and make your own decisions. 10. You are the captain of your soul, subconscious mind, and the master of your fate. Remember, you have the capacity to choose. Choose life, choose love, choose health, choose happiness. 11. Whatever your conscious mind assumes and believes to be true, your subconscious mind will accept and bring to pass. Believe in good fortune, divine guidance, right action, and all the blessings of life. Chapter 3. The miracle working power of your subconscious. The power of your subconscious is enormous. It inspires you, it guides you, and it reveals to you names, facts, and scenes from the storehouse of memory. Your subconscious started with your heartbeat, controls the circulation of your blood, regulates your digestion, assimilation, and elimination. When you eat a piece of bread, your subconscious mind transmutes it into tissue, muscle, bone, and blood. This process is beyond the ken of the wisest man who walks the earth. Your subconscious mind controls all the vital processes and functions of your body and knows the answer to all problems. Your subconscious mind never sleeps and never rests. It is always on the job. You can discover the miracle-working power of your subconscious by plainly stating to your subconscious prior to sleep that you wish a certain specific thing accomplished. You will be delighted to discover that forces within you will be released, leading to the desired result. Here, then, is a source of power and wisdom, which places you in touch with omnipotence, or the power that moves the world, guides the planets in their course, and causes the sun to shine. Your subconscious mind is the source of your ideals, aspirations, and altruistic urges. It was through the subconscious mind that Shakespeare perceived great truths hidden from the average man of his day. Undoubtedly, it was the response of his subconscious mind that caused the Greek sculptor Phidias to portray beauty, order, symmetry, and proportion in marble and bronze. It enabled the Italian artist Raphael to paint Madonnas and Ludwig van Beethoven to compose symphonies. In 1955, I lectured at the Yoga Forest University, Rishikesh, India, and there I chatted with a visiting surgeon from Bombay. He told me about Dr. James Esdale, a Scotch surgeon who worked in Bengal before ether or other modern methods of anesthesia were discovered. Between 1843 and 1846, Dr. Esdale performed about 400 major operations of all kinds, such as amputations, removal of tumors and cancerous growths, as well as operations on the eye, ear, and throat. All operations were conducted under mental anesthesia only. This Indian doctor at Rishikesh informed me that the post-operative mortality rate of patients operated on by Dr. Esdale was extremely low, probably 2 or 3%. Patients felt no pain, and there were no deaths during the operations. Dr. Esdale suggested to the subconscious minds of all his patients who were in a hypnotic state that no infection or septic condition would develop. You must remember that this was before Louis Pasteur, Joseph Lister, and others who pointed out the bacterial origin of disease and causes of infection due to unsterilized instruments and virulent organisms. This Indian surgeon said that the reason for the low mortality rate and the general absence of infection, which was reduced to a minimum, was undoubtedly due to the suggestions of Dr. Esdale to the subconscious minds of his patients. They responded according to the nature of his suggestion. It is simply wonderful when you conceive how a surgeon, over 120 years ago, discovered the miraculous wonder-working powers of the subconscious mind. Doesn't it cause you to be seized with a sort of mystic awe when you stop and think of the transcendental powers of your subconscious mind? Consider its extrasensory perceptions, such as its capacity for clairvoyance and clairaudience, its independence of time and space, its capacity to render you free from all pain and suffering. and its capacity to get the answer to all problems, be they what they may. All these and many more reveal to you that there is a power and an intelligence within you that far transcends your intellect, causing you to marvel at the wonders of it all. All these experiences cause you to rejoice and believe in the miracle working powers of your subconscious mind. Your subconscious is your book of life. Whatever thoughts, beliefs, opinions, theories, or dogmas you write, engrave, or impress on your subconscious mind, you shall experience them as the objective manifestation of circumstances, conditions, and events. What you write on the inside, you will experience on the outside. You have two sides to your life, objective and subjective, visible and invisible, thought and its manifestation. Your thought is received by your brain, which is the organ of your conscious reasoning mind. When your conscious or objective mind accepts the thought completely, it is sent to the solar plexus, called the brain of your mind, where it becomes flesh and is made manifest in your experience. As previously outlined, your subconscious cannot argue. It acts only from what you write on it. It accepts your verdict or the conclusions of your conscious mind as final. This is why you are always writing on the book of life, because your thoughts become your experiences. The American essayist Ralph Waldo Emerson said, quote, "Man is what he thinks all day long," unquote. What is impressed in the subconscious is expressed. William James, the father of American psychology, said that the power to move the world is in your subconscious mind. Your subconscious mind is one with infinite intelligence and boundless wisdom. It is fed by hidden springs and is called the law of life. Whatever you impress upon your subconscious mind, the latter will move heaven and earth to bring it to pass. You must, therefore, impress it with right ideas and constructive thoughts. The reason there is so much chaos and misery in the world is because people do not understand the interaction of their conscious and subconscious minds. When these two principles work in accord, in concord, in peace, and synchronously together, you will have health, happiness, peace, and joy. There is no sickness or discord when the conscious and subconscious work together harmoniously and peacefully. The tomb of Hermes was opened with great expectancy and a sense of wonder, because people believed that the greatest secret of the ages was contained therein. The secret was as within, so without, as above, so below. In other words, whatever is impressed in your subconscious mind is expressed on the screen of space. This same truth was proclaimed by Moses, Isaiah, Jesus, Buddha, Zoroaster, Lao Tse, and all the illuminated seers of the ages. Whatever you feel as true subjectively is expressed as conditions, experiences, and events. Motion and emotion must balance. As in heaven, your own mind, so on earth, in your own body and environment. This is the great law of life. You will find throughout all nature the law of action and reaction, of rest and motion. These two must balance, then there will be harmony and equilibrium. You are here to let the life principle flow through you rhythmically and harmoniously. The intake and the outgo must be equal. The impression and the expression must be equal. All your frustration is due to unfulfilled desire. If you think negatively, destructively, and viciously, these thoughts generate destructive emotions, which must be expressed and find an outlet. These emotions, being of a negative nature, are frequently expressed as ulcers, heart trouble, tension, and anxiety. What is your idea or feeling about yourself now? Every part of your being expresses that idea. Your vitality, body, financial status, friends, and social status represent a perfect reflection of the idea you have of yourself. This is the real meaning of what is impressed in your subconscious mind, and which is expressed in all phases of your life. We injure ourselves by the negative ideas which we entertain. How often have you wounded yourself by getting angry, fearful, jealous, or vengeful? These are the poisons that enter your subconscious mind. You were not born with negative attitudes. Feed your subconscious mind life-giving thoughts, and you will wipe out all the negative patterns lodged therein. As you continue to do this, all the past will be wiped out and remembered no more. The subconscious heals a malignancy of the skin. A personal healing will ever be the most convincing evidence of the healing power of the subconscious mind. Over 40 years ago, I resolved a malignancy of the skin through prayer. Medical therapy had failed to check the throat, and it was getting progressively worse. A clergyman with a deep psychological knowledge explained to me the inner meaning of the 139th Psalm, wherein it says, "In thy book all my members were written, which in continuance were fashioned, when as yet there were none of them." He explained that the term book meant my subconscious mind, which fashioned and molded all my organs from an invisible cell. He also pointed out that inasmuch as my subconscious mind made my body, it could also recreate it and heal it according to the perfect pattern within it. The clergyman showed me his watch and said, "This had a maker, and the watchmaker had to have the idea first in mind before the watch became an objective reality. And if the watch was out of order, the watchmaker could fix it." My friend reminded me that the subconscious intelligence which created my body was like a watchmaker, and it also knew exactly how to heal, restore, and direct all the vital functions and processes of my body, but that I had to give it the perfect idea of health. This would act as cause, and the effect would be a healing. I prayed in a very simple way as follows. My body and all its organs were created by the infinite intelligence in my subconscious mind. It knows how to heal me. Its wisdom fashioned all my organs, tissues, muscles, and bones. This infinite healing presence within me is now transforming every atom of my being, making me whole and perfect now. I give thanks for the healing I know is taking place now. Wonderful are the works of the creative intelligence within me. I prayed aloud for about 5 minutes, 2 or 3 times a day, repeating the above simple prayer. In about 3 months, my skin was whole and perfect. As you can see, all I did was give life-giving patterns of wholeness, beauty, and perfection to my subconscious mind, thereby obliterating the negative images and patterns of thought lodged in my subconscious mind, which were the cause of all my trouble. Nothing appears on your body except when the mental equivalent is first in your mind. And as you change your mind by drenching it with incessant affirmatives, you change your body. This is the basis of all healing. Marvelous are thy works, and that my soul, subconscious mind, knoweth right well. Psalm 139, verse 14. How the subconscious controls all functions of the body. While you are awake or sound asleep upon your bed, the ceaseless, tireless action of your subconscious mind controls all the vital functions of your body without the help of your conscious mind. For example, while you are asleep, your heart continues to beat rhythmically, your lungs do not rest, and the process of inhalation and exhalation, whereby your blood absorbs fresh air, goes on just the same as when you are awake. Your subconscious controls your digestive processes and glandular secretions, as well as all the other mysterious operations of your body. The hair on your face continues to grow whether you are asleep or awake. Scientists tell us that the skin secretes much more perspiration during sleep than during the waking hours. Your eyes, ears, and other senses are active during sleep. For instance, many of our great scientists have received answers to perplexing problems while they were asleep. They saw the answers in a dream. Oftentimes, your conscious mind interferes with the normal rhythm of your heart, lungs, and functioning of the stomach and intestine by worry, anxiety, fear, and depression. These patterns of thought interfere with the harmonious functioning of your subconscious mind. When mentally disturbed, the best procedure is to let go, relax, and still the wheels of your thought processes. Speak to your subconscious mind, telling it to take over in peace, harmony, and divine order. You will find that all the functions of your body will become normal again. Be sure to speak to your subconscious mind with authority and conviction, and it will conform to your command. Your subconscious seeks to preserve your life and restore you to health at all costs. It causes you to love your children, which also illustrates an instinctive desire to preserve all life. Let us suppose you accidentally ate some bad food. Your subconscious mind would cause you to regurgitate it if you inadvertently took some poison. Your subconscious powers would proceed to neutralize it. If you completely entrusted yourself to its wonder-working power, you would be entirely restored to health. How to get the subconscious to work for you? The first thing to realize is that your subconscious mind is always working. It is active night and day, whether you act upon it or not. Your subconscious is the builder of your body, but you cannot consciously perceive or hear that inner silent process. Your business is with your conscious mind and not your subconscious mind. Just keep your conscious mind busy with the expectation of the best, and make sure the thoughts you habitually think are based on whatsoever things are lovely, true, just, and of good report. Begin now to take care of your conscious mind, knowing in your heart and soul that your subconscious mind is always expressing, reproducing, and manifesting according to your habitual thinking. Remember, just as water takes the shape of the pipe it flows through, the life principle in you flows through you according to the nature of your thoughts. Claim that the healing presence in your subconscious is flowing through you as harmony, health, peace, joy, and abundance. Think of it as a living intelligence, a lovely companion on the way. Firmly believe it is continually flowing through you, vivifying, inspiring, and prospering you. It will respond exactly this way. It is done unto you as you believe. Healing principle of the subconscious restores atrophied optic nerves. There is the well-known, duly authenticated case of Madame Buret of France, recorded in the archives of the medical department of Lourdes, France. She was blind. The optic nerves were atrophied and useless. She visited Lourdes and had what she termed a miraculous healing. Ruth Cranston, a Protestant young lady who investigated and wrote about healings at Lourdes in McCall's magazine, November 1955, writes about Madame Buret as follows, quote, "At Lourdes, she regained her sight incredibly, with the optic nerves still lifeless and useless, as several doctors could testify after repeated examinations. A month later, upon re-examination, it was found that the seeing mechanism had been restored to normal. But at first, so as far as medical examination could tell, she was seeing with dead eyes," unquote. I have visited Lourdes several times where I, too, witnessed some healings, and of course, as we shall explain in the next chapter, there is no doubt that healings take place at many shrines throughout the world, Christian and non-Christian. Madame Buret, to whom we just referred, was not healed by the waters of the shrine, but by her own subconscious mind, which responded to her belief. That her subconscious mind responded to the nature of her thought. Belief is a thought in the subconscious mind. It means to accept something as true. The thought accepted executes itself automatically. Undoubtedly, Madame Buret went to the shrine with expectancy and great faith, knowing in her heart that she would receive a healing. Her subconscious mind responded accordingly, releasing the ever-present healing forces. The subconscious mind, which created the eye, can certainly bring a dead nerve back to life. What the creative principle created, it can recreate. According to your belief, it is done unto you. How to convey the idea of perfect health to your subconscious mind. A Protestant minister I knew in Johannesburg, South Africa, told me the method he used to convey the idea of perfect health to his subconscious mind. He had cancer of the lung. His technique, as given to me in his own handwriting, is exactly as follows. Several times a day, I would make certain that I was completely relaxed mentally and physically. I relaxed my body by speaking to it as follows. My feet are relaxed. My ankles are relaxed. My legs are relaxed. My abdominal muscles are relaxed. My heart and lungs are relaxed. My head is relaxed. My whole being is completely relaxed. After about 5 minutes, I would be in a sleepy, drowsy state. And then I affirmed the following truth. The perfection of God is now being expressed through me. The idea of perfect health is now filling my subconscious mind. The image God has of me is a perfect image, and my subconscious mind recreates my body in perfect accordance with the perfect image held in the mind of God. This minister had a remarkable healing. This is a simple, easy way of conveying the idea of perfect health to your subconscious mind. Another wonderful way to convey the idea of health to your subconscious is through disciplined or scientific imagination. I told a man who was suffering from functional paralysis to make a vivid picture of himself walking around his office, touching the desk, answering the telephone, and doing all the things he ordinarily would do if he were healed. I explained to him that this idea and mental picture of perfect health would be accepted by his subconscious mind. He lived the role and actually felt himself back in the office. He knew that he was giving his subconscious mind something definite to work upon. His subconscious mind was the film upon which the picture was impressed. One day, after several weeks of frequent conditioning of the mind with his mental picture, the telephone rang by prearrangement and kept ringing while his wife and nurse were out. The telephone was about 12 feet away, but nevertheless, he managed to answer it. He was healed at that hour. The healing power of his subconscious mind responded to his mental imagery, and a healing followed. This man had a mental block, which prevented impulses from the brain reaching his legs. Therefore, he said he could not walk. When he shifted his attention to the healing power within him, the power flowed through his focused attention, enabling him to walk. Whatsoever ye shall ask in prayer, believing ye shall receive. Matthew chapter 21, verse 22. Ideas worth remembering. 1. Your subconscious mind controls all the vital processes of your body and knows the answer to all problems. 2. Prior to sleep, turn over a specific request to your subconscious mind and prove its miracle-working power to yourself. 3. Whatever you impress on your subconscious mind is expressed on the screen of space as conditions, experiences, and events. Therefore, you should carefully watch all ideas and thoughts entertained in your conscious mind. 4. The law of action and reaction is universal. Your thought is action, and the reaction is the automatic response of your subconscious mind to your thought. Watch your thoughts. 5. All frustration is due to unfulfilled desires. If you dwell on obstacles, delays, and difficulties, your subconscious mind responds accordingly, and you are blocking your own good. 6. The life principle will flow through you rhythmically and harmoniously. If you consciously affirm, I believe that the subconscious power which gave me this desire is now fulfilling it through me. This dissolves all conflict. 7. You can interfere with the normal rhythm of your heart, lungs, and other organs by worry, anxiety, and fear. Feed your subconscious with thoughts of harmony, health, and peace, and all the functions of your body will become normal again. 8. Keep your conscious mind busy with the expectation of the best, and your subconscious will faithfully reproduce your habitual thinking. 9. Imagine the happy ending or solution to your problem. Feel the thrill of accomplishment, and what you imagine and feel will be accepted by your subconscious mind and bring it to pass. Chapter 4. Mental Healings in Ancient Times. Down through the ages, men of all nations have somehow instinctively believed that somewhere there resided a healing power, which could restore to normal the functions and sensations of man's body. They believed that this strange power could be invoked under certain conditions, and that the alleviation of human suffering would follow. The history of all nations presents testimony in support of this belief. In the early history of the world, the power of secretly influencing men for good or evil, including the healing of the sick, was supposed to be a power derived directly by them from God, and the procedures and processes of healing varied throughout the world. The healing processes took the form of supplications to God, attended by various ceremonies, such as the laying on of hands, incantations, the application of amulets, talismans, rings, relics, and images. For example, in the religions of antiquity, priests in the ancient temples gave drugs to the patient and practiced hypnotic suggestions prior to the patient's sleep, telling him that the gods would visit him in his sleep and heal him. Many healings followed. Obviously, all this was the work of potent suggestions, the subconscious mind. After the performance of certain mysterious rites, the devotees of Hecate would see the goddess during sleep, provided that before going to sleep, they had prayed to her according to weird and fantastic instructions. They were told to mix lizards with resin, frankincense, and myrrh, and pound all this together in the open air under the crescent moon. Healings were reported in many cases following this grotesque procedure. It is obvious that these strange procedures, as mentioned in the illustrations given, favored suggestion and acceptance by the subconscious mind of these people by making a powerful appeal to their imagination. Actually, in all these healings, the subconscious mind of the subject was the healer. In all ages, unofficial healers have obtained remarkable results in cases where authorized medical skill has failed. This gives cause for thought. How do these healers in all parts of the world affect their cures? The answer to all these healings is due to the blind belief of the sick person, which released the healing power resident in his subconscious mind. Many of the remedies and methods employed were rather strange and fantastic, which fared the imagination of the patients, causing an aroused emotional state. This state of mind facilitated the suggestion of health and was accepted by both the conscious and subconscious mind of the sick. This will be elaborated on further in the next chapter. Biblical accounts of the use of the subconscious powers. What things soever ye desire, when ye pray, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them. Mark chapter 11, verse 24. Note the difference in tenses. The inspired writer tells us to believe and accept as true the fact that our desire has already been accomplished and fulfilled, that it is already completed, and that its realization will follow as a thing in the future. The success of this technique depends on the confident conviction that the thought, the idea, the picture is already a fact in mind. In order for anything to have substance in the realm of mind, it must be thought of as actually existing there. Here in a few cryptic words is a concise and specific direction for making use of the creative power of thought by impressing upon the subconscious the particular thing which you desire. Your thought, idea, plan, or purpose is as real on its own plane as your hand or your heart. In following the biblical technique, you completely eliminate from your mind all consideration of conditions, circumstances, or anything which might imply adverse contingency. You are planting a seed, concept, in the mind, which, if you leave it undisturbed, will infallibly germinate into external fruition. The prime condition which Jesus insisted upon was faith. Over and over again, you read in the Bible, according to your faith, it is done unto you. If you plant certain types of seeds in the ground, you have faith they will grow after their kind. This is the way of seeds, and trusting the laws of growth and agriculture, you know that the seeds will come forth after their kind. Faith, as mentioned in the Bible, is a way of thinking, an attitude of mind, an inner certitude, knowing that the idea you fully accept in your conscious mind will be embodied in your subconscious mind and made manifest. Faith is, in a sense, accepting as true what your reason and senses deny. For example, a shutting out of the little, rational, analytical conscious mind, and embracing an attitude of complete reliance on the inner power of your subconscious mind. A classical instance of Bible technique is recorded in Matthew, chapter 9, verses 28 to 30. And when he was come into the house, the blind men came to him. And Jesus saith unto them, Believe ye that I am able to do this? They said unto him, Yea, Lord. Then touched he their eyes, saying, According to your faith, be it unto you. And their eyes were opened. And Jesus straitly charged them, saying, See that no man know it. In the words, according to your faith, be it unto you, you can see that Jesus was actually appealing to the cooperation of the subconscious mind of the blind men. Their faith was their great expectancy, their inner feeling, their inner conviction that something miraculous would happen, and that their prayer would be answered. And it was. This is the time-honored technique of healing, utilized alike by all healing groups throughout the world, regardless of their religious affiliation. In the words, "See that no man know it," Jesus enjoins the newly healed patients not to discuss their healing because they might be subjected to the skeptical and derogatory criticisms of the unbelieving. This might tend to undo the benefits they had received at the hand of Jesus by depositing thoughts of fear, doubt, and anxiety in the subconscious mind. For with authority and power he commanded the unclean spirits, and they came out. Luke chapter 4, verse 36. When the sick came to Jesus to be healed, they were healed by their faith, together with his faith and understanding of the healing power of the subconscious mind. Whatever he decreed, he felt inwardly to be true. He and the people needing help were in the one universal subjective mind, and his silent inner knowing and conviction of the healing power changed the negative destructive patterns in the patient's subconscious. The resultant healings were the automatic response to the internal mental change. His command was his appeal to the subconscious mind of the patients, plus his awareness, feeling, and absolute trust in the response of the subconscious mind to the words, which he spoke with authority. Miracles at various shrines throughout the world. It is an established fact that cures have taken place at various shrines throughout the world, such as in Japan, India, Europe, and America. I visited several of the famous shrines in Japan. At the world-famous shrine called Daibutsu is a gigantic divinity of bronze, where Buddha is seated with folded hands, and the head is inclined in an attitude of profound contemplative ecstasy. It is 42 feet in height and is called the Great Buddha. Here I saw young and old making offerings at its feet. Money, fruit, rice, and oranges were offered. Candles were lit, incense was burned, and prayers of petition recited. The guide explained the chant of a young girl as she murmured a prayer, bowed low, and placed 2 oranges as an offering. She also lit a candle. He said she had lost her voice, and it was restored at the shrine. She was thanking Buddha for restoring her voice. She had the simple faith that Buddha would give her back her singing voice if she followed a certain ritual, fasted, and made certain offerings. All this helped to kindle faith and expectancy, resulting in a conditioning of her mind to the point of belief. Her subconscious mind responded to her belief. To illustrate further the power of imagination and blind belief, I will relate the case of a relative of mine who had tuberculosis. His lungs were badly diseased. His son decided to heal his father. He came home to Perth, Western Australia, where his father lived, and said to him that he had met a monk who had returned from one of the healing shrines in Europe. This monk sold him a piece of the true cross. He said that he gave the monk the equivalent of $500 for it. This young man had actually picked up a splinter of wood from the sidewalk, went to the jeweler's, and had it set in a ring so that it looked real. He told his father that many were healed just by touching the ring or the cross. He inflamed and fired his father's imagination to the point that the old gentleman snatched the ring from him, placed it over his chest, prayed silently, and went to sleep. In the morning, he was healed. All the clinic's tests proved negative. You know, of course, it was not the splinter of wood from the sidewalk that healed him. It was his imagination aroused to an intense degree, plus the confident expectancy of a perfect healing. Imagination was joined to faith, or subjective feeling, and the union of the two brought about a healing. The father never learned of the trick that had been played upon him. If he had, he probably would have had a relapse. He remained completely cured and passed away 15 years later at the age of 89. One universal healing principle. It is a well-known fact that all of the various schools of healing effect cures of the most wonderful character. The most obvious conclusion, which strikes your mind, is that there must be some underlying principle which is common to them all, namely the subconscious mind, and the one process of healing is faith. It will now be in order to recall to your mind once more the following fundamental truths. First, that you possess mental functions which have been distinguished by designating one, the conscious mind, and the other, the subconscious mind. Secondly, Your subconscious mind is constantly amenable to the power of suggestion. Furthermore, your subconscious mind has complete control of the functions, conditions, and sensations of your body. I venture to believe that all the readers of this book are familiar with the fact that symptoms of almost any disease can be induced in hypnotic subjects by suggestion. For example, a subject in the hypnotic state can develop a high temperature, flushed face, or chills according to the nature of the suggestion given. By experiment, you can suggest to the person that he is paralyzed and cannot walk. It will be so. By illustration, you could hold a cup of cold water under the nose of the hypnotic subject and tell him, "This is full of pepper, smell it." He will proceed to sneeze. What do you think caused him to sneeze? The water or the suggestion? If a man says he is allergic to Timothy grass, you can place a synthetic flower or an empty glass in front of his nose when he is in a hypnotic state and tell him it is Timothy grass. He will portray the usual allergic symptoms. This indicates that the cause of the disease is in the mind. The healing of the disease can also take place mentally. You realize that remarkable healings take place through osteopathy, chiropractic medicine, and naturopathy, as well as through all the various religious bodies throughout the world. But it is obvious that all these healings are brought about through the subconscious mind, the only healer there is. Notice how it heals a cut on your face caused by shaving. It knows exactly how to do it. The doctor dresses the wound and says, "Nature heals it." Nature refers to natural law, the law of the subconscious mind, or self-preservation, which is the function of the subconscious mind. The instinct of self-preservation is the first law of nature. Your strongest instinct is the most potent of all autosuggestions. Widely different theories. It would be tedious and unprofitable to discuss to any great extent the numerous theories advanced by different religious sects and prayer therapy groups. There are a great number who claim that because their theory produces results, it is therefore the correct one. This, as explained in this chapter, cannot be true. You are aware that there are all types of healing. Franz Anton Mesmer, an Austrian physician, 1734 to 1815, who practiced in Paris, discovered that by applying magnets to the diseased body, he could cure that disease miraculously. He also performed cures with various other pieces of glass and metals. He discontinued this form of healing and claimed that his cures were due to animal magnetism, theorizing that this substance was projected from the healer to the patient. His method of treating disease from then on was by hypnotism, which was called mesmerism in his day. Other physicians said that all his healings were due to suggestion and nothing else. All of these groups, such as psychiatrists, psychologists, osteopaths, chiropractors, physicians, and all the churches are using the one universal power resident in the subconscious mind. Each may proclaim the healings are due to their theory. The process of all healing is a definite, positive, mental attitude, an inner attitude, or a way of thinking called faith. Healing is due to a confident expectancy, which acts as a powerful suggestion to the subconscious mind, releasing its healing potency. One man does not heal by a different power than another. It is true, he may have his own theory or method. There is only one process of healing, and that is faith. There is only one healing power, namely your subconscious mind. Select the theory and method you prefer. You can rest assured, if you have faith, you shall get results. Views of Paracelsus. Philippus Paracelsus, a famous Swiss alchemist and physician, who lived from 1493 to 1541, was a great healer in his day. He stated what is now an obvious scientific fact when he uttered these words: "Whether the object of your faith be real or false, you will nevertheless obtain the same effects." Thus, if I believed in St. Peter's statue, as I should have believed in St. Peter himself, I shall obtain the same effects that I should have obtained from St. Peter. But that is superstition. Faith, however, produces miracles, and whether it is true or false faith, it will always produce the same wonders. The views of Paracelsus were also entertained in the 16th century by Pietro Pomponazzi, an Italian philosopher and contemporary of Paracelsus, who said we can easily conceive the marvelous effects which confidence and imagination can produce. particularly when both qualities are reciprocated between the subjects and the person who influences them. The cures attributed to the influence of certain relics are the effect of their imagination and confidence. Quacks and philosophers know that if the bones of any skeleton were put in place of the saint's bones, the sick would nonetheless experience beneficial effects if they believed that they were veritable relics. Then, if you believe in the bones of saints to heal, or if you believe in the healing power of certain waters, you will get the results because of the powerful suggestion given to your subconscious mind. It is the latter that does the healing. Bernheim's experiments. Hippolyte Bernheim, professor of medicine at Nancy, France, 1910 to 1919, was the expounder of the fact that the suggestion of the physician to the patient was exerted through the subconscious mind. Bernheim, in his Suggestive Therapeutics, page 197, tells a story of a man with paralysis of the tongue, which had yielded to no form of treatment. His doctor told the patient that he had a new instrument with which he promised to heal him. He introduced a pocket thermometer into the patient's mouth. The patient imagined it to be the instrument which was to save him. In a few moments, he cried out joyfully that he could once more move his tongue freely. Among our cases, continues Bernheim, facts of the same sort will be found. A young girl came into my office, having suffered from complete loss of speech for nearly 4 weeks. After making sure of the diagnosis, I told my students that loss of speech sometimes yielded instantly to electricity, which might act simply by its suggestive influence. I sent for the induction apparatus. I applied my hand over the larynx and moved a little and said, "Now you can speak aloud." In an instant, I made her say A, then B, then Maria. She continued to speak distinctively. The loss of voice had disappeared. Here, Bernheim is showing the power of faith and expectancy on the part of the patient, which acts as a powerful suggestion to the subconscious mind. Producing a blister by suggestion. Bernheim states that he produced a blister on the back of a patient's neck by applying a postage stamp and suggesting to the patient that it was a fly plaster. This has been confirmed by the experiments and experiences of many doctors in many parts of the world, which leave no doubt that the structural changes are a possible result of oral suggestion to patients. The cause of bloody stigmata. In Hudson's Law of Physic Phenomena, page 153, he states, hemorrhages and bloody stigmata may be induced in certain subjects by means of suggestion. Dr. M. Buru put a subject into the somnambulistic condition and gave him the following suggestion. At 4 o'clock this afternoon, after the hypnosis, you will come into my office. Sit down in the armchair, cross your arms upon your breast, and your nose will begin to bleed. At the hour appointed, the young man did as directed. Several drops of blood came from the left nostril. On another occasion, the same investigator traced the patient's name on both his forearms with the dull point of an instrument. Then, when the patient was in the somnambulistic condition, he said, at 4 o'clock this afternoon, you will go to sleep, and your arms will bleed along the lines which I have traced, and your name will appear written on your arms in letters of blood. He was watched at 4 o'clock and seemed to fall asleep. On the left arm, the letters stood out in bright relief, and in several places there were drops of blood. The letters were still visible 3 months afterward, although they had gradually grown faint. These facts demonstrate at once the correctness of the two fundamental propositions previously stated, namely, the constant amenability of the subconscious mind to the power of suggestion and the perfect control, which the subconscious mind exercises over the functions, sensations, and conditions of the body. All the foregoing phenomena dramatize vividly abnormal conditions induced by suggestion, and are conclusive proof that as a man thinketh in his heart, subconscious mind, so is he. Healing points in review. 1. Remind yourself frequently that the healing power is in your subconscious mind. 2. Know that faith is like a seed planted in the ground. It grows after its kind. Plant the idea, seed, in your mind, water and fertilize it with expectancy, and it will manifest. 3. The idea you have for a book new invention, or play is real in your mind. This is why you can believe you have it now. Believe in the reality of your idea, plan, or invention, and as you do, it will become manifest. 4. In praying for another, know that your silent inner knowing of wholeness, beauty, and perfection can change the negative patterns of the other's subconscious mind and bring about wonderful results. 5. The miraculous healings you hear about at various shrines are due to imagination and blind faith, which act on the subconscious mind, releasing the healing power. 6. All disease originates in the mind. Nothing appears on the body unless there is a mental pattern corresponding to it. 7. The symptoms of almost any disease can be induced in you by hypnotic suggestion. This shows you the power of your thought. 8. There is only one process of healing, and that is faith. There is only one healing power, namely your subconscious mind. 9. Whether the object of your faith is real or false, you will get results. Your subconscious mind responds to the thought in your mind. Look upon faith as a thought in your mind, and that will suffice. Chapter 5. Mental Healings in Modern Times. Everyone is definitely concerned with the healing of bodily conditions and human affairs. What is it that heals? Where is this healing power? These are questions asked by everyone. The answer is that this healing power is in the subconscious mind of each person, and a changed mental attitude on the part of the sick person releases this healing power. No mental or religious science practitioner, psychologist, psychiatrist, or medical doctor ever healed a patient. There is an old saying, the doctor dresses the wound, but God heals it. The psychologist or psychiatrist proceeds to remove the mental blocks in the patient so that the healing principle may be released, restoring the patient to health. Likewise, the surgeon removes the physical block, enabling the healing currents to function normally. No physician, surgeon, or mental science practitioner claims that he healed the patient. The one healing power is called by many names: nature, life, God, creative intelligence, and subconscious power. As previously outlined, there are many different methods used to remove the mental, emotional, and physical blocks, which inhibit the flow of the healing life principle animating all of us. The healing principle resident in your subconscious mind can and will, if properly directed by you or some other person, heal your mind and body of all disease. This healing principle is operative in all men regardless of creed, color, or race. You do not have to belong to some particular church in order to use and participate in this healing process. Your subconscious will heal the burn or cut on your hand, even though you profess to be an atheist or agnostic. The modern mental therapeutic procedure is based on the truth that the infinite intelligence and power of your subconscious mind responds according to your faith. The mental science practitioner or minister follows the injunction of the Bible. For example, he goes into his closet and shuts the door, which means he stills his mind, relaxes, lets go, and thinks of the infinite healing presence within him. He closes the door of his mind to all outside distractions as well as appearances, and then he quietly and knowingly turns over his request or desire to his subconscious mind, realizing that the intelligence of his mind will answer him according to his specific needs. The most wonderful thing to know is this: imagine the end desired and feel its reality. Then the infinite life principle will respond to your conscious choice and your conscious request. This is the meaning of belief you have received and you shall receive. This is what the modern mental scientist does when he practices prayer therapy. One process of healing. There is only one universal healing principle operating through everything: the cat, the dog, the tree, the grass, the wind, the earth. For everything is alive. This life principle operates through the animal, vegetable, and mineral kingdoms as instinct and the law of growth. Man is consciously aware of this life principle, and he can consciously direct it to bless himself in countless ways. There are many different approaches, techniques, and methods in using the universal power, but there is only one process of healing, which is faith. For according to your faith, is it done unto you. The law of belief. All religions of the world represent forms of belief, and these beliefs are explained in many ways. The law of life is belief. What do you believe about yourself, life, and the universe? It is done unto you as you believe. Belief is a thought in your mind, which causes the power of your subconscious to be distributed into all phases of your life according to your thinking habits. You must realize the Bible is not talking about your belief in some ritual, ceremony, form, institution, man, or formula. It is talking about belief itself. The belief of your mind is simply the thought of your mind. If thou canst believe, all things are possible to him that believeth. Mark chapter 9, verse 23. It is foolish to believe in something to hurt or harm you. Remember, it is not the thing believed in that hurts or harms you, but the belief or thought in your mind which creates the result. All your experiences, all your actions, and all the events and circumstances of your life are but the reflections and reactions to your own thought. Prayer therapy is the combined function of the conscious and subconscious mind, scientifically directed. Prayer therapy is the synchronized, harmonious, and intelligent function of the conscious and subconscious levels of mind, specifically directed for a definite purpose. In scientific prayer or prayer therapy, you must know what you are doing and why you are doing it. You trust the law of healing. Prayer therapy is sometimes referred to as mental treatment, and another term is scientific prayer. In prayer therapy, you consciously choose a certain idea, mental picture, or plan which you desire to experience. You realize your capacity to convey this idea or mental image to your subconscious by feeling the reality of the state assumed. As you remain faithful in your mental attitude, your prayer will be answered. Prayer therapy is a definite mental action for a definite specific purpose. Let us suppose that you decide to heal a certain difficulty by prayer therapy. You are aware that your problem or sickness, whatever it may be, must be caused by negative thoughts charged with fear and lodged in your subconscious mind, and that if you can succeed in cleansing your mind of these thoughts, you will get a healing. You, therefore, turn to the healing power within your subconscious mind and remind yourself of its infinite power and intelligence and its capacity to heal all conditions. As you dwell on these truths, your fear will begin to dissolve, and the recollection of these truths also corrects the erroneous beliefs. You give thanks for the healing that you know will come, and then you keep your mind off the difficulty until you feel guided, after an interval, to pray again. While you're praying, you absolutely refuse to give any power to the negative conditions or to admit for a second that the healing will not come. This attitude of mind brings about the harmonious union of the conscious and subconscious mind, which releases the healing power. Faith healing, what it means and how blind faith works. What is popularly termed faith healing is not the faith mentioned in the Bible, which means a knowledge of the interaction of the conscious and subconscious mind. A faith healer is one who heals without any real scientific understanding of the powers and forces involved. He may claim that he has a special gift of healing, and the sick person's blind belief in him or his powers may bring results. The voodoo doctor in South Africa and other parts of the world may heal by incantations, or a person may be healed by touching the so-called bones of saints, or anything else which caused the patients to honestly believe in the method or process. Any method which causes you to move from fear and worry to faith and expectancy will heal. There are many persons, each of whom claims that because his personal theory produces results, it is, therefore, the correct one. This, as already explained in this chapter, cannot be true. To illustrate how blind faith works, you will recall our discussion of the Swiss physician Franz Anton Mesmer. In 1776, he claimed many cures when he stroked diseased bodies with artificial magnets. Later on, he threw away his magnets and evolved the theory of animal magnetism. This he held to be a fluid which pervades the universe, but is most active in the human organism. He claimed that this magnetic fluid, which was going forth from him to his patients, healed them. People flocked to him, and many wonderful cures were effected. Mesmer moved to Paris, and while there, the government appointed a commission composed of physicians and members of the Academy of Science, of which Benjamin Franklin was a member, to investigate his cures. The report admitted the leading facts claimed by Mesmer, but held that there was no evidence to prove the correctness of his magnetic fluid theory, and said the effects were due to the imagination of the patients. Soon after this, Mesmer was driven into exile and died in 1815. Shortly afterwards, Dr. Braid of Manchester undertook to show that magnetic fluid had nothing to do with the production of the healings of Dr. Mesmer. Dr. Braid discovered that patients could be thrown into hypnotic sleep by suggestion, during which many of the well-known phenomena ascribed to magnetism by Mesmer could be produced. You can readily see that all these cures were undoubtedly brought about by the active imagination of the patients, together with a powerful suggestion of health to their subconscious mind. All this could be termed blind faith, as there was no understanding in those days as to how the cures were brought about. Subjective faith and what it means. You will recall the proposition, which need not be repeated at length, that the subjective or subconscious mind of an individual is as amenable to the control of his own conscious or objective mind as it is by the suggestions of another. It follows that whatever may be your objective belief, if you will assume to have faith actively or passively, your subconscious mind will be controlled by the suggestion, and your desire will be fulfilled. The faith required in mental healings is a purely subjective faith, and it is attainable upon the cessation of active opposition on the part of the objective or conscious mind. In the healing of the body, it is, of course, desirable to secure the concurrent faith of both the conscious and subconscious mind. However, it is not always essential if you will enter into a state of passivity and receptivity by relaxing the mind and the body and getting into a sleepy state. In this drowsy state, your passivity becomes receptive to subjective impression. Recently, I was asked by a man, "How is it that I got a healing through a minister?" I do not believe what he said when he told me that there is no such thing as disease and that matter does not exist. This man at first thought his intelligence was being insulted, and he protested against such a palpable absurdity. The explanation is simple. He was quieted by soothing words and told to get into a perfectly passive condition, to say nothing, and to think of nothing for the time being. His minister also became passive and affirmed quietly, peacefully, and constantly for about 1/2 hour that this man would have perfect health, peace, harmony, and wholeness. He felt immense relief and was restored to health. It is easy to see that his subjective faith had been made manifest by his passivity under treatment, and the suggestions of perfect healthfulness by the minister were conveyed to his subconscious mind. The two subjective minds were then en rapport. The minister was not handicapped by antagonistic autosuggestions of the patient arising from objective doubt of the power of the healer or the correctness of the theory. In this sleepy, drowsy state, the conscious mind resistance is reduced to a minimum and results follow. The subconscious mind of the patient, being necessarily controlled by such suggestion, exercised its functions in accordance therewith, and a healing followed. The meaning of absent treatment. Suppose you learned that your mother was sick in New York City and you lived in Los Angeles. Your mother would not be physically present where you are, but you could pray for her. It is the Father within which doeth the work. The creative law of mind, subconscious mind, serves you and will do the work. Its response to you is automatic. Your treatment is for the purpose of inducing an inner realization of health and harmony in your mentality. This inner realization, acting through the subconscious mind, operates through your mother's subconscious mind, as there is but one creative mind. Your thoughts of health, vitality, and perfection operate through the one universal subjective mind and set a law in motion on the subjective side of life, which manifests through her body as a healing. In the mind principle, there is no time or space. It is the same mind that operates through your mother, no matter where she may be. In reality, there is no absent treatment as opposed to present treatment, for the universal mind is omnipresent. You do not try to send out thoughts or hold a thought. Your treatment is a conscious movement of thought, and as you become conscious of the qualities of health, well-being, and relaxation, these qualities will be resurrected in the experience of your mother, and results will follow. The following is a perfect example of what is called absent treatment. Recently, a listener to our radio program in Los Angeles prayed as follows for her mother in New York, who had a coronary thrombosis. The healing presence is right where my mother is. Her bodily condition is but a reflection of her thought life. like shadows cast on the screen. I know that in order to change the images on the screen, I must change the projection reel. My mind is the projection reel, and I now project in my own mind the image of wholeness, harmony, and perfect health for my mother. The infinite healing presence, which created my mother's body and all her organs, is now saturating every atom of her being, and a river of peace flows through every cell of her body. The doctors are divinely guided and directed, and whoever touches my mother is guided to do the right thing. I know that disease has no ultimate reality. If it had, no one could be healed. I now align myself with the infinite principle of love and life, and I know and decree that harmony, health, and peace are now being expressed in my mother's body. She prayed in the above manner several times daily, and her mother had a most remarkable recovery after a few days, much to the amazement of her specialist. He complimented her on her great faith in the power of God. The conclusion arrived at in the daughter's mind set the creative law of mind in motion on the subjective side of life, which manifested itself through her mother's body as perfect health and harmony. What the daughter felt as true about her mother was simultaneously resurrected in the experience of her mother, releasing the kinetic action of the subconscious mind. A psychologist friend of mine told me that one of his lungs was infected. X-rays and analysis showed the presence of tuberculosis. At night, before going to sleep, he would quietly affirm, "Every cell, nerve, tissue, and muscle of my lungs are now being made whole, pure, and perfect. My whole body is being restored to health and harmony." These are not his exact words, but they represent the essence of what he affirmed. A complete healing followed in about a month's time. Subsequent X-rays showed a perfect healing. I wanted to know his method, so I asked him why he repeated the words prior to sleep. Here is his reply. The kinetic action of the subconscious mind continues throughout your sleep time period. Hence, give the subconscious mind something good to work on as you drop off into slumber. This was a very wise answer. In thinking of harmony and perfect health, he never mentioned his trouble by name. I strongly suggest that you cease talking about your ailments or giving them a name. The only sap from which they draw life is your attention and fear of them. Like the above-mentioned psychologist, become a mental surgeon. Then your troubles will be cut off like dead branches are pruned from a tree. If you are constantly naming your aches and symptoms, you inhibit the kinetic action, which means the release of the healing power and energy of your subconscious mind. Furthermore, by the law of your own mind, these imaginings tend to take shape. As the thing I greatly feared, fill your mind with the great truths of life and walk forward in the light of love. Summary of your aids to health. 1. Find out what it is that heals you. Realize that correct directions given to your subconscious mind will heal your mind and body. 2. Develop a definite plan for turning over your requests or desires to your subconscious mind. 3. Imagine the end desired and feel its reality. Follow it through, and you will get definite results. 4. Decide what belief is. Know that belief is a thought in your mind, and what you think, you create. 5. It is foolish to believe in sickness and something to hurt or to harm you. Believe in perfect health, prosperity, peace, wealth, and divine guidance. 6. Great and noble thoughts upon which you habitually dwell become great acts. 7. Apply the power of prayer therapy in your life. Choose a certain plan, idea, or mental picture. Mentally and emotionally unite with that idea, and as you remain faithful to your mental attitude, your prayer will be answered. 8. Always remember, if you really want the power to heal, you can have it through faith, which means a knowledge of the working of your conscious and subconscious mind. Faith comes with understanding. 9. Blind faith means that a person may get results in healing without any scientific understanding of the powers and forces involved. 10. Learn to pray for your loved ones who may be ill. Quiet your mind, and your thoughts of health, vitality, and perfection operating through the one universal subjective mind will be felt and resurrected in the mind of your loved one. Chapter 6. Practical Techniques in Mental Healings. An engineer has a technique and a process for building a bridge or an engine. Like the engineer, your mind also has a technique for governing, controlling, and directing your life. You must realize that methods and techniques are primary. In building the Golden Gate Bridge, the chief engineer understood mathematical principles, stresses, and strains. Secondly, he had a picture of the ideal bridge across the bay. The third step was his application of tried and proven methods by which the principles were implemented until the bridge took form and we drive on it. There also are techniques and methods by which your prayers are answered. If your prayer is answered, there is a way in which it is answered, and this is a scientific way. Nothing happens by chance. This is a world of law and order. In this chapter, you will find practical techniques for the unfolding and nurture of your spiritual life. Your prayers must not remain up in the air like a balloon. They must go somewhere and accomplish something in your life. When we come to analyze prayer, we discover there are many different approaches and methods. We will not consider in this book the formal, ritual prayers used in religious services. These have an important place in group worship. We are immediately concerned with the methods of personal prayer as it is applied to your daily life and as it is used to help others. Prayer is the formulation of an idea concerning something we wish to accomplish. Prayer is the soul's sincere desire. Your desire is your prayer. It comes out of your deepest needs, and it reveals the things you want in life. Blessed are they that hunger and thirst after righteousness, for they shall be filled. That is really prayer, life's hunger and thirst for peace, harmony, health, joy, and all the other blessings of life. The passing over technique for impregnating the subconscious. This consists essentially in inducing the subconscious mind to take over your request as handed it by the conscious mind. This passing over is best accomplished in the reverie-like state. Know that in your deeper mind, it is infinite intelligence and infinite power. Just calmly think over what you want. See it coming into fuller fruition from this moment forward. Be like the little girl who had a very bad cough and a sore throat. She declared firmly and repeatedly, "It is passing away now. It is passing away now." It passed away in about an hour. Use this technique with complete simplicity and naivete. Your subconscious will accept your blueprint. If you were building a new home for yourself and family, you know that you would be intensely interested in regard to the blueprint for your home. You would see to it that the builders conform to the blueprint. You would watch the material and select only the best wood, steel, in fact, the best of everything. What about your mental home and your mental blueprint for happiness and abundance? All your experiences and everything that enters into your life depend upon the nature of the mental building blocks, which you use in the construction of your mental home. If your blueprint is full of mental patterns of fear, worry, anxiety, or lack, and if you are despondent, doubtful, and cynical, then the texture of the mental material you are weaving into your mind will come forth as more toil, care, tension, anxiety, and limitation of all kinds. The most fundamental and the most far-reaching activity in life is that which you build into your mentality every waking hour. Your word is silent and invisible. Nevertheless, it is real. You are building your mental home all the time, and your thought and mental imagery represent your blueprint. Hour by hour, moment by moment, you can build radiant health, success, and happiness by the thoughts you think, the ideas which you harbor, the beliefs that you accept, and the scenes that you rehearse in the hidden studio of your mind. This stately mansion, upon the construction of which you are perpetually engaged, is your personality, your identity in this plane, your whole life story on this earth. Get a new blueprint. Build silently by realizing peace, harmony, joy, and goodwill in the present moment. By dwelling upon these things and claiming them, your subconscious will accept your blueprint and bring all these things to pass. By their fruits ye shall know them. The science and art of true prayer. The term science means knowledge, which is coordinated, arranged, and systematized. Let us think of the science and art of true prayer as it deals with the fundamental principles of life and the techniques and processes by which they can be demonstrated in your life, as well as in the life of every human being when he applies them faithfully. The art is your technique or process, and the science behind it is the definite response of creative mind to your mental picture or thought. Ask, and it shall be given you. Seek, and ye shall find. Knock, and it shall be opened unto you. Matthew chapter 7, verse 7. Here you are told you shall receive that for which you ask. It shall be opened to you when you knock, and you shall find that for which you are searching. This teaching implies the definiteness of mental and spiritual laws. There's always a direct response from the infinite intelligence of your subconscious mind to your conscious thinking. If you ask for bread, you will not receive a stone. You must ask believing if you are to receive. Your mind moves from the thought to the thing. Unless there is first an image in the mind, it cannot move, for there would be nothing for it to move toward. Your prayer, which is your mental act, must be accepted as an image in your mind before the power from your subconscious will play upon it and make it productive. You must reach a point of acceptance in your mind, an unqualified and undisputed state of agreement. This contemplation should be accompanied by a feeling of joy and restfulness in foreseeing the certain accomplishment of your desire. The sound basis for the art and science of true prayer is your knowledge and complete confidence that the movement of your conscious mind will gain a definite response from your subconscious mind, which is one with boundless wisdom and infinite power. By following this procedure, your prayers will be answered. The visualization technique. The easiest and most obvious way to formulate an idea is to visualize it, to see it in your mind's eye as vividly as if it were alive. You can see with the naked eye only what already exists in the external world. In a similar way, that which you can visualize in your mind's eye already exists in the invisible realms of your mind. Any picture which you have in your mind is the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things not seen. What you form in your imagination is as real as any part of your body. The idea and thought are real and will one day appear in your objective world if you are faithful to your mental image. This process of thinking forms impressions in your mind. These impressions, in turn, become manifested as facts and experiences in your life. The builder visualizes the type of building he wants. He sees it as he desires it to be completed. His imagery and thought processes become a plastic mold from which the building will emerge, a beautiful or an ugly one, a skyscraper or a very low one. His mental imagery is projected as it is drawn on paper. Eventually, the contractor and his workers gather the essential materials, and the building progresses until it stands finished, conforming perfectly to the mental patterns of the architect. I use the visualization technique prior to speaking from the platform. I quiet the wheels of my mind in order that I may present to the subconscious mind my images of thought. Then, I picture the entire auditorium and the seats filled with men and women, and each one of them illuminated and inspired by the infinite healing presence within each one. I see them as radiant, happy, and free. Having first built up the idea in my imagination, I quietly sustain it there as a mental picture while I imagine I hear men and women saying, "I am healed. I feel wonderful. I've had an instantaneous healing. I am transformed." I keep this up for about 10 minutes or more, knowing and feeling that each person's mind and body are saturated with love, wholeness, beauty, and perfection. My awareness grows to the point where in my mind, I can actually hear the voices of the multitude proclaiming their health and happiness. Then I release the whole picture and go onto the platform. Almost every Sunday, people stop and say that their prayers were answered. Mental movie method. The Chinese say, quote, "A picture is worth 1,000 words," unquote. William James, the father of American psychology, stressed the fact that the subconscious mind will bring to pass any picture held in the mind and backed by faith. Act as though I am, and I will be. A number of years ago, I was in the Middle West lecturing in several states, and I desired to have a permanent location in the general area from which I could serve those who desired help. I traveled far, but the desire did not leave my mind. One evening, while in a hotel in Spokane, Washington, I relaxed completely on a couch, immobilized my attention, and in a quiet, passive manner, imagined that I was talking to a large audience, saying in effect, I am glad to be here. I have prayed for the ideal opportunity. I saw in my mind's eye the imaginary audience, and I felt the reality of it all. I played the role of the actor, dramatized this mental movie, and felt satisfied that this picture was being conveyed to my subconscious mind, which would bring it to pass in its own way. Next morning, on awakening, I felt a great sense of peace and satisfaction, and in a few days' time, I received a telegram asking me to take over an organization in the Midwest, which I did, and I enjoyed it immensely for several years. The method outlined here appeals to many who have described it as the mental movie method. I have received numerous letters from people who listen to my radio talks and weekly public lectures, telling me of the wonderful results they get using this technique in the sale of their property. I suggest to those who have homes or property for sale that they satisfy themselves in their own mind that their price is right. Then, I claim that the infinite intelligence is attracting to them the buyer who really wants to have the property and who will love it and prosper in it. After having done this, I suggest that they quiet their mind, relax, let go, and get into a drowsy, sleepy state, which reduces all mental effort to a minimum. Then, they are to picture the check in their hands, rejoice in the check, give thanks for the check, and go off to sleep feeling the naturalness of the whole mental movie created in their own mind. They must act as though it were an objective reality, and the subconscious mind will take it as an impression, and through the deeper currents of the mind, the buyer and the seller are brought together. A mental picture held in the mind, backed by faith, will come to pass. The Baudouin technique. Charles Baudouin was a professor at the Rousseau Institute in France. He was a brilliant psychotherapist and a research director of the New Nancy School of Healing, who in 1910 taught that the best way to impress the subconscious mind was to enter into a drowsy, sleepy state or a state akin to sleep in which all effort was reduced to a minimum. Then, in a quiet, passive, receptive way, by reflection, he would convey the idea to the subconscious. The following is his formula. Quote, a very simple way of securing this impregnation of the subconscious mind is to condense the idea, which is to be the object of suggestion, to sum it up in a brief phrase, which can be readily graven on the memory, and to repeat it over and over again as a lullaby, unquote. Some years ago, a young lady in Los Angeles was engaged in a prolonged, bitter family lawsuit over a will. Her husband had bequeathed his entire estate to her, and his sons and daughters by a previous marriage were bitterly fighting to break the will. The Baudouin technique was outlined to her, and this is what she did. She relaxed her body in an armchair, entered into the sleepy state, and as suggested, condensed the idea of her need into a phrase consisting of 6 words easily graven on the memory. It is finished in divine order. The significance to her of these words meant that infinite intelligence operating through the laws of her subconscious mind would bring about a harmonious adjustment through the principle of harmony. She continued this procedure every night for about 10 nights. After she got into a sleepy state, she would affirm slowly, quietly, and feelingly the statement, it is finished in divine order, over and over again, feeling a sense of inner peace and an all-pervading tranquility. Then she went off into her deep, normal sleep. On the morning of the 11th day, following the use of the above technique, she awakened with a sense of well-being, a conviction that it was finished. Her attorney called her the same day, saying that the opposing attorney and his clients were willing to settle. A harmonious agreement was reached, and litigation was discontinued. The sleeping technique. By entering into a sleepy, drowsy state, effort is reduced to a minimum. The conscious mind is submerged to a great extent when in a sleepy state. The reason for this is that the highest degree of outcropping of the subconscious occurs prior to sleep and just after we awaken. In this state, the negative thoughts, which tend to neutralize your desire and so prevent acceptance by your subconscious mind, are no longer present. Suppose you want to get rid of a destructive habit. Assume a comfortable posture, relax your body, and be still. Get into a sleepy state, and in that sleepy state, say quietly over and over again as a lullaby, I am completely free from this habit. Harmony and peace of mind reign supreme. Repeat the above slowly, quietly, and lovingly for 5 or 10 minutes, night and morning. Each time you repeat the words, the emotional value becomes greater. When the urge comes to repeat the negative habit, repeat the above formula out loud by yourself. By this means, you induce the subconscious to accept the idea, and a healing follows. The thank you technique. In the Bible, Paul recommends that we make known our requests with praise and thanksgiving. Some extraordinary results follow this simple method of prayer. The thankful heart is always close to the creative forces of the universe, causing countless blessings to flow toward it by the law of reciprocal relationship, based on a cosmic law of action and reaction. For instance, a father promises his son a car for graduation. The boy has not yet received the car, but he is very thankful and happy, and is as joyous as though he had actually received the car. He knows his father will fulfill his promise, and he is full of gratitude and joy, even though he has not yet received the car, objectively speaking. He has, however, received it with joy and thankfulness in his mind. I shall illustrate how Mr. Broke applied this technique with excellent results. He said, bills are piling up. I am out of work. I have 3 children and no money. What shall I do? Regularly, every night and morning, for a period of about 3 weeks, he repeated the words, "Thank you, Father, for my wealth," in a relaxed, peaceful manner until the feeling or mood of thankfulness dominated his mind. He imagined he was addressing the infinite power and intelligence within him, knowing, of course, that he could not see the creative intelligence or infinite mind. He was seeing with the inner eye of spiritual perception, realizing that his thought image of wealth was the first cause, relative to the money, position, and food he needed. His thought feeling was the substance of wealth, untrammeled by antecedent conditions of any kind. By repeating, "Thank you, Father," over and over again, his mind and heart were lifted up to the point of acceptance. And when fear, thoughts of lack, poverty, and distress came into his mind, he would say, "Thank you, Father," as often as necessary. He knew that as he kept up the thankful attitude, he would recondition his mind to the idea of wealth, which is what happened. The sequel to his prayer is very interesting. After praying in the above-mentioned manner, he met a former employer of his on the street, whom he had not seen for 20 years. The man offered him a very lucrative position and advanced him $500 on a temporary loan. Today, Mr. Broke is vice president of the company for which he works. His recent remark to me was, "I shall never forget the wonders of Thank You, Father. It has worked wonders for me." The affirmative method. The effectiveness of an affirmation is determined largely by your understanding of the truth and the meaning back of the words, "In praying, use not vain repetition." Therefore, the power of your affirmation lies in the intelligent application of definite and specific positives. For example, a boy adds 3 and 3 and puts down 7 on the blackboard. The teacher affirms with mathematical certainty that 3 and 3 are 6. Therefore, the boy changes his figures accordingly. The teacher's statement did not make 3 and 3 equal 6 because the latter was already a mathematical truth. The mathematical truth caused the boy to rearrange the figures on the blackboard. It is abnormal to be sick. It is normal to be healthy. Health is the truth of your being. When you affirm health, harmony, and peace for yourself or another, and when you realize these are universal principles of your own being, you will rearrange the negative patterns of your subconscious mind based on your faith and understanding of that which you affirm. The result of the affirmative process of prayer depends on your conforming to the principles of life, regardless of appearances. Consider for the moment that there is a principle of mathematics and none of error. There is a principle of truth, but none of dishonesty. There is a principle of intelligence, but none of ignorance. There is a principle of harmony and none of discord. There is a principle of health, but none of disease. And there is a principle of abundance, but none of poverty. The affirmative method was chosen by the author for use on his sister, who was to be operated on for the removal of gallstones in a hospital in England. The condition described was based on the diagnosis of hospital tests and the usual X-ray procedures. She asked me to pray for her. We were separated geographically about 6,500 miles, but there is no time or space in the mind principle. Infinite mind or intelligence is present in its entirety at every point simultaneously. I withdrew all thought from the contemplation of symptoms and from the corporeal personality altogether. I affirmed as follows: this prayer is for my sister Catherine. She is relaxed and at peace, poised, balanced, serene, and calm. The healing intelligence of her subconscious mind, which created her body, is now transforming every cell, nerve, tissue, muscle, and bone of her being, according to the perfect pattern of all organs lodged in her subconscious mind. Silently, quietly, all distorted thought patterns in her subconscious mind are removed and dissolved, and the vitality, wholeness, and beauty of the life principle are made manifest in every atom of her being. She is now open and receptive to the healing currents, which are flowing through her like a river, restoring her to perfect health, harmony, and peace. All distortions and ugly images are now washed away by the infinite ocean of love and peace flowing through her, and it is so. I affirmed the above several times a day, and at the end of 2 weeks, my sister had an examination which showed a remarkable healing, and the X-ray proved negative. To affirm is to state that it is so, and as you maintain this attitude of mind as truth, regardless of all evidence to the contrary, you will receive an answer to your prayer. Your thought can only affirm, or even if you deny something, you are actually affirming the presence of what you deny. Repeating an affirmation, knowing what you are saying and why you are saying it, leads the mind to the state of consciousness where it accepts that which you state as true. Keep on affirming the truths of life until you get the subconscious reaction which satisfies. The argumentative method. This method is just what the word implies. It stems from the procedure of Dr. Phineas Parkhurst Quimby of Maine. Dr. Quimby, a pioneer in mental and spiritual healing, lived and practiced in Belfast, Maine, about 100 years ago. A book called The Quimby Manuscripts, published in 1921 by Thomas Y. Crowell Company, New York City, and edited by Horatio Dresser, is available in your library. This book gives newspaper accounts of this man's remarkable results in prayer treatment of the sick. Quimby duplicated many of the healing miracles recorded in the Bible. In brief, the argumentative method employed, according to Quimby, consists of spiritual reasoning, where you convince the patient and yourself that his sickness is due to his false belief, groundless fears, and negative patterns lodged in his subconscious mind. You reason it out clearly in your mind and convince your patient that the disease or ailment is due only to a distorted, twisted pattern of thought which has taken form in his body. This wrong belief in some external power and external causes has now externalized itself as sickness and can be changed by changing the thought patterns. You explain to the sick person that the basis of all healing is a change of belief. You also point out that the subconscious mind created the body and all its organs. Therefore, it knows how to heal it, can heal it, and is doing so now as you speak. You argue in the courtroom of your mind that the disease is a shadow of the mind based on disease-soaked morbid thought imagery. You continue to build up all the evidence you can muster on behalf of the healing power within, which created all the organs in the first place, and which has a perfect pattern of every cell, nerve, and tissue within it. Then, you render a verdict in the courthouse of your mind in favor of yourself or your patient. You liberate the sick one by faith and spiritual understanding. Your mental and spiritual evidence is overwhelming, there being but one mind. What you feel is true will be resurrected in the experience of the patient. This procedure is essentially the argumentative method used by Dr. Quimby of Maine from 1849 to 1869. The absolute method is like modern sound wave therapy. Many people throughout the world practice this form of prayer treatment with wonderful results. The person using the absolute method mentions the name of the patient, such as John Jones, then quietly and silently thinks of God and his qualities and attributes, such as God is all bliss, boundless love, infinite intelligence, all-powerful, boundless wisdom, absolute harmony, indescribable beauty, and perfection. As he quietly thinks along these lines, he is lifted up in consciousness into a new spiritual wavelength, at which time he feels the infinite ocean of God's love is now dissolving everything unlike itself in the mind and body of John Jones, for whom he is praying. He feels all the power and love of God are now focused on John Jones, and whatever is bothering or vexing him is now completely neutralized in the presence of the infinite ocean of life and love. The absolute method of prayer might be likened to the sound wave or sonic therapy recently shown me by a distinguished physician in Los Angeles. He has an ultrasound wave machine, which oscillates at a tremendous speed and sends sound waves to an area of the body to which it is directed. These sound waves can be controlled, and he told me of achieving remarkable results in dissolving arthritic calcareous deposits, as well as the healing and removal of other disturbing conditions. To the degree that we rise in consciousness by contemplating qualities and attributes of God, do we generate spiritual electronic waves of harmony, health, and peace. Many remarkable healings follow this technique of prayer. A cripple walks. Dr. Phineas Parkhurst Quimby, of whom we spoke previously in this chapter, used the absolute method in the latter years of his healing career. He was really the father of psychosomatic medicine and the first psychoanalyst. He had the capacity to diagnose clairvoyantly the cause of the patient's trouble, pains, and aches. The following is a condensed account of the healing of a cripple as recorded in Quimby's manuscripts. Quimby was called on to visit a woman who was lame, aged, and bedridden. He states that her ailment was due to the fact that she was imprisoned by a creed so small and contracted that she could not stand upright and move about. She was living in the tomb of fear and ignorance. Furthermore, she was taking the Bible literally, and it frightened her. In this tomb, Quimby said, was the presence and power of God trying to burst the bands, break through the bonds, and rise from the dead. When she would ask others for an explanation of some passage of the Bible, the answer would be a stone. Then she would hunger for the bread of life. Dr. Quimby diagnosed her case as a mind cloudy and stagnated due to excitation and fear, caused by the inability to see clearly the meaning of the passage of the Bible, which she had been reading. This showed itself in the body by her heavy and sluggish feeling, which would terminate as paralysis. At this point, Quimby asked her what was meant in the Bible verses, "Yet a little while am I with you, and then I go unto him that sent me. Ye shall seek me, and shall not find me, and where I am, thither ye cannot come." John chapter 7, verses 33 to 34. She replied that it meant Jesus went to heaven. Quimby explained what it really meant by telling her that being with her a little while meant his expression of her symptoms, feelings, and their causes. For example, he had compassion and sympathy for her momentarily, but he could not remain in that mental state. The next step was to go to him that sent us, which, as Quimby pointed out, was the creative power of God in all of us. Quimby immediately traveled in his mind and contemplated the divine ideal. For example, the vitality, intelligence, harmony, and power of God functioning in the sick person. This is why he said to the woman, "Therefore, where I go, you cannot come, for you are in your narrow, restricted belief, and I am in health." This prayer and explanation produced an instantaneous sensation, and a change came over her mind. She walked without her crutches. Quimby said it was one of the most singular of all his healings. She was, as it were, dead to error, and to bring her to life or truth was to raise her from the dead. Quimby quoted the resurrection of Christ and applied it to her own Christ or health. This produced a powerful effect on her. He also explained to her that the truth, which she accepted, was the angel or idea, which rolled away the stone of fear, ignorance, and superstition, thereby releasing the healing power of God, which made her whole. The decree method. Power goes into our word according to the feeling and faith behind it. When we realize the power that moves the world is moving on our behalf and is backing up our word, our confidence and assurance grow. You do not try and add power to power. Therefore, there must be no mental striving, coercion, force, or mental wrestling. A young girl used the decree method on a young man who was constantly phoning her, pressing her for dates, and meeting her at her place of business. She found it very difficult to get rid of him. She decreed as follows: I release blank unto God. He is in his true place at all times. I am free, and he is free. I now decree that my words go forth into infinite mind, and it brings it to pass. It is so. She said he vanished, and she has never seen him since, adding, it was as though the ground swallowed him up. Thou shalt decree a thing, and it shall be established unto thee, and the light shall shine upon thy ways. Job chapter 22, verse 28. Serve yourself with scientific truth. 1. Be a mental engineer and use tried and proven techniques in building a grander and greater life. 2. Your desire is prayer. Picture the fulfillment of your desire now and feel its reality, and you will experience the joy of the answered prayer. 3. Desire to accomplish things the easy way with the sure aid of mental science. 4. You can build radiant health, success, and happiness by the thoughts you think in the hidden studio of your mind. 5. Experiment scientifically until you personally prove that there is always a direct response from the infinite intelligence of your subconscious mind to your conscious thinking. 6. Feel the joy and restfulness in foreseeing the certain accomplishment of your desire. Any mental picture which you have in your mind is the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things not seen. 7. A mental picture is worth 1,000 words. Your subconscious will bring to pass any picture held in the mind backed by faith. 8. Avoid all effort or mental coercion in prayer. Get into a sleepy, drowsy state and lull yourself to sleep, feeling and knowing that your prayer is answered. 9. Remember that the thankful heart is always close to the riches of the universe. 10. To affirm is to state that it is so, and as you maintain this attitude of mind as true, regardless of all evidence to the contrary, you will receive an answer to your prayer. 11. Generate electronic waves of harmony, health, and peace by thinking of the love and the glory of God. 12. What you decree and feel as true will come to pass. Decree harmony, health, peace, and abundance. Chapter 7. The tendency of the subconscious is life work. Over 90% of your mental life is subconscious, so men and women who fail to make use of this marvelous power live within very narrow limits. Your subconscious processes are always lifeward and constructive. Your subconscious is the builder of your body and maintains all its vital functions. It is on the job 24 hours a day and never sleeps. It is always trying to help and preserve you from harm. Your subconscious mind is in touch with infinite life and boundless wisdom, and its impulses and ideas are always lifeward. The great aspirations, inspirations, and visions for a grander and nobler life spring from the subconscious. Your profoundest convictions are those you cannot argue about rationally because they do not come from your conscious mind. They come from your subconscious mind. Your subconscious speaks to you in intuitions, impulses, hunches, intimations, urges, and ideas, and it is always telling you to rise, transcend, grow, advance, adventure, and move forward to greater heights. The urge to love, to save the lives of others, comes from the depths of your subconscious. For example, during the great San Francisco earthquake and fire of April 18, 1906, invalids and cripples who had been confined to bed for long periods of time rose up and performed some of the most amazing feats of bravery and endurance. The intense desire welled up within them to save others at all costs, and their subconscious responded accordingly. Great artists, musicians, poets, speakers, and writers tune in with their subconscious powers and become animated and inspired. For example, Robert Louis Stevenson, before he went to sleep, used to charge his subconscious with the task of evolving stories for him while he slept. He was accustomed to ask his subconscious to give him a good, marketable thriller when his bank account was low. Stevenson said the intelligence of his deeper mind gave him the story piece by piece, like a serial. This shows how your subconscious will speak lofty and wise sayings through you, which your conscious mind knows nothing about. Mark Twain confided to the world on many occasions that he never worked in his life. All his humor and all his great writings were due to the fact that he tapped the inexhaustible reservoir of his subconscious mind. How the body portrays the workings of the mind. The interaction of your conscious and subconscious mind requires a similar interaction between the corresponding system of nerves. The cerebrospinal system is the organ of the conscious mind, and the sympathetic system is the organ of the subconscious mind. The cerebrospinal system is the channel through which you receive conscious perception by means of your 5 physical senses and exercise control over the movement of your body. This system has its nerves in the brain, and it is the channel of your volitional and conscious mental action. The sympathetic system, sometimes referred to as the involuntary nervous system, has its center in a ganglionic mass at the back of the stomach known as the solar plexus, and is sometimes spoken of as the abdominal brain. It is the channel of that mental action which unconsciously supports the vital functions of the body. The two systems may work separately or synchronously. Judge Thomas Troward says, quote, "The vagus nerve passes out of the cerebral region as a portion of the voluntary system, and through it, we control the vocal organs. Then it passes onward to the thorax, sending out branches to the heart and lungs. Finally, passing through the diaphragm, it loses the outer coating, which distinguishes the nerves of the voluntary system, and becomes identified with those of the sympathetic system, so forming a connecting link between the two and making the man physically a single entity. Similarly, different areas of the brain indicate their connection with the objective and subjective activities of the mind, respectively. And speaking in a general way, we may assign the frontal portion of the brain to the former and the posterior portion to the latter, while the intermediate portion partakes of the character of both. A rather simple way of looking at the mental and physical interaction is to realize that your conscious mind grasps an idea, which induces a corresponding vibration in your voluntary system of nerves. This, in turn, causes a similar current to be generated in your involuntary system of nerves, thus handing the idea over to your subconscious mind, which is the creative medium. This is how your thoughts become things. Every thought entertained by your conscious mind and accepted as true is sent by your brain to your solar plexus, the brain of your subconscious mind, to be made into your flesh and to be brought forth into your world as a reality. There is an intelligence which takes care of your body. When you study the cellular system and the structure of the organs, such as eyes, ears, heart, liver, bladder, etc., you learn they consist of groups of cells, which form a group intelligence, whereby they function together and are able to take orders and carry them out in deductive function at the suggestion of the master mind, conscious mind. A careful study of the single-celled organism which will take care of your body if you let it alone. That is true, but the difficulty is that the conscious mind always interferes with its 5 sense evidence based on outer appearances, leading to the sway of false beliefs, fears, and mere opinion. When fear, false beliefs, and negative patterns are made to register in your subconscious mind through psychological, emotional conditioning, there is no other course open to the subconscious mind except to act on the blueprint specifications offered it. The subconscious mind works continually for the common good. The subjective self within you works continuously for the general good, reflecting an innate principle of harmony behind all things. Your subconscious mind has its own will, and it is a very real something in itself. It acts night and day whether you act upon it or not. It is the builder of your body, but you cannot see, hear, or feel it building, as all this is a silent process. Your subconscious has a life of its own, which is always moving toward harmony, health, and peace. the divine norm within it, seeking expression through you at all times. How man interferes with the innate principle of harmony. To think correctly, scientifically, we must know the truth. To know the truth is to be in harmony with the infinite intelligence and power of your subconscious mind, which is always moving lifeward. Every thought or action which is not harmonious, whether through ignorance or design, will result in discord and limitation of all kinds. Scientists inform us that you build a new body every 11 months, so you are really only 11 months old from a physical standpoint. If you build defects back into your body by thoughts of fear, anger, jealousy, and ill will, you have no one to blame but yourself. You are the sum total of your own thoughts. You can keep from entertaining negative thought and imagery. The way to get rid of darkness is with light. The way to overcome cold is with heat. The way to overcome the negative thought is to substitute the good thought, affirm the good, and the bad will vanish. Why it's normal to be healthy, vital, and strong. It's abnormal to be sick. The average child born into the world is perfectly healthy with all its organs functioning perfectly. This is the normal state, and we should remain healthy, vital, and strong. The instinct of self-preservation is the strongest instinct of your nature, and it constitutes a most potent, ever-present, and constantly operative truth, inherent in your nature. It is, therefore, obvious that all your thoughts, ideas, and beliefs must operate with greater potentiality when they are in harmony with the innate life principle in you, which is forever seeking to preserve and protect you along all lines. It follows from this that normal conditions can be restored with greater ease and certainty than abnormal conditions can be induced. It is abnormal to be sick. It simply means you're going against the stream of life and thinking negatively. The law of life is the law of growth. All nature testifies to the operation of this law by silently, constantly expressing itself in the law of growth. Where there is growth and expression, there must be life. Where there is life, there must be harmony. And where there is harmony, there is perfect health. If your thought is in harmony with the creative principle of your subconscious mind, you are in tune with the innate principle of harmony. If you entertain thoughts which are not in accordance with the principle of harmony, these thoughts cling to you, harass you, worry you, and finally bring about disease, and if persisted in, possibly death. In the healing of disease, you must increase the inflow and distribution of the vital forces of your subconscious mind throughout your system. This can be done by eliminating thoughts of fear, worry, anxiety, jealousy, hatred, and every other destructive thought which tends to tear down and destroy your nerves and glands, body tissue which controls the elimination of all waste material. Pott's disease cured. In the Nautilus magazine of March 1917, there appears an article about a boy suffering from Pott's disease, or tuberculosis of the spine, who had a remarkable healing. His name was Frederick Elias Andrews of Indianapolis, now minister of Unity School of Christianity, Kansas City, Missouri. His physician pronounced him incurable. He began to pray, and from a crooked, twisted cripple going about on hands and knees, he became a strong, straight, well-formed man. He created his own affirmation, mentally absorbing the qualities he needed. He affirmed over and over again many times a day, I am whole, perfect, strong, powerful, loving, harmonious, and happy. He persevered and said that this prayer was the last utterance on his lips at night and the first in the morning. He prayed for others also by sending out thoughts of love and help. This attitude of mind and way of prayer returned to him multiplied many times. His faith and perseverance paid off with big dividends. When thoughts of fear, anger, jealousy, or envy drew his attention, he would immediately start his counteracting force of affirmation going in his mind. His subconscious mind responded according to the nature of his habitual thinking. This is the meaning of the statement in the Bible, Go thy way, thy faith hath made thee whole. Mark chapter 10, verse 52. How faith in your subconscious powers makes you whole. A young man who came to my lectures on the healing power of the subconscious mind had severe eye trouble, which his doctor said necessitated an operation. He said to himself, "My subconscious made my eyes, and it can heal me." Each night, as he went to sleep, he entered into a drowsy meditative state, the condition akin to sleep. His attention was immobilized and focused on the eye doctor. He imagined the doctor was in front of him, and he plainly heard, or imagined he heard, the doctor saying to him, "A miracle has happened." He heard this over and over again every night, or perhaps 5 minutes or so before going to sleep. At the end of 3 weeks, he again went to the ophthalmologist who had previously examined his eyes, and the physician said to this man, "This is a miracle. What happened?" This man impressed his subconscious mind using the doctor as an instrument or means of convincing it or conveying the idea. Through repetition, faith, and expectancy, he impregnated his subconscious mind. His subconscious mind made his eye. Within it was the perfect pattern, and immediately it proceeded to heal the eye. This is another example of how faith in the healing power of your subconscious can make you whole. Pointers to review. 1. Your subconscious is the builder of your body and is on the job 24 hours a day. You interfere with its life-giving patterns by negative thinking. 2. Charge your subconscious with the task of evolving an answer to any problem prior to sleep, and it will answer you. 3. Watch your thoughts. Every thought accepted as true is sent by your brain to your solar plexus, your abdominal brain, and is brought into your world as a reality. 4. Know that you can remake yourself by giving a new blueprint to your subconscious mind. 5. The tendency of your subconscious is always lifeward. Your job is with your subconscious mind. Feed your subconscious mind with premises which are true. Your subconscious is always reproducing according to your habitual mental patterns. 6. You build a new body every 11 months. Change your body by changing your thoughts and keeping them changed. 7. It is normal to be healthy. It is abnormal to be ill. There is within the innate principle of harmony. 8. Thoughts of jealousy, fear, worry, and anxiety tear down and destroy your nerves and glands, bringing about mental and physical diseases of all kinds. 9. What you affirm consciously and feel as true will be made manifest in your mind, body, and affairs. Affirm the good and enter into the joy of living. Chapter 8. How to get the results you want. The principal reasons for failure are lack of confidence and too much effort. Many people block answers to their prayers by failing to fully comprehend the workings of their subconscious mind. When you know how your mind functions, you gain a measure of confidence. You must remember, whenever your subconscious mind accepts an idea, it immediately begins to execute it. It uses all its mighty resources to that end and mobilizes all the mental and spiritual laws of your deeper mind. This law is true for good or bad ideas. Consequently, if you use it negatively, it brings trouble, failure, and confusion. When you use it constructively, it brings guidance, freedom, and peace of mind. The right answer is inevitable when your thoughts are positive, constructive, and loving. From this, it is perfectly obvious that the only thing you have to do in order to overcome failure is to get your subconscious to accept your idea or request by feeling its reality now, and the law of your mind will do the rest. Turn over your request with faith and confidence, and your subconscious will take over and answer for you. You will always fail to get results by trying to use mental coercion. Your subconscious mind does not respond to coercion. It responds to your faith or conscious mind acceptance. Your failure to get results may also arise from such statements as, "Things are getting worse. I will never get an answer. I see no way out. It is hopeless. I don't know what to do. I'm all mixed up." When you use such statements, you get no response or cooperation from your subconscious mind. Like a soldier marking time, you neither go forward nor backward. In other words, you don't get anywhere. If you get into a taxi and give a half dozen different directions to the driver in 5 minutes, he would become hopelessly confused and probably would refuse to take you anywhere. It is the same when working with your subconscious mind. There must be a clear-cut idea in your mind. you must arrive at the definite decision that there is a way out, a solution to the vexing problem in sickness. Only the infinite intelligence within your subconscious knows the answer. When you come to that clear-cut conclusion in your conscious mind, your mind is then made up, and according to your belief, it is done unto you. Easy does it. A house owner once remonstrated with a furnace repairman for charging $200 for fixing the boiler. The mechanic said, I charged 5 cents for the missing bolt and $199.95 for knowing what was wrong. Similarly, your subconscious mind is the master mechanic, the all-wise one, who knows ways and means of healing any organ of your body, as well as your affairs. Decree health, and your subconscious will establish it. But relaxation is the key. Easy does it. Do not be concerned with details and means, but know the end result. Get the feel of the happy solution to your problem, whether it is health, finances, or employment. Remember how you felt after you had recovered from a severe state of illness? Bear in mind that your feeling is the touchstone of all subconscious demonstration. Your new idea must be felt subjectively in a finished state, not the future, but as coming about now. Infer no opponent. Use imagination and not willpower. In using your subconscious mind, you infer no opponent. You use no willpower. You imagine the end and the freedom state. You will find your intellect trying to get in the way, but persist in maintaining a simple, childlike, miracle-making faith. Picture yourself without the ailment or problem. Imagine the emotional accompaniment of the freedom state you crave. Cut out all the red tape from the process. The simple way is the best. How disciplined imagination works wonders. A wonderful way to get a response from your subconscious mind is through disciplined or scientific imagination. As previously pointed out, your subconscious mind is the builder of the body and controls all its vital functions. The Bible says, whatsoever ye shall ask in prayer, believing, ye shall receive. To believe is to accept something as true, or to live in the state of being it. As you sustain this mood, you shall experience the joy of the answered prayer. The 3 steps to success in prayer. The usual procedure is as follows. 1. Take a look at the problem. 2. Turn to the solution or way out known only to the subconscious mind. 3. Rest in a sense of deep conviction that it is done. Do not weaken your prayer by saying, I wish I might be healed. I hope so. Your feeling about the work to be done is the boss. Harmony is yours. Know that health is yours. Become intelligent by becoming a vehicle for the infinite healing power of the subconscious mind. Pass on the idea of health to your subconscious mind to the point of conviction, then relax. Get yourself off your hands. Say to the condition and circumstance, this too shall pass. Through relaxation, you impress your subconscious mind, enabling the kinetic energy behind the idea to take over and bring it into concrete realization. The law of reversed effort and why you get the opposite of what you pray for. Coué, the famous psychologist from France who visited America about 40 years ago, defined the law of reversed effort as follows, quote, when your desires and imagination are in conflict, your imagination invariably gains the day, unquote. If, for example, you were asked to walk a plank on the floor, you would do so without question. Now suppose the same plank were placed 20 feet up in the air between 2 walls. Would you walk it? Your desire to walk it would be counteracted by your imagination or fear of falling. Your dominant idea, which would be the picture of falling, would conquer. Your desire, will, or effort to walk on the plank would be reversed, and the dominant idea of failure would be reinforced. Mental effort is invariably self-defeating, eventuating always in the opposite of what is desired. The suggestions of powerlessness to overcome the condition dominate the mind. Your subconscious is always controlled by the dominant idea. Your subconscious will accept the strongest of 2 contradictory propositions. The effortless way is the better. If you say, I want healing, but I can't get it. I try so hard. I force myself to pray. I use all the willpower I have. You must realize that your error lies in your effort, Never try to compel the subconscious mind to accept your idea by exercising willpower. Such attempts are doomed to failure, and you get the opposite of what you prayed for. The following is a rather common experience. Students, when taking examinations and reading through their papers, find that all their knowledge has suddenly deserted them. Their minds become appalling blanks, and they are unable to recall one relevant thought. The more they grit their teeth and summon the powers of the will, the further the answers seem to flee. But when they have left the examination room and the mental pressure relaxes, the answers they were seeking flow tantalizingly back into their minds. Trying to force themselves to remember was the cause of their failure. This is an example of the law of reversed effort, whereby you get the opposite of what you asked or prayed for. The conflict of desire and imagination must be reconciled. To use mental force is to presuppose that there is opposition. When your mind is concentrated on the means to overcome a problem, it is no longer concerned with the obstacle. Matthew chapter 18, verse 9 says, "If two of you shall agree on earth as touching anything that they shall ask, it shall be done for them of my Father which is in heaven." Who are these two? It means the harmonious union or agreement between your conscious and subconscious on any idea, desire, or mental image. When there is no longer any quarrel in either part of your mind, your prayer will be answered. The two agreeing may also be represented as you and your desire, your thought and feeling, your idea and emotion, your desire and imagination. You avoid all conflict between your desires and imagination by entering into a drowsy, sleepy state, which brings all effort to a minimum. The conscious mind is submerged to a great extent when in a sleepy state. The best time to impregnate your subconscious is prior to sleep. The reason for this is that the highest degree of outcropping of the subconscious occurs prior to sleep and just after we awaken. In this state, the negative thoughts and imagery, which tend to neutralize your desire and so prevent acceptance by your subconscious mind, no longer present themselves. When you imagine the reality of the fulfilled desire and feel the thrill of accomplishment, your subconscious brings about the realization of your desire. A great many people solve all their dilemmas and problems by the play of their controlled, directed, and disciplined imagination, knowing that whatever they imagine and feel as true will and must come to pass. The following will clearly illustrate how a young girl overcame the conflict between her desire and her imagination. She desired a harmonious solution to her legal problem, yet her mental imagery was constantly on failure, loss, bankruptcy, and poverty. It was a complicated lawsuit, and there was one postponement after another with no solution in sight. At my suggestion, she got into a sleepy, drowsy state each night prior to sleep, and she began to imagine the happy ending, feeling it to the best of her ability. She knew that the image in her mind had to agree with her heart's desire. Prior to sleep, she began to dramatize as vividly as possible her lawyer having an animated discussion with her regarding the outcome. She would ask him questions, and he would answer her appropriately. He would say to her over and over again, "There has been a perfect, harmonious solution. The case has been settled out of court." During the day, when fear thoughts came into her mind, she would run her mental movie with gestures, voice, and sound equipment. She could easily imagine the sound of his voice, smile, and mannerism. She ran this mental picture so often, it became a subjective pattern, a regular train track. At the end of a few weeks, her attorney called her and confirmed objectively what she had been imagining and feeling as true subjectively. This is really what the psalmist meant when he wrote, "Let the words of my mouth," the thoughts, mental images, good, "and the meditations of my heart," your feeling, nature, emotion, "be acceptable in thy sight, O Lord," the law of your subconscious mind, "my strength and my redeemer." The power and wisdom of your subconscious mind can redeem you from sickness, bondage, and misery. Psalm 19, verse 14. Ideas worth recalling. 1. Mental coercion or too much effort shows anxiety and fear which block your answer. Easy does it. 2. When your mind is relaxed and you accept an idea, your subconscious goes to work to execute the idea. 3. Think and plan independently of traditional methods. Know that there is always an answer and a solution to every problem. 4. Do not be overly concerned with the beating of your heart, with the breathing of your lungs, or the functions of any part of your anatomy. Lean heavily upon your subconscious and proclaim frequently that divine right action is taking place. 5. The feeling of health produces health. The feeling of wealth produces wealth. How do you feel? 6. Imagination is your most powerful faculty. Imagine what is lovely and of good report. You are what you imagine yourself to be. 7. You avoid conflict between your conscious and subconscious in the sleepy state. Imagine the fulfillment of your desire over and over again prior to sleep. Sleep in peace and wake in joy. Chapter 9. How to use the power of your subconscious for wealth. If you are having financial difficulties, if you're trying to make ends meet, it means you have not convinced your subconscious mind that you will always have plenty and some to spare. You know men and women who work a few hours a week and make fabulous sums of money. They do not strive or slave hard. Do not believe the story that the only way you can become wealthy is by the sweat of your brow and hard labor. It is not so. The effortless way of life is the best. Do the thing you love to do, and do it for the joy and thrill of it. I know an executive in Los Angeles who receives a salary of $75,000 yearly. Last year, he went on a 9-month cruise seeing the world and its beauty spots. He said to me that he had succeeded in convincing his subconscious mind that he is worth that much money. He told me that many men in his organization getting about $100 a week knew more about the business than he did and could manage it better, but they had no ambition, no creative ideas, and were not interested in the wonders of their subconscious mind. Wealth is of the mind. Wealth is simply a subconscious conviction on the part of the individual. You will not become a millionaire by saying, I am a millionaire. I am a millionaire. You will grow into a wealth consciousness by building into your mentality the idea of wealth and abundance, your invisible means of support. The trouble with most people is that they have no invisible means of support. When business falls away, the stock market drops, or they lose their investments, they seem helpless. The reason for such insecurity is that they do not know how to tap the subconscious mind. They are unacquainted with the inexhaustible storehouse within. A man with a poverty-type mind finds himself in poverty-stricken conditions. Another man with a mind filled with ideas of wealth is surrounded with everything he needs. It was never intended that man should lead a life of indigence. You can have wealth, everything you need, and plenty to spare. Your words have power to cleanse your mind of wrong ideas and to instill right ideas in their place. The ideal method for building wealth consciousness. Perhaps you are saying as you read this chapter, I need wealth and success. This is what you do. Repeat for about 5 minutes to yourself 3 or 4 times a day. Wealth, success. These words have tremendous power. They represent the inner power of the subconscious mind. Anchor your mind on this substantial power within you. Then conditions and circumstances corresponding to their nature and quality will be manifested in your life. You are not saying, I am wealthy. You are dwelling on real powers within you. There is no conflict in the mind when you say, wealth. Furthermore, the feeling of wealth will well up within you as you dwell on the idea of wealth. The feeling of wealth produces wealth. Keep this in mind at all times. Your subconscious mind is like a bank, a sort of universal financial institution. It magnifies whatever you deposit or impress upon it, whether it is the idea of wealth or of poverty. Choose wealth. Why your affirmations for wealth fail. I have talked to many people during the past 35 years whose usual complaint is, I have said for weeks and weeks, I am wealthy, I am prosperous, and nothing has happened. I discovered that when they said, I am prosperous, I am wealthy, they felt within that they were lying to themselves. One man told me, I have affirmed that I am prosperous until I'm tired. Things are now worse. I knew when I made the statement that it was obviously not true. His statements were rejected by the conscious mind, and the very opposite of what he outwardly affirmed and claimed was made manifest. Your affirmation succeeds best when it is specific and when it does not produce a mental conflict or argument. Hence, the statements made by this man made matters worse because they suggested his lack. Your subconscious accepts what you really feel to be true, not just idle words or statements. The dominant idea or belief is always accepted by the subconscious mind. How to avoid mental conflict. The following is the ideal way to overcome this conflict for those who have this difficulty. Make this practical statement frequently, particularly prior to sleep. By day and by night, I am being prospered in all of my interests. This affirmation will not arouse any argument because it does not contradict your subconscious mind's impression of financial lack. I suggested to one businessman whose sales and finances were very low and who was greatly worried that he sit down in his office, become quiet, and repeat this statement over and over again. My sales are improving every day. This statement engaged the cooperation of the conscious and subconscious mind. Results followed. Don't sign blank checks. You sign blank checks when you make such statements as, there's not enough to go around. There is a shortage. I will lose the house because of the mortgage, etc. If you are full of fear about the future, you are also writing a blank check and attracting negative conditions to you. Your subconscious mind takes your fear and negative statement as your request and proceeds in its own way to bring obstacles, delays, lack, and limitation into your life. Your subconscious gives you compound interest. To him that hath the feeling of wealth, more wealth shall be added. To him that hath the feeling of lack, more lack shall be added. Your subconscious multiplies and magnifies whatever you deposit in it. Every morning as you awaken, deposit thoughts of prosperity, success, wealth, and peace. Dwell upon these concepts. Busy your mind with them as often as possible. These constructive thoughts will find their way as deposits in your subconscious mind and bring forth abundance and prosperity. Why nothing happened? I can hear you saying, oh, I did that, nothing happened. You did not get results because you indulged in fear thoughts, perhaps 10 minutes later, and neutralized the good you had affirmed. When you place a seed in the ground, you do not dig it up. You let it take root and grow. Suppose, for example, you say, I shall not be able to make that payment. Before you get further than I shall, stop the sentence and dwell on a constructive statement such as, by day and by night, I am prospered in all my ways. True source of wealth. Your subconscious mind is never short of ideas. There are within it an infinite number of ideas ready to flow into your conscious mind and appear as cash in your pocketbook in countless ways. This process will continue to go on in your mind regardless of whether the stock market goes up or down, or whether the pound sterling or dollar drops in value. Your wealth is never truly dependent on bonds, stocks, or money in the bank. These are really only symbols, necessary and useful, of course, but only symbols. The point I wish to emphasize is that if you convince your subconscious mind that wealth is yours and that it is always circulating in your life, you will always and inevitably have it, regardless of the form it takes. Trying to make ends meet and the real cause. There are people who claim that they are always trying to make ends meet. They seem to have a great struggle to meet their obligations. Have you listened to their conversation? In many instances, their conversation runs along this vein. They are constantly condemning those who have succeeded in life and who have raised their heads above the crowd. Perhaps they are saying, oh, that fellow has a racket. He is ruthless. He's a crook. This is why they lack. They are condemning the thing that they desire and want. The reason they speak critically of their more prosperous associates is because they are envious and covetous of the other's prosperity. The quickest way to cause wealth to take wings and fly away is to criticize and condemn others who have more wealth than you. A common stumbling block to wealth. There is one emotion which is the cause of the lack of wealth in the lives of many. Most people learn this the hard way. It is envy. For example, if you see a competitor depositing large sums of money in the bank and you have only a meager amount of deposit, does it make you envious? The way to overcome this emotion is to say to yourself, isn't it wonderful? I rejoice in that man's prosperity. I wish for him greater and greater wealth. To entertain envious thoughts is devastating because it places you in a very negative position. Therefore, wealth flows from you instead of to you. If you are ever annoyed or irritated by the prosperity or great wealth of another, claim immediately that you truly wish for him greater wealth in every possible way. This will neutralize the negative thoughts in your mind and cause an ever greater measure of wealth to flow to you by the law of your own subconscious mind. Rubbing out a great mental block to wealth. If you're worried and critical about someone who you claim is making money dishonestly, cease worrying about it. You know such a person is using the law of mind negatively. The law of mind takes care of him. Be careful not to criticize him for the reasons previously indicated. Remember, the block or obstacle to wealth is in your own mind. You can now destroy that mental block. This you may do by getting on mental good terms with everyone. Sleep and grow rich. As you go to sleep at night, practice the following technique. Repeat the word wealth quietly, easily, and feelingly. Do this over and over again, just like a lullaby. Lull yourself to sleep with the one word, wealth. You should be amazed at the result. Wealth should flow to you in avalanches of abundance. This is another example of the magic power of your subconscious mind. Serve yourself with the powers of your mind. 1. Decide to be wealthy the easy way, with the infallible aid of your subconscious mind. 2. Trying to accumulate wealth by the sweat of your brow and hard labor is one way to become the richest man in the graveyard. You do not have to strive or slave hard. 3. Wealth is a subconscious conviction. Build into your mentality the idea of wealth. 4. The trouble with most people is that they have no invisible means of support. 5. Repeat the word wealth to yourself slowly and quietly for about 5 minutes prior to sleep, and your subconscious will bring wealth to pass in your experience. 6. The feeling of wealth produces wealth. Keep this in mind at all times. 7. Your conscious and subconscious minds must agree. Your subconscious accepts what you really feel to be true. The dominant idea is always accepted by your subconscious mind. The dominant idea should be wealth, not poverty. 8. You can overcome any mental conflict regarding wealth by affirming frequently, by day and by night, I am being prospered in all of my interests. 9. Increase your sales by repeating this statement over and over again. My sales are improving every day. I am advancing, progressing, and getting wealthier every day. 10. Stop writing blank checks such as, there is not enough to go around, or there is a shortage, etc. Such statements magnify and multiply your loss. 11. Deposit thoughts of prosperity, wealth, and success in your subconscious mind, and the latter will give you compound interest. 12. What you consciously affirm, you must not mentally deny a few moments later. This will neutralize the good you have affirmed. 13. Your true source of wealth consists of the ideas in your mind. You can have an idea worth millions of dollars. Your subconscious will give you the idea you seek. 14. Envy and jealousy are stumbling blocks to the flow of wealth. Rejoice in the prosperity of others. 15. The block to wealth is in your own mind. Destroy that block now by getting on good mental terms with everyone. Chapter 10. Your right to be rich. It is your right to be rich. You are here to lead the abundant life and be happy, radiant, and free. You should, therefore, have all the money you need to lead a full, happy, and prosperous life. You are here to grow, expand, and unfold spiritually, mentally, and materially. You have the inalienable right to fully develop and express yourself along all lines. You should surround yourself with beauty and luxury. Why be satisfied with just enough to go around when you can enjoy the riches of your subconscious mind? In this chapter, you can learn to make friends with money, and you should always have a surplus. Your desire to be rich is a desire for a fuller, happier, more wonderful life. It is a cosmic urge. It is not only good, but very good. Money is a symbol. Money is a symbol of exchange. It means to you not only freedom from want, but beauty, luxury, abundance, and refinement. It is merely a symbol of the economic health of the nation. When your blood is circulating freely in your body, you are healthy. When money is circulating freely in your life, you are economically healthy. When people begin to hoard money, to put it away in tin boxes, and become charged with fear, there is economic illness. Money has taken many forms as a medium of exchange down through the centuries, such as salt, beads, and trinkets of various kinds. In early times, a man's wealth was determined by the number of sheep and oxen he had. Now, we use currency and other negotiable instruments, as it is much more convenient to write a check than carry some sheep around with you to pay bills. How to walk the royal road to riches. Knowledge of the powers of your subconscious mind is the means to the royal road to riches of all kinds, spiritual, mental, or financial. The student of the laws of mind believes and knows definitely that regardless of economic situations, stock market fluctuation, depression, strikes, war, other conditions or circumstances, he will always be amply supplied, regardless of what form money takes. The reason for this is that he has conveyed the idea of wealth to his subconscious mind, and it keeps him supplied wherever he may be. He has convinced himself in his mind that money is forever flowing freely in his life, and that there is always a wonderful surplus. Should there be a financial collapse of government tomorrow, and all the man's present holdings become valueless, as the German marks did after the First World War, he would still attract wealth and be cared for, regardless of the form the new currency took. Why you do not have more money. As you read this chapter, you are probably saying, I'm worthy of a higher salary than I'm receiving. I believe most people are inadequately compensated. One of the causes many people do not have more money is that they are silently or openly condemning it. They refer to money as filthy lucre, or the love of money is the root of all evil. Another reason they do not prosper is that they have a sneaky subconscious feeling there is some virtue in poverty. This subconscious pattern may be due to early childhood training, superstition, or it could be based on a false interpretation of scriptures. Money and a balanced life. One time a man said to me, I am broke. I do not like money. It is the root of all evil. These statements represent a confused, neurotic mind. Love of money to the exclusion of everything else will cause you to become lopsided and unbalanced. You are here to use your power or authority wisely. Some men crave power, others crave money. If you set your heart on money exclusively and say, money is all I want, I'm going to give all my attention to amassing money, nothing else matters, you can get money and attain a fortune, but you have forgotten that you are here to lead a balanced life. You must also satisfy the hunger for peace of mind, harmony, love, joy, and perfect health. By making money your sole aim, you simply made a wrong choice. You thought that was all you wanted, but you found after all your efforts that it was not only the money you needed. You also desired true expression of your hidden talents, true place in life, beauty, and the joy of contributing to the welfare and success of others. By learning the laws of your subconscious mind, you could have $1 million or many millions if you wanted them, and still have peace of mind, harmony, perfect health, and perfect expression. Poverty is a mental disease. There's no virtue in poverty. It is a disease like any other mental disease. If you were physically ill, you would think there was something wrong with you. You would seek help and do something about the condition at once. Likewise, if you do not have money constantly circulating in your life, there is something radically wrong with you. The urge of the life principle in you is toward growth, expansion, and the life more abundant. You are not here to live in a hovel, dress in rags, and go hungry. You should be happy, prosperous, and successful. Why you must never criticize money. Cleanse your mind of all weird and superstitious beliefs about money. Do not ever regard money as evil or filthy. If you do, you cause it to take wings and fly away from you. Remember that you lose what you condemn. You cannot attract what you criticize. Getting the right attitude toward money. Here is a simple technique you may use to multiply money in your experience. Use the following statements several times a day. I like money. I love it. I use it wisely, constructively, and judiciously. Money is constantly circulating in my life. I release it with joy, and it returns to me multiplied in a wonderful way. It is good and very good. Money flows to me in avalanches of abundance. I use it for good only, and I am grateful for my good and for the riches of my mind. How the scientific thinker looks at money. Suppose, for example, you found gold, silver, lead, copper, or iron in the ground. Would you pronounce these things evil? All evil comes from man's darkened understanding, from his ignorance, from his false interpretation of life, and from his misuse of his subconscious mind. Uranium, lead, or some other metal could have been used as a medium of exchange. We use paper bills, checks, nickel, and silver. Surely these are not evil. Physicists and chemists know today that the only difference between one metal and another is the number and rate of motion of electrons revolving around a central nucleus. They can now change one metal into another through a bombardment of the atoms in the powerful cyclotron. Gold, under certain conditions, becomes mercury. I believe that our modern scientists in the near future will be able to make gold, silver, and other metals synthetically in the chemical laboratory. The cost may be prohibitive now, but it can be done. I cannot imagine any intelligent person seeing anything evil in electrons, neutrons, protons, and isotopes. The piece of paper in your pocket is composed of atoms and molecules, with their electrons and protons arranged differently. Their number and rate of motion are different. That is the only way the paper differs from the silver in your pocket. How to attract the money you need. Many years ago, I met a young boy in Australia who wanted to become a physician and surgeon, but he had no money. I explained to him how a seed deposited in the soil attracts to itself everything necessary for its unfolding, and that all he had to do was to take a lesson from the seed and deposit the required idea in his subconscious mind. For expenses, this young, brilliant boy used to clean out doctors' offices, wash windows, and do odd repair jobs. He told me that every night, as he went to sleep, he used to picture in his mind's eye a medical diploma on a wall with his name on it, in big, bold letters. He used to clean and shine the framed diplomas in the medical building where he worked. It was not hard for him to engrave the image of a diploma in his mind and develop it there. Definite results followed, as he persisted with his mental picture every night for about 4 months. The sequel of this story was very interesting. One of the doctors took a great liking to this young boy, and after training him in the art of sterilizing instruments, giving hypodermic injections, and other miscellaneous first aid work, he employed him as a technical assistant in his office. The doctor later sent him to medical school at his own expense. Today, this young man is a prominent medical doctor in Montreal, Canada. He discovered the law of attraction by using his subconscious mind the right way. He operated an age-old law which says, quote, having seen the end, you have willed the means to the realization of the end, unquote. The end, in this case, was to become a medical doctor. This young man was able to imagine, see, and feel the reality of being a doctor. He lived with that idea, sustained it, nourished it, and loved it until through his imagination, it penetrated the layers of his subconscious mind and became a conviction, thereby attracting to him everything necessary for the fulfillment of his dream. Why some men do not get a raise in pay. If you are working in a large organization and you are silently thinking of and resenting the fact you are underpaid, that you are not appreciated, and that you deserve more money and greater recognition, you are subconsciously severing the ties with that organization. You are setting a law in motion, and the superintendent or manager will say to you, we have to let you go. Actually, you dismissed yourself. The manager was simply the instrument through which your own negative mental state was confirmed. It was an example of the law of action and reaction. The action was your thought, and the reaction was the response of your subconscious mind. Obstacles and impediments on the pathway to riches. I'm sure you have heard men say, "That fellow has a racket. He is a racketeer. He's getting money dishonestly. He's a faker. I knew him when he had nothing. He's a crook, a thief, and a swindler." You analyze the man who talks like that, you discover he is usually in want or suffering from some financial or physical illness. Perhaps his former college friends went up the ladder of success and excelled him. Now he is bitter and envious of their progress. In many instances, this is the cause of his downfall. Thinking negatively of these classmates and condemning their wealth causes the wealth and prosperity he is praying for to vanish and flee away. He is condemning the thing he is praying for. He is praying two ways. On the one hand, he is saying, "Wealth is flowing to me now." And in the next breath, silently or audibly, he is saying, "I resent that fellow's wealth." Always make it a special point to rejoice in the wealth of the other person. Protect your investments. If you are seeking wisdom regarding investments, or if you are worried about your stocks or bonds, quietly claim, "Infinite intelligence governs and watches over all my financial transactions, and whatsoever I do shall prosper." Do this frequently, and you will find that your investments will be wise. Moreover, you will be protected from loss, as you will be prompted to sell your securities or holdings before any loss accrues to you. You cannot get something for nothing. In large stores, the management employs store detectives to prevent people from stealing. They catch a number of people every day trying to get something for nothing. All such people are living in the mental atmosphere of lack and limitation, and are stealing from themselves peace, harmony, faith, honesty, integrity, goodwill, and confidence. Furthermore, they are attracting to themselves all manner of loss, such as loss of character, prestige, social status, and peace of mind. These people lack faith in the source of supply and the understanding of how their minds work. If they would mentally call on the powers of their subconscious mind and claim that they are guided to their true expression, they would find work in constant supply. Then by honesty, integrity, and perseverance, they would become a credit to themselves and to society at large. Your constant supply of money. Recognizing the powers of your subconscious mind and the creative power of your thought or mental image is the way to opulence, freedom, and constant supply. Accept the abundant life in your own mind. Your mental acceptance and expectancy of wealth has its own mathematics and mechanics of expression. As you enter into the mood of opulence, all things necessary for the abundant life will come to pass. Let this be your daily affirmation. Write in your heart, quote, "I am one with the infinite riches of my subconscious mind. It is my right to be rich, happy, and successful. Money flows to me freely, copiously, and endlessly. I am forever conscious of my true worth. I give of my talents freely, and I am wonderfully blessed financially. It is wonderful," unquote. Step up this way to riches. 1. Be bold enough to claim that it is your right to be rich, and your deeper mind will honor your claim. 2. You don't want just enough to go around. You want all the money you need to do all the things you want, the way you want to do them. Get acquainted with the riches